Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Morning.
Can I just check whether all parties are present? I can see the appellant team. Ms. Lambert's here. Thank you. Ms. Bird's here. Thank you. Thank you. And Tanya Kirk is here. Thank you. Can I, before we start, are there any matters of procedure that the advocates wish to bring to my attention?
Not from the council, sir.
So just to check, if I may, without wanting to go into it, but whether you've received the Rule 6 parties request that you view the interior of DV House on your site visit.
I have received that. I was just going to raise that, Ms. Bird. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And is there anything from the appellant?
Good morning, sir. Just to update you, we anticipate Ms. Miles has drafted a response. I haven't looked at it yet, but we anticipate circulating, I hope, sometime today, the response to Councillor Pound. As you said, sir, statement was read in open inquiry, so it will go on inquiry document. So we anticipate later today. So just to update you on that. I don't know if you want our response to the request for the interior view of Mr. Dorrick's house.
I would like it. I don't know whether you've seen the request,
Yeah.
but you have seen the request.
Yes.
Well, can you give me your response, please?
Okay, absolutely, sir. If it's accompanied as part of accompanied site visit, we're not asking for you to go inside. We don't think particularly assist you, but we don't object to it as being incorporated into the accompanied site visit. So I hope that's helpful to you.
Thank you.
For you, sir.
Could I turn to I'll turn to Ms. Bird in terms of Ms. Bird. Can you just explain the reasons why you would like me to go into Pembrey Grange?
Yes, sir. So the question of the character of the heritage asset and the changes over time were discussed in the roundtable yesterday. Not just the interior, but mention was made of not just the exterior, but mention was made of the interior as well. The question of changes to the interior also appears in Mr. Hawkins' evidence. So we think that it would assist you in making your decision to look at as much of the interior as you think would be helpful.
Thank you. And just advise me of the practical aspect of that.
I might turn to Mr. Hood for that, if I may.
Thank you.
Oh, I think the garden of the property, because it's adjacent to the site, is already on the planned route. So it's a minor diversion. And if anyone needs the loo at that time, it might be convenient as well.
Okay, thank you. Does the council have a view?
So we think it's very sensible that you view the interior.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll proceed on that basis then. We will. Mr. Jones.
Sorry, sir. So we don't have any objection, but so just to be clear, we don't believe it's necessary. We don't believe that it goes to the issues that the expert gave evidence on. You've got his evidence. We'll deal with it in closing. But I'm just making just for sake of clarity, we don't think it's necessary or helpful to you, but we're not objecting to it.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Well, we will go there. Just a reminder on the site visit that there will be no discussion of the case on the site visit. I will probably ask for things to be pointed out to me, just for clarification. and invite people to point things out to me that have been referred to in evidence. But I'm not expecting any discussion of the case on site visit. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So this morning's session is on landscape, and I realise that the evidence that has been submitted by Mr. Gibbons and Ms. Kirk are cover both greenbelt and landscape. So today we're dealing with landscape. Next week we will come on to the greenbelt element. So today I just want to focus on landscape and on the refusal reason that deals with landscape. I think it's reason number 2, and we will go through that. I have circulated this morning an agenda, but as we found out with some of these round tables, we do move around a little bit as we go through them, and that's absolutely fine as long as we cover all the points that I need to hear. Can I just then take the names of the participants, please, for this morning's session, and I'll start with the council.
Good morning again, sir. Good morning, everybody. Mrs. Tanya Kirk is here to represent the council to give evidence on landscape matters. Mrs. James is here in case any matters overlap with planning, and Mrs. Salter is also here just in case there are any issues that overlap with heritage. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And for the appellant, please.
Good morning, sir. I'm here, the same capacity as before, Gregory Jones. To my left and to your right, Mr. Gibbons, who covers landscape and greenbelt, but we're doing landscape today, and you would have heard briefly from him yesterday. And also seated behind me is Miss Catherine Miles, Provision. She's here for any planning issues should they arise. So those are it's just the 3 of us. We anticipate this section of the appeal inquiry.
Thank you. And the Rule 6 party are present, but they've not submitted any evidence. Is that correct, Ms. Bird?
That is correct, sir, and we're not expecting to participate actively.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. We will we have all morning if we need it, so there's an opportunity to take a break mid-morning. If anybody feels that they need a break at any point, please just say. Nobody has as yet, actually, but if you do, please just say that you need a break, and we can take a break. Can I just then turn to the reasons for refusal, and I will deal with this in the same way as I dealt with yesterday's session, and I'm going to turn to the council, please, and there's just some clarification that I would like in relation to the reason for refusal. So if we look at the reason for refusal, it says that the proposed development of this greenfield site would result in significant harm to the landscape character of the locality. So I'd like to understand what is meant by the locality. The setting of the high wheeled area of outstanding natural beauty, and the character of the rural lanes. So we'll come on to high wheeled area of outstanding natural beauty, and we'll come on to the character of the rural lanes. So I take it that that reason means that there is the landscape character of the locality, the setting of the AONB, and the character of the rural lanes, those 3 distinct elements. And then it says it would also materially detract from the contribution that the important landscape approach makes to the locality. And the important landscape approach is set out in capital letters. So I for important, L for landscape, A for approach. So I'd like to understand that, please. And then there is the elements about contrary to policy, nationally and local policy and management plans. So can the council please just take me through that reason for refusal, please?
Good morning, sir. Yes,
Morning.
I can do. In terms of your first question, in my view, in terms of the locality, we're talking about significant harm to the site and the immediate surroundings of the site, the landscape that you would experience the site within. With regards to the setting to the OMB, I hope that that's fairly obvious for you
We'll
in
come on to
that
that,
it's
yes.
in national and local policy. The rural lanes is with regards to, in our view, in particular, Blackhurst Lane and the untracked element of Sandown Park, which I refer to in my brief as the avenue. I do this simply because there are many references to Sandown Park. It is a place, it is a road, and it is the track. So to distinguish the track element from the road element and the wider development, I've referred to it as the avenue. So those are what we consider to be the rural lanes in question. And then the important landscape approach is set out in policy, which is why the letters are capitalised. It relates to, I need to find the policy. Maybe my our planning witness can let you know a bit more about the policy, but that's why that's capitalised, because it relates specifically to a policy, and that's with regards to the Pembury Road to the south. It overlaps with the conservation area. I hope that clarifies this situation for you. If I just pass on to Antonia to let you know which policy it relates to, that would be helpful. Sorry, sir, I found it myself. It's policy EN 23.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kirk. Can I just then go back to just some questions here? So just the reason for refusal, the proposed development of the Greenfield site would result in significant harm to the landscape character of the locality. And then it says the setting of the high wheeled area of outstanding natural beauty. So is that significant harm to the setting of the high wheeled area of outstanding natural beauty?
So in my view, I think I take significant as set out in our methodology within the LVIA. I believe that there is significant harm to the character of the locality. In my view, there is harm to the setting of the AOMB, but that I haven't considered it to be significant in EIA terms. However, I'd like to point the inspector to local and national policy, which doesn't set out, use the word significant. It talks about conservation and enhancement. So the bar with respect to local policy with regards to this area, I would still consider that moderate harm, which is what I've assessed as the harm to the setting of the OMB, to be relevant to the case.
Okay, so just looking at the reason for refusal, if you look at the reason for refusal, it would appear on reading it that the significant harm in the first part of that reason for refusal refers to the landscape character of the locality, the setting of the high wheeled AOMB, and the character of the rural lanes. Because if you read it, it doesn't say moderate harm to the setting of the AOMB or the character of the rural lanes. It's significant harm, which significant harm to all three elements. Is that how you would read the reason for refusal? And was that how the council saw it when it made its decision?
I think for that second part of your question, I would have to refer to my colleague, Ms. James. I think in terms of the first part, there is a distinction between what is significant in planning terms, as in does it meet planning policy or not, and how far does it meet planning policy, versus when you're looking at an LVIA in accordance with our guidance set out in Glivia, and there's term significant with relation to EIA development. And I think it's probably for the council to say which one they were erring towards, and I'll look to my colleague for that, but that there is a distinction. And so from my perspective, I've looked at it in EIA terms, but then turn to the policy. So regardless of which form you choose, the proposals set out before you, in my opinion and the council's opinion, are contrary to local and national policy. And I think that's the key element of the reason for refusal. But I'll turn to Ms. James if that's acceptable to provide their point on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. James?
Thank you, sir. So when we, as Ms. Kirk's explained, we have to look at whether it meets the test within our policy to conserve and enhance the AONB. And, you know, in the round, we consider that there would be significant harm to all of those elements when we assessed it at the planning application stage. Thank you.
And the part about the important landscape approach, it is described differently, because it says that it would also materially detract from the contribution that the important landscape approach makes to the locality. So it doesn't refer to harm, it talks about a material detraction from that contribution. Will you just be able to just explain that a little bit in terms of the difference in why it's worded like that? Is that because of policy, or is that because of an assessment?
Sarah, if I may start, again, this kind of blurs between my area of expertise and Antonia's, so forgive me if I only turn to my own area of expertise. But I think Ms. James's view is set out within the delegated report, and that explains well why the important landscape approach is appropriate to be included within the reason for refusal. In my view, yes, there is a distinction to be made between the level of harm attributed to the site and the setting of the AONB and the important landscape approach, but that in policy that the measurement for that level of harm is different, and that's why it's differentiated. But again, I will turn to Antonia to clarify if that's acceptable.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. So the wording of policy EN 23, which relates to important landscape approaches, requires that proposals for affecting important landscape approaches to settlements will only be permitted, and this is where the wording comes in. The development would not materially detract from the contribution which that approach makes to the locality, hence the reason and the wording within the reason for refusal in that case.
Thank you, that's helpful, thank you. Can I turn to the appellant, please, and just on this reason for refusal, whether the appellant has comments on the particular points I've raised?
Yes, sir. If I go first, and then I think both Miss Miles and Mr. Gibbons will say it's been quite revealing what we've heard. So you will understand the duty on a local authority to give clear reasons. So that anyone who receives them should understand them. The reason, if we come to this reason, sir, it is quite, if you read the reason as we've read it, it alleges significant harm to three different factors. The landscape of the locality, not the site and the immediate surrounds the locality, and Mr. Gibbons will address you in due course on the correct approach to locality. Significant harm to the setting of the area of outstanding natural beauty. It's alleged to be significant harm, not moderate harm, not anything else. And then significant harm to rural lanes, which are not identified in the reason for refusal, named plural. In terms of the approach, the materially detract from the approach, which is a policy, you will see, sir, no the reason for refusal contains no specifics of how it is said that there is a materially detract from the approach, and whether that involves separate allegations of harm independent of the allegation of significant harm. So that is what we understand and what the wording, such as it is, of that reason for refusal actually says. So that's what we understand. If I could just ask then Mr. Gibbons then just to
So yes, hello sir. Just in terms firstly of the locality, the landscape character of the locality, it's important to understand that when we look at landscape character, we don't just look at the site and the area, even the area just within, say, the zone of visual influence of the site, but we look at the character of the landscape that surrounds the site. So in this case, it includes Sandown Park, picks up the A21. We've got Pembury Hospital to the east. We've got Pembury Road to the south. The locality includes all those areas, and those are the areas that you will see on your site, the work we do on site as well, sir.
Hello, sir. Just looking at the comment about the EIA, so that the development was screened out of EIA pre-application, so it is not an EIA application, and you'll find that screening decision, should you wish to read it, at CD 02.03. I just wanted to turn to the...
Sorry, just because on that point, we just raised that because we frankly don't understand Ms. Kirk's explanation of why suddenly, well, it was just, we didn't simply understand suggestions of significance being used in an EIA sense when this development is an EIA, and this is the first time it's been suggested there's any link to EIA in the reason for refusal. Significant harm means what it means in planning terms. Sorry, I interrupted this.
No, that's fine. Thank you. And as Mr. James and Mr. Gibbons have said, we read the reason for refusal as being significant harm to each of those three things listed in the first sentence. And you might think that the officer's report would then help to give us the interpretation of how the council reached that conclusion that there would be significant harm, but I don't think it does. I don't think it does support the reason for refusal that we saw. If you look at paragraph 10.45 of the officer's report, which is TD 0301, 10.45 talks about significant harm to the openness of the green belt, which we'll come on to next week.
Can I just, Ms. Miles, sorry, good topic. Can I just find that report, please?
Sure.
Sorry. Thank you. Could you just give me that reference again, please?
It's
CD 0301.
Thank
you. And the paragraph is 10.4.5.
10.45. So it's the sentence that refers to significant harm to the openness of the green belt.
Okay, I've got that, thank you.
Yeah, so if you just look at the second sentence, then it would also harm the landscape character of the locality in the setting of the A and B, not result in significant harm, just harm. And then if you look at paragraphs 10.69,
Yep.
there is then reference in that paragraph to significant harm viewed from Blackhurst Lane.
Yep.
There's reference to the height of buildings, although I note the absence of any reference to height in the reason for refusal. But then at the end of that sentence, at the end of that paragraph, it does then conclude that the significant harm to the landscape character of the locality. So within the officer's report, there seems to be some confusion as to the degree of harm that would be caused, and also the factors that have been taken into consideration by the officer, which I think we'll come on to when we get into the detail of the impact of the proposal.
Okay.
And I just also wanted to turn you to my planning proof of evidence. Which is CD, sorry, 1 second. CD 07.55. Oh, sorry, that's my rebuttal, as I've just been pointed out. Apologies. Can you help me? 0714, sorry, sir. And it's paragraph 3.19 of my planning proof. And that deals with policy EN 23, the important landscape approach.
Okay.
So I refer there to the fact there's no specific mention in the officer's report of policy EN 23. It features in the reasons for refusal. It's listed in the kind of relevant policy section, but in the body of the assessment, there, to my reading, there isn't an assessment of how the proposal is said to materially detract from the important landscape approach. But there are some references in the officer's report at para 10.79 and 10.80 to the designation. The officer reaches the conclusion, taking the wording from policy EN 23, that the proposal would materially detract from. And it appears to me that that conclusion has been based on the development's height, size, and external lighting. And I just ask you to bear in mind that it's an outline planning application. It's not in the reasons for refusal that the proposal materially detracts due to the height. And we'll come on to the discussion later this morning that Mr. Gibbons' conclusion, it's limited view, barely visible, which doesn't appear to have been taken into consideration, in my view, by the officer's assessment prior to the reasons for refusal.
Okay, thank you. Can I turn to the council on whether this is Ms. Kirk or Mrs. James who answers this, please? But if the council would like to respond.
Thank you, sir. So the first point that Ms. Miles took you to was paragraph 10.45, or hang on a second, was that yes, 10.45 of the officer's report in respect to the harm to the setting of the AONB. And I would just like to point to the fact that that section is within a section of the officer's report, which has a heading, whether the proposal constitutes sustainable development. So in that section of the report, it's not looking into detail about the landscape and AONB harm. That comes in at a later point within the officer's report. This one just sort of gives it gives an overview of all of the issues and sort of summarizes them, but does not go into a huge amount of detail. And it's covered in further detail in the relevant section on the impact on the AONB and the visual amenity. You'll then see at paragraph 10.66 of the officer's report, it talks about significant concerns, and this is what's been highlighted in the council's Sheila. It continues to say significant concerns about the potential impact on the landscape and settlement pattern if this site would be developed. There's further references throughout to, as Ms. Miles has pointed out, significant harm when viewed from Blackhurst Lane. There is references within the application, within the officer's report, to policy EN 23. And it sets out what policy EN 23 is not, as I'd read earlier, there's not a huge amount to it. It's a fairly small policy, and there's some preamble text which talks about why important landscapes are important. And as you'll see when you go out on our site visit, the Pembury Road is sort of a really key route into Tunbridge Wells. It has a high quality environment on either side of it, and it really does make you feel as if you're sort of in the countryside as you're coming through into Tunbridge Wells. I think it says here, so it gives the impression of the countryside extending well into the built-up area, and the first view of any town or village is important in forming an impression, particularly for visitors and tourists. Dominant new buildings are one type of development that is considered to detract from these approaches. And although we are fully aware that it is an outline application and the height is not fully agreed, the sort of the perimeter plans and the height plans that have been submitted do talk about potential for a 2 or 3 story building. And at the outline application, it was said that these would be up to a maximum of 15 metres high, which is what we took into consideration. We have then summarised at 10.80 of the officer's report that the proposed development, due to its height, size and external lighting, is likely to be visible from the important landscape approach, which is along Pembury Road, and would materially detract from the contribution that the important landscape approach currently makes to the locality. And at the moment you can get glimpses of dwellings, but when you've got something which is the sort of the size of what's been proposed here, it's a lot more dense in terms of development than any of the surrounding residential areas, that it's certainly going to be more noticeable, especially when in the winter, when the trees are not in leaf, and with external lighting. And at present, when you sort of look out and glance over the countryside, it does appear like as countryside. And I think you'll then see those the new buildings, particularly as we said in our proofs of evidence during the winter, will be more noticeable. And also the external lighting as well will be noticeable, which would, in our view, materially detract from the contribution that this important landscape approach currently makes, and show an encroachment from the town through this part of the countryside. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So just to be clear then, on the council's position on relation to that reason for refusal, significant harm should be applied to the setting of the high wheeled area of outstanding attributability and to the character of the rural lanes. That's the way it's meant to be read as a reason for refusal.
So as you heard from both Ms. James and from Mrs. Kirk, that's in terms of assessing the policy harm that the term significant harm has been used by the planning team. So I hope that both Mrs. Kirk and Ms. James have provided the clarification that you needed in relation to reason for refusal too, and that we can discuss the issues between the parties.
Okay.
Turn to the appellant, please.
It shouldn't be as complicated as it obviously is for the council to articulate between their team what their reason for refusal is. Reasons for refusal don't exist in different sort of dimensions. Reason for refusal is an allegation, as we have understood, and I think you've understood, an allegation that there will be significant harm to those identified, if I just use the word assets. And that's how we understand it. That's the only way it can be understood. It doesn't operate as a secret code on different levels, so that significant harm can actually mean moderate harm on a different level. The council's case is, as we understand it, there'll be significant harm, and you'll have to decide whether that's right or wrong when we go on to it. But it shouldn't be as difficult as it's obviously been for the council team to understand what that reason for refusal is. Yes, well.
I just wanted to say that the conversation about what you can see from Pembury Road, etc., we will respond to that obviously later. We don't accept Mr. James was saying, but we'll respond to that later. So,
So that will come on.
yes, we'll get to that, obviously.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, well, let's move on to our second point, which is I'd like to just understand what remains in dispute and whether there's been any change in what remains in dispute following a statement of common ground. And I'll probably turn to the council first and then come to the appellant.
Thank you, sir. I think in terms of what remains in dispute, there are in the statement of common ground, the reasons for dispute are set out. However, to my mind, some of these are more in-depth and larger reasons than others. Some points are clarified within the reasons for dispute as you can see them in front of you within the statement of common ground. So if we could, if you turn to that document, there are a number of points. I believe, do you have it in front of you or should I find the reference for you?
I have it, yes, I have it there, thank you.
Oh, good, thank you. So in terms of number one, the judgments of landscape sensitivity for the site, it is my view that that remains a key issue and one for discussion. In terms of the effects of the development on the character of the site and surrounding landscape, it transpires through the proof of evidence from both myself and Mr. Gibbons that there is a level of agreement on the effect of development on the character of the site specifically, and we'll come on to other areas of disagreement at construction, and that there is an agreement with regard to landscape effects that there is a significant adverse effect on the site, both at construction and residual effect. However, there is disagreement regarding the wider landscape and our views on what that contains. So, and there is disagreement on how much weight to be given to the effects measured within the site and out with the site. And in terms of point 3, the nature and extent of intervisibility with the proposed development, there are some subsequent points that talk to that. I think again we've reached an agreement at construction that there are significant effects on visual amenity with regards to what I term as the avenue, so then the untracked part of Sandown Park and Blackhurst Lane, although we are in dispute about residual effects from those two receptors. Then thereafter there's points 4 and continuing are detailed points about dispute between us in terms of specific visual receptors, and I think that neither party has really moved from those, although I would like for you to see that they're not what I would consider to be substantive differences of opinion. They're more nuanced, but still relevant when we look at the policy and the wording of the policy. And so that the other key area of dispute that I personally would like to discuss today is that the compatibility of the design. So point 15, the appellant considers that at the detailed design stage, there is no reason why the proposals would not be compatible with the character of buildings. And based on the indicative submission, the layout, scale, height and density, whereas we think that the layout, scale, height, density would be out of character with the surrounding low density residential development. And again, this relates specifically back to policy, which is why I'm keen to discuss it. And then I think some of the others, the last points, 17, 18 and 19 are things that we started to discuss, and I'm sure we will discuss later with regard to the harm to the important landscape approach and the level of harm to Sandown Park and Blackhurst Lane. So I think there are quite a lot of points there, but there are some points that are more that are larger in issue, and some that are contributing factors to some of the other points in my view. So I hope that's clear.
No, thank you, Mrs. Curtis. That's helpful. Thank you. Could I just now turn to the appellant and just can I understand from the appellant what their understanding is of terms of the matters in dispute? And it's very helpful for Ms. Kirk to highlight some of the ones that she thinks are more relevant to the inquiry than others, and you might wish to do the same.
So yes, turning first to the sort of visual amenity aspects of this, we are, I mean, obviously there will be some effects on the visual amenity of people in the landscape immediately around the site, but our position is that the overall visual effects on visual amenity are very small. We have, of course, looked at what I would consider to be a worst case scenario in that we don't have any detailed design proposals before us. So within our landscape visual impact assessments and the work that we've done, we consider sort of size, massing, etc. But there's no consideration of the architectural quality of the proposal. And I have raised in my evidence that, you know, obviously at the reserved matter stage, that in itself can be very relevant in that it provides mitigation through good quality design. I appreciate that it is outlined at this stage, which is why we've assessed it from the worst case scenario. As I said, you know, we accept that there is some adverse impact from Sandown Park, the track part of Sandown Park, and that there would be some adverse impact in the short term from Blackhurst Lane, but that would become mitigated as the planting of the proposed grows up. And clearly there will be some effects on the site in terms of landscape character, primarily in terms of land use, although that obviously has impacts and spins out a little bit. But there's a lot of the character elements of the site, such as the maturity of the trees and the vegetation that's surrounding the site, the enclosure that creates, etc., that is retained within the proposals. So it's not like some sort of carte blanche, you know, we're taking the entire character that's existing of the site and destroying it. It's a much more nuanced effect, but we are in agreement that there will be effects on the landscape character of the site. But again, that's very localized, and we say that the effect on wider landscape character of the locality, which is what the reason for refusal refers to, are very small. Sorry, I was remembering that there was a point on compatibility that Ms. Curtin mentioned, and yeah, absolutely, we'll have a discussion around that, because clearly our positions are quite different in terms of how we sort of approach the compatibility. And I think it strikes me, having looked through all this paperwork and obviously, you know, having read all this Ms. Kirk's evidence, that we effectively sort of have a fundamental difference in our approach to landscape impact assessment. Insofar as Ms. Kirk is very much reading all her evidence, focusing on the site and the effects of, you know, immediately adjacent to the site, whereas our approach is to look at character, as I set out in my evidence, look at the character, the overall landscape and the effects we have on that. And that fundamental difference then has an impact on the way one considers, you know, value and the effects on the site. You know, if you say, if you're focusing on the site, the effect on magnitudes of the site itself, if your judgments are all based on that, your judgments become more significant, whereas if you look at it in the round, in terms of the landscape character. So there is a fundamental difference there in our approach, which I think is leading to the differences that you see in our evidence. Yeah, the reason is about the locality, and also, sir, when we assess landscape character, we look at that wider. I mean, I could take you, I don't know if now is the right time, but if I was to take you to core document CD 0526, which is it's actually a fairly new document that came out after the application was submitted by the Landscape Institute on assessing landscape value outside national designations.
Just one moment. Just give me some moment.
The reverse.
0526.
If you go to page 12 of that document, effectively the top bullet point, one runs over from the previous page, but the top bullet point says when assessing landscape value of a site as part of a planning application or appeal, it is important to consider not only the site itself and its features, elements, characteristics, qualities, but also their relationship with and the role they play within the site's context. This is talking specifically about value, this document. So value is best appreciated at the scale at which the landscape is perceived. Rarely is this on a field-by-field basis. There is also, I won't read it all, but at page 45 of that document, under A5.1.7, there is reference there to growing consensus regarding the importance of looking at the role a site plays in the wider landscape and not limiting the assessment to the site itself. And it goes on at the bottom, say interactions between people and place are important in the perceptions of landscape, and people will perceive the site in a wider concept. I mean, perception, the perception aspect of this is very important as well.
Okay, thank you.
So if I may come back on that, please.
Yes, yes.
I think from my perspective, that was a slight deviation from your question with regards to our statements of disagreement, but that although I appreciate Mr. Gibbons's response, I think it would be good to talk specifically because we raised it in the reason for refusal about significance. And although he said that for his reasons, his professional reasons why he hasn't looked at the site, he did actually record within his documentation significant effects within the site, and I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Additionally, sorry, I do realise that you'd like to talk after me, Mr. Gibbons, but additionally, in regards to our methodology, I would just like to point out that yes, while we have looked at the site, and I do believe that the site is pertinent, because otherwise, the site selection process in planning would be foolish. I think the site is very important in landscape assessment, but I do look at the wider landscape, and I look at it, I think from my perspective, the comparison is between my view of the Pembury Capel forested plateau. So I look at the character area, and in my view, that is the representation of the wider landscape, as well as looking at the site itself. So I do take a broader view in my assessment, and I can take you to points in my assessment that do that. And I can also take you to points in Gliver, although I understand that myself and Mr. Gibbons do have a different approach in terms of how we look at landscape value, that having looked at Glivia, I'm very confident that our methodology is in accordance with Glivia, even though it comes from different angles. So that I think that while we could have a conversation about methodology and the way that we look at things, my personal view is that I would like to get to the crux of the issue for the reasons for a refusal. And I'm happy to take your view on that, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbons.
Can I just come back on that? I take great exception to the suggestion, and actually it was in Ms. Kirk's rebuttal as well. I take great exception to the suggestion that we don't consider the site. Absolutely, we consider the site. The site is part of the landscape. We look at the landscape in a context, of the whole context, including the site. So, we have absolutely considered the landscape. Ms. Kirk's suggestion then, and also in her rebuttal, where she refers to the word immaterial, we sort of said it's immaterial. It's like that's not the case at all. We're looking at the effects on the whole landscape. How does this element fit into the landscape, and how does it affect its character, rather than our focus being the effects on the site, which I say, reading Mrs. Kirk's documentation, there's constant references which seem to focus very much on the site. Anyway, I just want to make that point. We certainly consider the site in everything we do.
I just want to pick up two other points that were bad points made by Ms. Kirk. First of all, the reason for the refusal is significant harm to the locality, number one. And secondly, we do say that Ms. Kirk's position doesn't accord with Glivia. You will have to decide whether we're right or wrong, but we don't accept the plea that Ms. Kirk makes is to sidestep compliance with Clivia and look at other issues. We're very happy to look at the reason for refusal, but we say Clivia is relevant in your approach. You're not bound by any guidance, but this is the Institute's guidance. We believe that Ms. Kirk's takes her approach isn't in accordance, and indeed not in accordance. We're appearing at the EIP, not in accordance with the evidence she's giving there, in favour of the two major allocations, which take up areas of outstanding natural beauty in Greenbelt, where she's taken a different approach. But we do say Clivia is relevant, and we'd ask you to take it into account.
Thank you. Ms. Kirk, would you like to come back?
Yes, please, sir. I fully endorse the fact that Clivia is relevant, and I'm more than happy to talk to the pages of Clivia that are pertinent to my methodology. I'm completely confident in our methodology. It's been tested through numerous public inquiries. So if you think it is a valuable use of your time, I'm more than happy to do so. I feel that because time is pressing, I would like to talk more about the site. That was my point, not that I'm unhappy to talk about my own methodology.
Thank you. I'll hear from the appellant, and then we'll move on to start to look at some elements. If the appellant's team want to make any final comments on that point.
We make the point we believe Clivia is important. You've got the factual evidence, and we are very keen that you stick with the reason for refusal, which is significant harm to the locality and not the site, sir. So we're happy with that. We're not happy that under arguments that of time, that Clivia, be ignored. There are fundamental differences of approach, and we believe, for the reason we said, and Mr. Gibbons' approach has also been upheld at numerous inquiries in which I've been at. But if there are differences, so we say, if you think they're relevant, they need to be explored.
Okay.
Sir, if I may, please could I, in terms of helping you out with respect to Clivia, if I could just provide you with some paragraph references, so that whether or not you wish to discuss this, then you can look at it at your leisure and form your own opinions.
Okay.
So I believe Clivia is one of the core documents. So the information should be available to you. The paragraphs on landscape receptors are between paragraphs 5.27 and 5.33. And 5.29 I also consider to be important. In terms of landscape designations, there's also reference at 5.25 on page 83. Landscape receptors is page 85, that's the 5.27, page 84 and 85 of Clivia. To my mind, my methodology looks at the range of factors that they've discussed and looks at the character and does look at the wider landscape. And then again, at page 89 of Clivia, paragraph, oh no, it's 88, sorry, but it goes on to 89. Para 5.40 looks at susceptibility to change and the geographical extent of landscape effects is covered on pages 90 and 91. So that it says it's under size or scale. And then there's a summary of advice with bullet points given at page 93. And again, I'm happy to go through the points that I feel are pertinent and those, or leave that with you there, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Jones or Mr. Gibbons?
I'll let Mr. Gibbons.
So while we're pinging numbers around from Olivia, as we're now calling it, paragraph 5.34 and 5.40, I make reference to it. If you look at page 12 of my rebuttal, that would be probably the easiest thing, because I've made the references in there, and in terms of sort of selection of landscape receptors. I am uncomfortable with Ms. Kirk's choice and approach to choosing landscape receptors. I think they're completely wrong, and they lead to a sort of double accounting. I've set that out in my evidence. You have all that before you. So I'm, happy to not get drawn into a well in that respect. On susceptibility again, if you look at page 15 of my rebuttal, you will see I've set out that, in my view, Ms. Kirk has completely misunderstood, the concept of susceptibility. And actually what she said in her proof is actually 180 degrees from what it should be in terms of the way susceptibility is considered. And I've given a couple of examples there, one with respect to an example that's in our methodology of our landscape and visual impact assessment, but also an example with respect to tranquility. Again, it's in my evidence, and you can absorb it. I can give the examples again now, should you want to. But I think it's about to get drawn into this conversation. Yeah. I mean, these are important points. The complete misunderstanding of susceptibility obviously impacts, value. To get to sensitivity, we look at value and susceptibility. If we're making the wrong judgment or the approach to susceptibility, it impacts how you get to sensitivity. It's a process, obviously, that we do when we go through landscape and visual impact assessment, and it's important that we get it right. And I think that the choice of receptors, there's within Ms. Kirk's evidence, there's references to different bits of things that make up the landscape, but there's no sort of coherent look at what we consider to be landscape receptors and an overall judgment on landscape character. It's more tangled in terms of the way it's looked at than that. I mean, GLVIA3, to my huge disappointment, is quite unspecific in places, and people, I've come across this before, people take different approaches to how they interpret the document, and obviously, this is one of the fundamental issues that sits between myself and Ms. Kirk. Yeah, and I strongly say that the approach we take is, as Ms. Kirk says, hers has been tested, ours has been tested through numerous public inquiries, etc. And I strongly believe the approach I take is correct. It doesn't create any double accounting. Looking at different areas that overlap and calling them all the same separate receptors is I've not come across that before. I have come across people trying to say, look at a character area and say we have a small effect on a character area, and therefore, this development is not having a significant effect. I've seen that before, but I certainly haven't seen this sort of approach where you're taking the setting of the end of Sandown Park and taking that as one receptor, the setting of the AONB, and taking that as another receptor. They're kind of all layering up on top of the site as another receptor, the P for the character area, but she hasn't looked at the whole character area. She's looked at just a bit of the character area, which effectively is covering the same ground. Again, I've set it out in my evidence. I do not believe that is an appropriate way that landscape receptors should be looked at. Not in accordance. And I say not in accordance with GLVI3, but it's, as I said, the document is not as clear as I would like it to be.
So
Okay.
if you don't mind, I do feel like I need to come back on that.
I'm happy for you to come back, but I will need I want to then move on and I'll start picking up some of the issues as
Yes,
we go through,
please.
rather than spending all morning dealing with the methodology, as important as it is. But I'd like to move on. But I'm happy to you to come back with it. As is the case with the procedure, I will give last word on this to the appellant because it's their appeal.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Susceptibility to change. I think I've given you the reference to it within Clivia. I'll read out the paragraph 5.40. Susceptibility to change. This means the ability of the landscape receptor, whether it be the overall character or quality condition of a particular landscape type or area, or an individual element and or feature, or a particular aesthetic and perceptual aspect, to accommodate the proposed development without undue consequences for the maintenance of the baseline situation and or the achievement of landscape planning policies and strategies. I think there's the point that Mr. Gibbons makes in his proof is with respect to one paragraph of my proof, but I would like you to also take into consideration the wider methodology that I've used, which is an appendices in my submitted LVA. I am happy that my interpretation of susceptibility to change is sound, and with regards to the double counting, I do look at individual receptors, but I do not aggregate them or accumulate them in any way, and it is not my intention for you to read them as an aggregation. I am basically looking at things that I think would be changed by the proposed development and providing you with my professional opinion on what that change, what that scale and nature of change is likely to be, and what the residual effect would be. And because we're looking at policy and you're looking at policy, I believe that the site is material. I believe that the setting to the AONB is material. I believe that looking at the settlement edge is material because it responds to local policy. And I think that looking at the wider landscape in terms of the character area and the sensitivity study that was done is material. I'm not intending for you to add them up together. I'm expecting those to give you advice from my perspective on what the effects on those separate items would be. So they do overlap, but they are relating to different aspects of how people would perceive the character of the site. They're not intended to be aggregated. So thank you for letting me clarify that. That's much appreciated, sir.
Thank you. Does the appellant wish to respond?
Yes, really just to say that I'm glad we've clarified that it's not some sort of an aggregation of these effects. I still maintain I do not think that these areas that Ms. Kirk has chosen are landscape receptors as such. She has made reference in her discussions to various elements, but I mean, it's as important often to consider what is not present in the landscape as what is present in the landscape in terms of considering, for instance, value and sensitivity. I think that is something that is missing from Ms. Kirk's evidence. I think the issue of geographical extent is being, what I read in her evidence is misunderstood, because what is the geographical extent of this development, of the impact of this development? It's extremely small. That's what geographical extent is wanting us to look at. It's not saying in the paragraph she quotes within her documentation that just because it's small, it's a high impact. It's saying when we're considering the effects, we consider, as amongst other things, geographical effects. Is there an effect across a wide area, a huge area of the landscape, or is it very small? It's part of the consideration. So I think we need to be clear on what these things are referring to. I'm very, I'm absolutely convinced that the approach we take is the right one and is clarified by the quotes that I've given you in my rebuttal, and that I will leave it to you to take your judgments on that.
Thank you. Can we go to my third bullet point, which is the landscape character of the site itself and any harm that would result? I realise that we've been discussing some of the context around this in relation to the methodology. But can I just start with the council, please, and just explain the council's concerns and the harm which they're now saying would be, well, not that it is significant harm that would result. Can you just explain that, please, and then I'll invite the appellant to respond.
Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you, sir. The joys of being online. So, to our mind, the site is part of a high value landscape. So we've gone through looking at landscape sensitivity, and before you in the CD references is the SPD put together by Tunbridge Wells Borough Council, which deals with the landscape character assessment. And there is a landscape sensitivity study which covers a wider parcel than the site, but does cover the site. In terms of the key qualities set out within the character area, it's my view, and I've set this out in my appendix 1 of my brief at paras 4.1.5 on page 8 of the LVA, that there are key qualities set out within the character assessment that the site has. That the site is adjacent to the high wheeled AONB, and it contains some of the key qualities that you would expect to find in the high wheeled as well. There's no clear defined, the edge to the AONB is recorded on a map, but in perceptual terms, it doesn't just stop at Blackhurst Lane to the north of the site. The site is complementary. In terms of the landscape sensitivity assessment, which I look at paras 4.35 and 4.310 in page 13 of my LVA. And it's also a core document in its own right, the sensitivity assessment. It comes out with a medium-high sensitivity to small-scale development and a high sensitivity to medium-scale development. Both myself and the Landscape and Biodiversity Officer at Tunbridge Wells Borough Council come to the conclusion that this development set before you is a medium-scale development. There's specific reference to care homes in it and specific reference to story heights, which we feel is in common with the proposal set out within the site. So in our view, and in my view in particular, the site is therefore, there is a high sensitivity to development of this type of development within the site. When you look at the site itself, and we'll see this on Monday when we go to visit the site. The site itself represents a high quality and picturesque landscape. It's not got any, the quality of the features are intact. It's got a high scenic quality, and the experience of being within the site and walking through the site is pleasant and enjoyable. So my conclusion with regards to that is that the site has a high landscape value, and it also has a high susceptibility to change. We've talked a little bit about susceptibility already, but in my view, and this is again where we differ in opinion, but in my view, the site is rural in character. As soon as you step off the tarmac element of Sandown Park, you go through two copses onto the tracked element of the park, which I term as the avenue, and you have the feeling of leaving the settlement and walking into the countryside. This is corroborated by the limits to built development set out within the local plan. And my view is that the site feels rural in character. So if you have a site that has a high value and a rural character, which has no real visual relationship or physical because of the intervening woodland relationship with the urban form next door to it, that there is a high susceptibility to change, because any change within the site would of the type of development proposed would notably change it from its baseline condition, which from my perspective is countryside. So I therefore come out with a substantial adverse effect of the development on the character of the site by virtue of the proposed development. And to my mind, the mitigation measures that were set out within the submission, and we're bearing in mind that this is a reserve matters. There's a lot of talk about what can and can't be considered within the reserve matters, but we were looking at the application documents before you, as you are, that the mitigation measures would not change the fact that there would be a material departure with regards to the baseline character of the site, and that the scale and the appearance of the proposed development would cause adverse effects at a site level. I think we then go on to talk about the wider landscape, and I do feel that that's important to consider, but your question was specifically relating to the site, so I've focused my answer on that, sir.
Thank you. Yes, I'm just going to concentrate on the site. My question was about the site. Can I turn to Mr. Gibbons, please?
Certainly, sir. I think to assist, it's worth understanding that at numerous places within my evidence, it's inevitable that a proposal of the nature we're dealing with will have effects on the site. We've accepted that at numerous places within the evidence I put forward. There was a lot of information in what Ms. Kirk was just saying. I'll try and touch on a few things if I may. Firstly, the sensitivity assessment. Again, it's covered in my evidence. It has a specific, the sensitivity assessment has a specific clause within it that says that this is not something that's considered at a site basis, and it makes the point that it covers a wider area rather than a site-specific thing. The level of sensitivity, my reading of the sensitivity assessment, the level of sensitivity that's been applied in there is very much based on the effects adjacent to the Pembury Road, where it talks about the sensitivity on the gap, and it talks about the sensitivity of the views, and so I think that the sensitivity assessment in terms of its applicability to our site is a poor document to use. And it's in its own words, it says, you know, this is not a document that's applicable at a site level. So I think a reliance on the sensitivity assessment is inappropriate. And I've set that out, I think, clearly in my evidence. I'm listening to the experience of being within the site. The site is, as I've said, there will be inevitably some effects on the site itself. I think I referred earlier to some of the characteristics of the site that will, you know, we're not having an effect on all those characteristics. The trees, the maturity of the site, etc., would remain, but we do accept that there would be some effects on the site. But I would say so that you cannot separate the site from its context. And the context is, you know, Ms. Kirk saying the site is rural. As you'll be aware, I'd say the site is peri-urban or rural fringe. The presence of what's around the site impacts very much on one's perception of the site in terms of, you know, Sandown Park and the A21, even the hospital a bit further away. In terms of value, you know, this is not, we say in terms of our methodology, etc., highly valued landscape. It has some elements of value, and I know Ms. Kirk's evidence said some. It has obviously mature trees, it has ancient woodland, we've spoken about that yesterday, both of which contribute to the scenic quality of the site. It has this building at Pembury Grange, which is largely screened from the site. So it has elements of value, but it's not a designated landscape, it's not designated locally, it's not part of a registered park and garden. It's not in the Kent Compendium of Parks and Gardens. There's no ecological designations such as SSSIs, etc., etc. There's no long views or key viewpoints to the AONB. You know, when we're looking at value of the site, we're looking at it. You know, what is the value of this landscape? What is the value of the site in terms of all these things that we consider in the round? So we are in agreement that the site. I certainly say all landscapes have value, and in this case, I say it's a locally valued landscape. But what it's not a district or regionally valued landscape. It's not a nationally valued landscape, etc. Which is why we make the judgment of medium sensitivity when we're looking at value and susceptibility to medium sensitivity in our assessments. Sorry, if I could just touch on one other, just looking back again at the notes, as I said, there's a lot that Ms. Kirk said, but again, looking at the site purely in its own context, it has no relationship to the surrounding landscape if one looks at it in those terms. And whilst we accept there are some effects on the site, the integration of the site with its surrounding landscape is key. It's key within GLVIA 3. The compatibility of the site and the integration and compatibility are key to the way one looks at the site and the effects that it has on landscape character.
What do you mean by
that? What do I mean by? Sorry, I just got asked the question then. If I can expand on that slightly, how does a proposal integrate with what's around it? What impact does it have on landscape? It's, as an example, a green field in the middle of nowhere in the countryside, putting a housing development in it would have a much greater effect than putting a housing development on a field adjacent to an existing housing development on the edge of a built-up area. So it's a slightly crude example, but it gives you a sense of, the important, how compatible is it with what's around it, etc., is part of the assessment process, and how it integrates. And compatible, it means exactly that, compatible. It doesn't mean comparable. It doesn't mean it has to be the same as. I suspect we'll get into it later, but the issue of, in fact, Ms. Kirk mentioned it earlier, wanting to talk about compatibility. There are examples throughout our landscapes of compatibility, and it's critical to consider that.
And so if I can just add 2 points. One, it was mentioned that the site is outside the limits to built development. That's correct, it is. But it is agreed with the council that in the planning brief of Antonia and myself, that limited weight should be attached to the LBD1 policy, and that's been established at appeal, and I will come on to that, I'm sure, next week. But this council has accepted, and that policy is from 2006, and this council has accepted that the limits to built development around Tunbridge Wells and the other main settlements and villages within the borough have to be amended in order to accommodate the housing need, which we'll discuss next week. So that was just one point I wanted to make. The other was just a mention of reserved matters. And Ms. Kirk said that, well, these are the details that are before us. I just wanted to point out, sir, that we've got a condition that we'll come on to talk about, I'm sure, condition 3, that does list some parameter plans. But I'll just ask you to note that neither the council nor ourselves have suggested that the building heights parameter plan be conditioned. We have suggested that there is a additional condition that might come forward. We've suggested that in the rebuttal in relation to building heights, and that links directly to the conversation I'm sure we'll come on to about the photo wires that have been submitted. But so I just wanted to draw your attention to also the design and access statement that was submitted with the planning application, and I can give you the CD references for those, which is CD 02.04, and they're in 2 parts, A and B. I'm sure you will if you haven't already, but just to look through that document. But I just wanted to talk.
It's got it.
Sorry?
Make sure it's got it.
Have you got that document, sir?
So you're on mute, just so you know.
Thank you. So yes, I wasn't sorry, Miss Miles. I thought you were giving me that reference to look at. Not at this time, but if you want me to look at this now, I will.
No, so I was yes, giving you the reference, and I just wanted to point out a couple of pages. We don't need to spend time on now, but just to point out a couple of aspects. So chapter 8, which talks about vision and principles.
Okay.
And then section 10 that refers to the illustrative master plan. And those sections, I just draw your attention to those, sir, because I think they're key in indicating how we envisage that the development of the site could come forward, and why we consider that the scheme is illustratively shown here. And there's a lot of background work that went into this. We've worked with the intended operator, Audley. We've looked at schemes that they have. We've looked at the character and the context of the site, and all of that is explained in the sort of preamble to this illustrative master plan section. The point of this, sir, is that the scheme as presented is shown as an up to 108 dwellings. So it is an illustrative scheme. If the council doesn't like what it sees before it at reserve matter stage, it's within the gift of the council to refuse it. If at reserve matter stage we're not able to demonstrate that 108 units, if it's 100, whatever, there's flexibility within the description of development to allow for a reduction, and the conditions give scope to refuse any aspect of a future reserve matter scheme that's not considered to be acceptable. But we say that the scheme that's in this stats is acceptable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I move on to look at the landscape of the, because we are moving, we've referred to the site and asked Ms. Kirk to just restrict her comments to the site at this stage, but can I then just look at the wider locality, and can I understand what is meant by that wider locality? I know some reference has been given to it here earlier, but I'd just like to be clear about that in respect of what was meant by locality in the reason for refusal. How far are we going? How is that defined? And then I'd like to look at the impact of the proposal on that wider locality. So I'll start with Ms. Kirk, please. Mrs.
Thank you,
Kirk,
sir. That's okay. I'll answer to both. Thank you. It's confusing. So I think from the council's perspective, the harm is about how the development would be felt in landscape character terms. But what I've looked at in terms of the wider locality is I've looked at that wider landscape sensitivity area and the character assessment that surrounds the area, as well as the setting to Tunbridge Wells at Sandown Park. I mean, I think it's agreed between the parties that there's a ZVI that you've been provided with, which shows the limits of visibility, and there is an agreement that because the part of the characteristic of the High Weald, and in particular this part of the High Weald, that it's wooded. So to my mind, the locality is, as it is suggested, local, and that we're not looking at the wider High Weald or the rest of Tunbridge Wells. We're looking at this particular location and how it would be felt at this point. So to my mind, locality is, it's in the environs of the site, and to me, and in my opinion, the site is a critical part of that. But we have looked at the wider sensitivity area and the wider landscape character area as part of that. But it's your experience of the landscape, and that is localized, hence the term locality from my point of view. In terms of whether or not the site should be considered, I think there's quite a lot of evidence, both in Clivia and in local policy that that's relevant, and that the argument that you should only look at the wider landscape or how it's sat within the wider landscape, while I feel like it should be considered, it's part of that effect, rather than being the center point of focus. In terms of some of the, and so what we've done is we've looked at that wider effect, and my evidence has been given with regards to the Pembury Capel forested plateau area. So that's where we've looked at that wider view, and I can take you through the results of that. I think in terms of the guidance set out with Clivia, if you look at paragraph 5.50, it talks about the geographical effect over which the landscape effects will be felt. There may, for example, be moderate loss of landscape elements over a large geographical area, or a major addition affecting a very localized area. And it's the latter that, to my mind, this development in this particular location is about. That's the crux of the issue for me. In order to come back on some of the points raised, the site was designated locally, but as I'm sure you're aware, local designations went out of fashion for a while, and this is also covered in Clivia. It says across England, local landscape designations have been inconsistently applied. Therefore, the absence of local landscape designations in England does not necessarily indicate that there are no landscapes worthy of local designation. So this was a locally designated landscape. It is no longer, it's no longer reflected in policy, but that doesn't change the quality of the landscape that we're looking at. And then I think in terms of, I mean, we can come back on the conditions point, but that's set out within my rebuttal, so I don't think I need to go to it. And I just, if you've got any other questions regarding that approach, then please do let me know. Sorry, Sarah, I can't hear you.
Sorry. Just going back to the reasons for refusal, Mrs. Kirk, you said the proposed development of this greenfield site would result in significant harm to the landscape character of the locality. So is there a plan which shows the locality in terms of how you would define it relating to that reason for refusal? Because it's distinct from the AONB, and it's distinct from the rural lanes, and it's distinct from the important landscape approach in the reason for refusal.
Yes, sir. I find, so to my mind, I suppose you could draw it on a plan, but it's like saying, could you draw where you define setting as? A landscape is, it doesn't fit within lines on a plan. It's about your experience, and it's about how it fits in with character, and it's about the effects of a specific development on a specific place. You know, there might be a certain type of development where the locality would be different to the development that we're looking at here.
Okay. So in this,
but in my
for this development, then just describe to me where you think the locality in respect of that first part of the refusal is. In
terms of the significant effects, I think my view aligns with the kind of scope that's set out in the ZVI, in that the character of the locality would be affected is that within 500 meters of the site. So if you're looking at a very broad brush approach at it, but again, I would urge the inspector to think about, you know, exactly what the effects are going to be and where they're going to be experienced. And to my mind, the site is very much a part of that.
So 500 meters of the site, so that would include extending into the AONB, and also include extending down to, would it, down to Pembury Road?
Yes, because these are areas where you experience, landscape and visibility are very separate, but there are interlinked, and you experience the site on your approaches in from the bridge over the A21, from Sandown Park as you come along the untracked element of it, from Blackhurst Lane and from Pembury Road. So the extent to which the site will affect both visually but also your appreciation of character is incorporates those areas, in my view.
In terms of the reason for refusal, they're already, some of those already defined, aren't they? Pembury Road is already defined because it's an important landscape approach, which you've referred to. So is there a specific, there's not a specific definition of locality in respect of that reason for refusal. You think it's around about 500 meters, which will include some of the other elements that are referred to within the reason for refusal.
Yes, sir. I mean, I think just that from my perspective, and again, I didn't write the reason for refusal myself, so I must hold my hands up to that, is that, when you're looking at character and landscape character, it's not about drawing a line on a page. It's about describing and looking at how it fits in with that wider setting. But also I'd take you back to the policies that this is being judged against, and it's talking about conservation and enhancement of areas, and all of the countries, there's countryside policies that are protected in their own right. So again, I'd take you to Ms. James on actual policy definition, but to limit yourself to an idea of where the locality is rather than what is actually the effects of the development, I don't see that that's an approach that should be taken. But from my point of view, yes, I think those wider viewpoints that I've suggested are where I would say that those are the key areas that would be affected. That sweep of landscape between the two, the AONB to the north of Blackhurst Lane and to the south of Pembury Road. That's the sweep of landscape that I anticipate would be the most affected by the development.
Okay, thank you. Can I turn to the appellant, please?
Certainly. So just to reel back just a little bit, again, we covered a few points there. Ms. Kirk again implied that we don't consider the site in our assessments. I take objection to that. The site is, of course, relevant to landscape character and assessments, and hopefully we won't need to touch on that again. She then made reference to the Pembury Capel character area in her considerations, and obviously this site falls within that character area. But again, as I've set out numerous points in my evidence, a lot of the key characteristics of that character area referenced in the text are to what they call the heart of the character area, which is some distance. If you look at the character area plan and document, is some distance to the east of the A21, so, a long way from where we are currently looking at. In terms of local landscape designations, yes, they have been dropped sort of generally, I suppose, by a number of authorities. And again, I think the documentation makes the point that some local landscape character designations that previously existed had very little sort of evidence base behind them. And that's one of the reasons why they have been dropped in some cases. In this particular scenario, of course, I say this is a peri-urban landscape. We are between the A21, which is a major road, and the urban area. And I'd also point out that the council in their local plan, which is coming forward at the moment, there's no suggestion of a local landscape designation being applied to this area. Just checking my notes here. In terms of the locality, sorry, which was your original question, I think the the area we're looking at, the 500 metres that got suggested is about right. It covers the urban area, the suburban area of Sandown Park. It goes down as far as the Pembury Road. There's no visibility, no potential visibility. I mean, I say there's very minimal visibility from Pembury Road whatsoever. We'll get to that. But there's certainly nothing from the south of the Pembury Road because of the ridge line and the vegetation. But it's also Pembury Road runs along the ridge line. It goes across, obviously the A21 is very much within its locality. And then to the east of the A21, you've got a sort of urban edge area associated with the hotel and the Tunbridge Road. So it covers all of those areas in terms of what the locality is.
Referring to that plan.
The walking, in some respects, the walking route, the suggested walking route plan is perhaps a good plan to look at. It gives you a sort of sense, and there is a 500 metre circle on that actually, which is a useful thing, pointer, I suppose. And of course, the fact that we've between us ended up choosing a walking route around that area in itself is sort of indicative of where the locality is, I guess, to allow you to see the site within its locality.
Thank you.
So I do apologise. I've been reliably informed by my colleagues that the term locality is picked up from policy EN 25, which states outside the limits to built development as defined on the proposals maps, all proposals for development were required to satisfy all of the following criteria. And then criteria 1, the proposal would have a minimal impact on the landscape character of the locality. So it seems that the text referring to locality is in direct relation to policy. But that I agree that with what Mr. Gibbons is suggesting, and that our walking route is probably a good place to draw common ground with regards to that approach.
But so just to add to Mrs. Kirk's point there, also the supporting text of policy EN 25, paragraph 4.171 discusses the key components contributing to local landscape character being undertaken from the landscape character area assessment. So that goes back to Mrs. Kirk's point about the landscape character assessment with regard to locality.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
It is not explicit.
Yeah, you can say that. I wouldn't go to the.
What?
Sorry, sir. Just to add that landscape character assessment is 2001, and that was just referred to, and the policy EN 25 that was just referred to is in the 2006 local plan.
Yeah, so that's all correct, but it must be right that landscape character assessments move on; they're not stuck in time. But we can discuss that when we discuss policies next week.
Thank you.
That's our.
I do apologise. Would it be possible to request a short comfort break soon?
Yes, I was just going to come to that, Mrs.
Thank you.
I'm pleased you raised it. I was just looking for the appropriate time to do it, and I think we should do it now.
So I'm just going to say something, but I'll save it till afterwards. Let you go.
Okay, we'll take a 15-minute break, and return at 5 to 12. We'll then pick up anything else on locality and harm to locality, and then we'll move on to AOMB, and then the other elements of on my agenda. We're looking at Pembury Road and the lanes. Okay, so we'll take a 15-minute break and come back at 5 to 12. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
My case officer pointed out that I may not have picked up some hands that have been raised during the session. If that is the case, I apologise. I think what's happening is that I'm reducing the size of my Zoom screen whilst I'm looking at other documents, and it isn't as I'm more familiar with the Teams setup, and I may have missed some hands raised. So I will try to avoid that. If I am ignoring your hands raised, then please, I wouldn't say shout, but please just let me know if that is the case. So I apologise. Thank you. Can we go back to where we were then in terms of locality? And I'd just invite the parties just to add anything that they may wish to in terms of the locality and harm to locality that would result from this development, or could result from this development, before we move on and look at those other individual elements. Can I just start with the council? Just go back to Mrs. Kirk, please.
Thank you, sir. I believe I've made my points with respect to the locality, but I did want to pick up on a comment that had come through earlier about the sensitivity assessment, because I think that from our point of view and from our discussion about where the locality is, I think that is valid, and there was a point mooted that the sensitivity assessment there was a reliance on it that was inappropriate, and I'd just like to point you to the Hawkhurst Golf Club appeal, which is CD reference 0608, where the inspector used and agreed with the findings of the sensitivity assessment. It's the council's view that it's material for this case, and that we agree with the findings of it. In terms of the effects on the locality, I think we've been clear that we believe that the proposed development would have significant effects on the site and would affect the locality of the area. I think in terms of visibility, I think I'll wait for our discussion on rural lanes, but there are things to be said about visibility as well. And I won't talk about the setting to the AONB because I know you want to get onto that next, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kirk. And Mr. Gibbons?
Just to make one point really on that sensitivity assessment. So the Hawkhurst appeal on that site is a completely different site. And obviously the sensitivity assessments are very site specific. So I think it has little relevance in some respects in terms of what the inspector said about that particular sensitivity on that particular site. We're dealing with the matters that are before us, and the sensitivity assessment the council have done that is before us, and that was my comment about the way that sensitivity assessment of area PE4, the focus, as I've set out again in my evidence, on the character relative to the Pembury Road. So that's the point I wanted to make there. So
Thank you.
Did you have a point?
Yeah, there was just a comment just before the break. We were talking about policy EN25, which is the safe policy of the 2006 local plan. And I think Tanya Kirk read out from criteria 1 of that policy that the proposal would have, the requirement of the policy is that the proposal would have a minimal impact on landscape character of the locality. And I just wanted to point out, sir, that to my mind, that acknowledges that proposals which have a minimal impact on the landscape character of the locality can still be approved. the difference here is of the degree of impact. We say it's minimal. The council say in their reason for refusal it's significant. So that's the difference between us. And I just wanted to draw you to my planning proof of evidence, which was paragraph 320.
Okay.
Did you need the CD reference or CD
yes, please.
07.14 and paragraph 320? And I say in conclusion that I consider that the proposal is actually in accordance with the various criteria of that policy. Okay.
I may have just missed you there, so it might be my internet connection. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so you're taking me to 320 of your proof.
Sure. So it was just the conclusion of that paragraph. I say second and third line, I say that the proposal, in my opinion, satisfies the criteria of that policy, i.e. in the one of relevance now, I say that this proposal does have a minimal impact on the landscape character of the locality. So it's in accordance with that criteria of the policy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Can we turn to the high-wheeled AOMB, please? And I'll go back to Mrs. Kirk. And can you explain the harm that the council considers would relate to the character of the high-wheeled AOMB, please?
Certainly, sir. Thank you. I think that the starting point for me is that both Mr. Gibbons and myself have referenced, he in his proof and in my rebuttal at 3.16, the MPPG paragraph 042, where you're looking at setting, and it says there's an extract saying long views from or to the designated landscape are identified as important, and then it goes on to say, or where the landscape character of land within and adjoining the designated area is complementary. So to my mind, the landscape character of the site and the land adjoining the designated area is complementary to the character of the AOMB. The same is true for the land to the south of the site and north of Pembury Road. Pembury Road and Blackhurst Lane form the boundary to the AOMB, and the footbridge over the A21 is within the AOMB. And from these, one can see the site and or perceive the land beyond that which is the AOMB. The AOMB boundaries, whilst they're clear on plan view, are not marked on the ground, and there's no discernible, in my professional opinion, there's no discernible change in landscape quality. Therefore, the site and the wider area between Blackhurst Lane and Pembury Road form a countryside connection between two parts of the AOMB. So part of our evidence is talking about the harm that would happen to that connection. In other terms, so in another way of explaining it is that the site fills part of a gap in the designated area with a landscape that has AOMB qualities. The open and rural nature of the site adds to the experience of leaving the settlement and entering a landscape of high quality, which is that's the description of an area of outstanding natural beauty. The consistency in character and the quality between the site and the AOMB is complementary. The proposed development, in my view, would sever this connection and would permanently alter the experience of the site and the current association with the AOMB. To this, we've attributed harm to the setting of the AOMB. Sorry, Sarah, are you?
I'm sorry, I just muted myself. Thank you, Mrs. Kirk. Can we ask Mr. Gibbons to respond, please? And same question, and then we can have a discussion.
So the harm to the AOMB, we say, is very small indeed. I think Ms. Kirk is forgetting that this land is not within the AONB, and I cannot find anywhere in her evidence, or in any of her documents, where she clearly defines what the effects on the AONB are. So she talks about this landscape connection. The AONB to the north of Blackhurst Lane is heavily wooded. It has a consistency with the AONB to the east of the A21. It doesn't have, the site sits within a landscape to the south of that is a slightly different character. I have acknowledged in my evidence that the character of the site is not dissimilar to the character to the south of the Pembury Road. But in terms of the impacts on the AONB and the effects on the setting of the AONB, I say our proposals have very minimal impact indeed. And if I can take you to paragraph 176 of the NPPM, the end of that document says the scale and extent of development with all these within these designated areas should be limited. And again, this is in my evidence. I've made the point in my evidence on page 54 of my proof. Says the scale and extent of development within all these designated areas should be limited, whilst development within their setting should be sensitively located and designed to avoid or minimise adverse impacts on the designated areas. We have very, very minimal intervisibility between the site and the AONB. The footbridge, as Ms. Kirk said, now sits within the AONB. The original line of the footpath in places didn't. Blackhurst Lane is not within the AONB. The area of wood that was discussed either yesterday or the day before to the north of Blackhurst Lane that Mr. Eve owns, that is within the AONB. And as I've covered in my evidence, again, there is some winter glimpses, but they are very small glimpses within there. So the intervisibility between the two is negligible, I say. And I say that the nature of the site and the maturity of the vegetation, etc., around the site means that the effects on the that means that the site is very well screened. And the effects on the AONB itself are very small. And so equally in terms of landscape character, we're next to the A21, which is, a significant noise source, and any sort of perceptual aspects of landscape character, such as an effect on tranquility, would, as again I've made the point before, they would not be perceived from within the AONB. So I think in conclusion, I think the connection that Ms. Kirk has created between the AONB to the north and the AONB to the south, I don't really see that connection. There's no visual connection. The ridge along the Pembury Road, prevents any intervisibility between the two bits of the AONB. It's not as if we're somehow disconnecting two parts of the AONB. The AONB wraps around Pembury to the east of Pembury. There's no, I was at an appeal last year where it was put to me that you could walk along a footpath from an area that was outside of an AONB through an area in exactly this manner, from AONB to AONB through an area that wasn't. There's not even in this scenario, in that case there was in this scenario, there's not even that sort of connectivity that would allow one to experience along a footpath the AONB in one place and the AONB in the other. So I think this connection is dubious, I suppose is the way I would put it.
So just before Ms. Miles comes in, I noticed there was talk of, because it's not identified in the proof of evidence that we can find, as Mr. Gibbons has said, but we were heard orally about filling a gap of designation. But so you'll note that there is no proposal, and for the reasons Mr. Gibbons said, there's no proposal that this site should be designated as part of any area of outstanding natural beauty to fulfill a policy requirement of filling a gap of designation in the emerging plan. And as I've flagged up before, the council's approach to landscape currently pursued at the EIP in respect of other allocations is very, very different. I think Ms. Miles can indicate, and you can. You've got you've got your route map, but where proposed development is supported by the council next to the areas of outstanding natural beauty.
Yeah, so I did actually sit through the EIP session on Tuesday, where Ms. Kirk spoke in relation to the Tudor Village allocation, and there she took into account and that's sorry, so that's an allocation of the 2,800 homes in the Greenbelt and setting of the AONB, and in there take into account factors such as the characteristics of new planting and landscaping and the design and details, and how all of those things could mitigate the impact of development on the AONB. And that's not something I think has been done in the same way proportionally in this case. And I think also it's helpful, and perhaps after the site visit and when you get to leave the local area, perhaps you could appreciate some of these things in the wider context. But if you look at the walking route map that was referred to by Mr. Gibbons, it does include the AONB boundary on the map.
No, it doesn't on this one. It's on the ZBI.
Oh, sorry.
It's on the ZBI plan.
So the ZBI plan, which is in the Statement of Common Ground, does include the AONB boundary. Do you need the reference for that, sir? It's Appendix F of the Statement of Common Ground, which is CD 10.02. Sorry, 01.
What point do you make?
You got that? Got that? Okay. So the green line on that plan is the AONB boundary. And I would just point out, sir, that the council's allowed a very significant development, which you'll see in the top left-hand corner of that plan. You can see it looks like a construction site on the aerial photo, but that's a very significant development known as Knightswood that's been allowed adjacent to the same AONB boundary, AONB that we're referring to. The hospital site, which is, if you move your eye towards the right of the plan at the top, the AONB boundary wraps around that site, and then it extends down. And if you look roughly halfway down on the east side of the plan, you see Tesco's. So that there, the Tesco car park, there's an extent permission there for a park and ride facility, and that's actually one of the council's proposed allocation sites for an extra care or care home development that is within the AONB. I just point these out really as reference to the council's approach of allowing quite major development around the setting of this particular AONB. And it does seem, on my reading of it, that a very different approach has been taken in relation to this site.
Thank you. Mrs. Kirk, would you just help me with the points that have been raised about I suppose the value of the AONB at this point, and how this site contributes to it, given that, as you can see from the plan, are you familiar with, the AONB, the site is outside the AONB, and the area excluded from the AONB runs over the A21 over to the hospital, garden centre, and then down into Pembury. So what is the value of the site in relation to the AONB?
Yes. Oh, yes, sir. So there's a couple of things to consider with all of this. Is that the AONB boundary wraps around the hospital, and that was one of the developments that the appellants have spoken about recently. The hospital complex predates the designation of the AONB, and it's typical for AONB boundaries to run, as with Greenbelt, to run along recognisable boundaries. The AONB boundary also predates the A21, so the actual location of the AONB, whilst I don't have to hand the the documentary evidence for it, it runs along the line of Blackhurst Road and then runs along the line of Pembury Road and out with the hospital, which was already in existence. Oh, excuse me, there's just a fire alarm's just gone off. I do apologise. Please, could we just pause for a moment?
Yes, do you need to leave the building?
I will check, but we may
Okay,
well need to.
we'll pause.
I'm
We'll
sorry
pause.
about that. That wasn't on purpose.
No fails. Thank you. I don't know if people can hear me, but whilst we're waiting for Mrs. Kirk, I just wonder whether I could just make a point. It's just a question I'd like to ask.
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm aware that Mr. Adey is here, and I know that Mr. Adey wasn't able to address us on Tuesday, and Mr. Adey may be waiting patiently to have his say as a interested person. and I'm just wondering whether Mr. Adey might be available at the start of this afternoon's session to have his say, effectively, his interested person say. I don't know if Mr. Adey can hear me.
Yes, I can.
Oh, I'll let Mr. Adey speak for himself.
Yes, I will be available to speak then, if you could let me know precisely when.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Adey, we will be, obviously we've got some further bits to deal with on landscape, assuming that we can hear from Mrs. Kirk again this morning, in this session. And then we will take a lunch break, and then this afternoon we're dealing with conditions. So I suggest that if you can have we'll hear from you then at the start of that session. It was programmed to commence at 2, but I suspect we're probably going to be a little bit later than that, but we will know more once we finish this session here this morning.
Okay, fine.
Thank you, Mr. Adey. Thank you very much. That's all I wanted to say. I just wonder whether the council has any update on the situation.
So I don't know if the council's able to communicate with you directly, or if this message has got through, but I understand that the alarm unfortunately wasn't a test and they've had to leave the town hall.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we need to adjourn then. Is there anyone here? I'm not sure who's working remotely and who's working within the town hall, but is there anyone from the council here who's working remotely? No, so no one from the council is here. Okay.
If there's a way of communicating through Miss Bird, and we could take an early lunch and let them email them.
We could do that. Yeah.
Hopefully they're safe.
Yeah.
But, is that possible, Miss Bird? I would try as well. The difficulty is.
Yes, just one moment.
Mrs. Kirk, you're back.
Hello. Yes, luckily for everybody, it was a practice alarm and not an actual fire. But it'll take me a few moments to just get back into my flow. So I do apologise for the interruption there. Sorry about that.
Do you need to take a break, Mrs. Kirk?
I think I'm okay. I think I just so we were talking about the AONB and some of the other comments around it and the relationship of the site with regards to the AONB.
Yes, and I was asking you about the value of the site in relation to the AONB, given the effectively the neck of non-AONB, which extends out from Tunbridge Wells, includes the site, goes over the A21 to the hospital and then to Pembury.
Yeah. So I think what we need to be, what I would like to be clear on is that we're not, none of the reason for the refusal or any of my evidence is suggesting that the site is within the AONB or is that therefore directly affecting the AONB, because what the point we're trying to make is about setting. So setting is about out with the AONB. Oh no. Oh, stop. Sorry. That was the alarm again. My oh no wasn't about my own evidence there. I do apologise. So that you know, the MPPF has re-recognised the importance of the setting to the AONB in the 2021 edition. And so in my view, and it is also a view that has been acknowledged by the appellant, that the site forms part of the setting to the AONB. And so its location adjacent to the AONB is in my view important in terms of this appeal. I'd like to also talk about some of the other matters raised regarding the council's approach to setting within the AONB, because I've actually been personally involved with those from a landscape perspective. And while I can't talk about the planning merits of such things, for example, Toodley Garden Village, the size and facilities proposed in that are very different to the site itself. But in terms of when you're looking from the AONB into the site that's at Toodley Village, on the one hand, the character of the site at Toodley is different, is markedly different to the High Weald, which was, with respect to this site, I'm saying that the landscape character of the land in the setting, or this part of the setting, is complementary in line with paragraph 042 of the MPPG. The other thing is to note that when you are looking at Toodley Village from the AONB, there is the site, the southern edge, which faces the AONB, has a ribbon development along it. So your view from the AONB is short range, but it also includes housing, and that the proposal is for, in that location, housing. Therefore, there's a difference in how the setting would be affected, because the views and the context of that site and this site are different. So in my view, the council's approach to the setting to the AONB is consistent, and I think that in this case, there is, from the AONB, that, or on your arrival to or departure from the AONB, the site is rural, and that its character is consistent with the AONB, and that the site and its surrounding landscape has an intrinsically high value in its own right. So that, and the complementary nature of the AONB, is why I think that this is something that should be considered as part of the appeal, and I'm glad that it is being considered. I think, yeah, when we were talking about Mr. Gibbons helpfully raised para 176, and it says setting is to avoid or minimize adverse effects, and in my mind, the development before you does not do that, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. Kirk. Mr. Gibbons?
So I'm not familiar with the Toodley site, so I will leave my colleague Catherine Miles to comment on that. But I will pick up on the fact that in talking about the Toodley site, then Ms. Kirk was talking about the views from the AONB and into the setting of the AONB. There's indivisibility, which obviously exists in that case. In the case before us, with our site, there is almost no indivisibility whatsoever between the AONB and the site and the proposals that are before us. So I think in that site, if I just stress that, it's obviously highly important. And I would also like to make the point that, that the nature of the site, in terms of the MPPF paragraph we talks about design to avoid or minimise impact on the designated areas. The nature of our site being so contained by trees, etc., this lack of indivisibility does exactly that. Paragraph 7.14.10 in my proof touches on that. But you have that already, sir. I'll hand over to Miss Miles for Toodley comments.
Thank you, sir. You may have picked up from my proof of evidence that I actually grew up in the village of Five Oak Green, which is in Capel, which is in the same parish as Toodley. And I lived there for a very substantial period of my life. And I refer in my rebuttal, which is CD 07.55, to this, and that I regularly took part annually to the Two Churches Walk, which went from St Thomas of Becket's Church in Cable to the All Saints Church in Chudley, and it walks across the landscape. So it's a landscape I'm familiar with. I'm not a landscape expert, I'm a planner. But the point of raising this is that I find it very difficult to understand the council's position that the harm of the development on the appeal site in landscape terms could be equal to or greater than the development of 2,500 or 2,800 homes in the Greenbelt on the edge of an AONB in a very rural landscape where there is some ribbon development, but that consists of a Grade 1 listed church and a few oast houses and very quintessentially Kent rural buildings on a B road. And then you compare that to the appeal site, which is on the edge of the main town of Tunbridge Wells, got the busy A21 that runs. You can hear the noise of the A21 when you stand on the appeal site. Your experience is very much in the context of an urban area surrounded by other built development. So I take you through, in my rebuttal, I take you through those points. And that was actually in response to a question, to a comment in Ms James's proof of evidence, where at para 4.2, she said that the council's strategy proposes to allocate the most sustainable, least sensitive sites. And I did just find that very difficult to agree when there's a very high level of fund that the council has accepted through the release of these strategic sites.
Take the plan.
So I just wanted then to take you through to the Chudley Village, sorry, to the Pembury plan that I referred to earlier. I took you around Pembury, and I think it would just be helpful to give you the references to the proposed allocation for Pembury in the submission local plan. So the two CD references of relevance are CD 05, 03, 02, and that's the key, the legend to the plan. And then the plan for Pembury, which is the proposed new inset map. And that is CD 05, 03, 04. And just the relevance of pointing that out, if you bring that that letter map up on the screen, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Miles, yes.
Yep. So that map shows in a red diagonal stripe that goes across the plan the AONB boundary. And what you'll see, sir, is that PE6, PE1, PE2, PE3 are all proposed allocations in the AONB. It's just the point, sir, is that this council does accept major development allocations in the AONB. I'm not saying that diminishes the need to consider the impacts, but in principle, this council accepts major development where there can be harm to the AONB, and that in this particular case, the preference of allocating sites within the AONB over a site that's outside of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Kirk, would you like to respond?
Thank you, sir. Without wishing to deviate too much further from what I'm hoping we're going to look at, which is the development on this site specifically, I can also confirm that I was involved with the Pembury sites and carried out a landscape and visual appraisal with regards to those sites and others within the AONB. Of 20 sites that we looked at as part of the Regulation 18 version of the local plan, only I can't remember off the top of my head how many are in, but I think there's about 4 or 5 sites that are remaining within the AONB that are major development. The Pembury sites are more heavily influenced by the A21 in my view, and have a direct visual relationship with the housing. And also on all sites there's been quite a substantial amount of open space that's been retained in order to provide enhancement to the AONB. And I think from my perspective, the council was looking at providing you know, there's a wider planning balance that's not in my area of expertise about the provision of housing and etc. within its local plan in the places where the council deems that it's needed. So and if we go back to the proposal on the Tesco car park that's within the AONB, I think when we go there, I invite you to look at that site as well, because that's much more influenced by adjacent roads than I feel that this site is, and it's already got development right on its edge, which is apparent. So I think that the council's view on the landscape, specifically relating to the site and its context as the setting of the AONB, is pertinent and maintains and remains relevant. I understand the points that Mr. Gibbons is making about visibility, but visibility is one of 2 things that you look at, and landscape character is mentioned in the PPG at paragraph 042 as well as visibility. So my view is that this is still material. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sorry, sir, just to follow up on Mrs. Kirk's point there about her assessment of the major proposed major allocations in the AONB, she'll be too modest to tell you, but the inspector in the Hartley Gate appeal, and I'll give you the CD reference in a moment, at paragraph 98, called that assessment an up-to-date professional assessment of the potential to accommodate major development in Cranbrook and elsewhere, and submitted to the inquiry by the council's local plan evidence. And he took that into account. And so the approach of the council in my submission in relation to major development in the AONB is a proper one. Thank you, sir. Thank
you. Mrs. Kirk, is obviously the reason for refusal refers to setting of the high-wheeled AONB. Is there any definition of what constitutes the setting within the AONB? Is there any agreed definition of setting, or is it each case on its own merits?
I think there's in terms of it, I think this goes back to our discussion on locality, in that setting for both landscape and heritage terms is a thing that it's not physically defined. It's something that you experience and or is part of in terms of the AONB. It's either a visual connection or a landscape connection with complementary features. So I think the paragraph 042 of the MPPG is probably the best description to use in this situation, as it is clear about what the effects on setting might be in terms of landscape.
And just to be clear, the site, in your view, the site is within the setting.
Correct. And yeah. I think I believe that's also in the appellant's proof, is that they agree that it's within the setting. I don't think that's an area of disagreement. It's the extent to which it affects the setting that's in dispute.
Thank you. I'm going to move off the AONB now. I've heard quite a bit on the AONB, but I just want to just check back with the appellant if there's anything that you wish to add in response, and then we'll move off AONB.
So you asked for something, a definition of setting of the AONB. The AONB management plan. Have you got a CD reference for that?
Yeah.
We'll just give you the CD reference in a moment.
CD 05.25.
On page 67 refers to setting as the surroundings in which the AONB is experienced by people, and then it's expanded on page 21 of the same document It says the term setting is used to refer to the areas outside the AONB where development and other activities may affect land within an AONB.
Okay, thank you.
And you can see, you can look
We
through
make
it.
the point we weren't criticised. Just a small point. In asking you to look at the council's approach to their EIP, their approach to areas of outstanding natural beauty and the work that's done on there, we were not seeking to criticise that approach. We were seeking to criticise the approach that's now being taken before you, sir, in the light of that approach. And we thoroughly endorsed the approach that was the council and Ms. Kirk and her colleagues took in respect of those allocations. But we, as Ms. Miles has done, wryly contrasted with the rather different approach that's now being urged before you. So we don't criticise, we make it very clear, we don't criticise that approach that's been done at the EIP for these purposes, just for the sake of clarity. Seemed to be suggested we were criticising it, we were not.
Thank you. Can we move off the AMB now? Can we move to the, now these two next matters might merge, and I'm happy to deal with them together, but they are in relation to the rural lanes, which we have discussed earlier in terms of what they mean, and then the important landscape approach, which is from which has been described as being from Pembury Road. So Mrs. Kirk, I'm going to start again with you, and just to explain the harm that would result. Well, just describe to me the rural lanes and its character, and then the harm that you consider would result.
Thank you, sir. I think from my perspective, I would prefer to deal with the rural lanes separately from the approach. The rural lanes, as you can see from our statement of common ground, there's a rural lanes SPD, which is CD 0406. And while both the untracked element of Sandown Park, I refer to as the avenue, and Blackhurst Lane to the north are mapped within the SPD, they do not have a reference number and a description within the SPD. However, both myself and Mr. Gibbons, I assume by reference to some of his text, would consider both the avenue and Blackhurst Lane to be rural. I take you to the LVIA submitted by Mr. Gibbons at CD 0206. And at paragraph, I don't know if you would like to just make, I've got a list of paragraphs where reference to the rural lane is mentioned with specific reference to these two lanes, and I can just give you the paragraph numbers for you to look at later if that would save time, so we can go through them.
No, if you could just give me the reference numbers, thank you.
So paragraph 4.2.2, paragraph 4.2.7, which is regards to Blackhurst Lane, 4.3.5, and then 5.2.11 with respect to the proposals along the avenue.
Okay.
So from my perspective, the rural character of the lanes is accepted, and therefore I did not feel the need to reiterate that within my own proof. I believe it's, and it will be apparent, I hope, when you go to the site on Monday, that the lanes are rural in character. So in terms of our evidence and the effects on the rural lanes, from my perspective, the key significant effects are on the visual amenity of those two lanes. and how people's experience or perception of rurality would change as a result of the proposed development. So from the untracked element of Sandown Park, the avenue, there are open views into the site from the length of that track. They're intermittent because of the trees, so you get sections where there are open views and sections where views into the site are more screened, so it's variable, but that you would get open views of the proposals from that section of track, and that those proposals, in my professional opinion, would cause significant adverse visual effects because they would change your perception of that route from a rural route to going through a suburban settlement with high massing and volume and the design that's been put forward. With regards to Blackhurst Lane, I think there is, and I think there is an understanding that there would be significant effects at construction on both of these views. Blackhurst Lane is more contained, however, some trees have fallen over, as it were, creating gaps, so that there are again elements of that northern boundary of the site where there are open views into the site currently. In my proof, and to be fair to the proposals, the mitigation proposed for that to screen it would help to some effect, but there's still an emergency access that remains through, that's punching into Blackhurst Lane, and that access in its own right would affect your perception of rurality in that location. And it's our view that, given that you can see built form from quite a substantial distance from the Pembury Road, that you would see the built form in winter, in particular from Blackhurst Lane, regardless of the additional planting that would happen. So, I mean, Mr. Gibbons in his rebuttal, I think, helpfully provides the measurements of that, the depth of planting that they would anticipate there. And in some instances, it's 6 meters or something, which to my mind in winter you would still see through. And if you're thinking about at night time, then the lighting from the proposals would also have an influence on your perception of rurality of those lanes. So it's the council's position that there would be adverse effects on the rural lanes that are the avenue or that untracked section of Sandown Park and Blackhurst Lane, and that those effects would be significant and long term.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kirk.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Gibbons.
Hello, sir. With respect to these rural lanes, as Ms. Kirk has said, they are, whilst there are lines shown on the plans in the council's rural lanes SPG,
Yes.
it's a SPG from 98.
It's not an SPD. I think Ms. Kirk misspoke with saying an SPD. We'll deal with it. It's in the common ground. It's an SPG, sir.
The point I wanted to get to was that document within it looks at various characteristics of rural lanes, amongst them historic value and rural lanes with overall high scores. As I noted in my proof, the Blackhurst Lane and Sandown Park, neither of them is document, and they don't have any status in that sense. This is not a strongly rural area, as I said before. It's rural fringe. There's some characteristics of rural lane. If I can point you to the AONB, the Highfield AON management plan. I don't have a CD reference. We'll give you a CD reference in a moment, but on page 8 and page 36, there are some pictures which I think help to visualise what the high wheel, the valued rural lane characteristics are in the high wheel, which I think show you something slightly different to what we're dealing with on site. With respect to Blackhurst Lane, whilst it obviously has some characteristics of a rural lane, and I have accepted that within my evidence, to the west it's effectively sort of suburban, and of course it's truncated at just at the northeast corner of the site by the A21, the barrier that's put across the road. It has some characteristics of rural lanes insofar as it has woodlands on both sides, and I pulled those out within my evidence. But we say that these rural lanes have no elevated status, and we acknowledge that there will be some effects on them. But from Blackhurst Lane, the effects, as Ms. Kirk said, we've had some tree loss in the storms of last year, but the planting proposed along that boundary, which will sit very close to the viewpoint, to the viewer, and will effectively, once it's established, truncate the views towards the site, will be very effective in returning the characteristics of woodland on both sides of the lane, and that the emergency access referred to is only a very small part, very small gap in that. So in terms of the characteristics of the lane overall, whilst there would be a very small effect, of course, by the emergency access, it would be very, very, very small indeed. Sandown Park, the effects Ms. Kirk refers to are visual effects on people rather than effects on landscape characters per se. And we acknowledge within our evidence and within our LVIA that there are effects on that short section of track that runs between the two parts of the site. Again, that's something that's we've accepted all the way along. But that's based on the worst case scenario. And as I set out in my evidence, the mitigation proposed, the planting that's proposed along there, which will help to look after that avenue in the long term, will also provide a reduction in effects over time. And Mr. Kirk and I think, are in agreement that mitigation can have a reducing effect. And I also have made the point in my evidence that when we get to reserve matter stage, there's nothing to say that the architecture won't actually add, there's nothing to say that the architecture has to be bad. We're not talking about monolithic buildings, and that in itself can impact on the effect of people walking along those lanes.
So can I just give you the reference for that high wheeled management plan is 0525. And then just to pick up on just the statement of common ground, which was CD 1001. And paragraph 2.4 of the statement of common ground accepts and agrees with the council that either Sandown Park nor Blackhurst Lane are defined as rural lanes in the SPG. And then para 9.42, it's agreed that neither Blackhurst Lane or Sandown Park are designated as rural lanes in the SPG. And I just ask you to note as well that the SPG itself isn't referred to in the reason for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bird, you've got your hand up.
I have, yes, thank you, sir. I just wanted to clarify something with Mrs. Kirk about visibility, if that's all right. The question relates to paragraph 2.1.11 of her proof of evidence, where she sets out baseline visibility. And table 2, where she mentions the avenue. My question is twofold. Firstly, whether she understood the avenue to be a public footpath when she wrote her proof of evidence. And secondly, whether it would make any difference to her assessment of harm if public access through the avenue were to be ended.
So I'm not sure this is appropriate, particularly since it isn't a public pathway, and Miss Bird she's not calling Miss Kirk or cross-examining her. I'm not sure it's appropriate, but the premise is also not correct, as we explored before. It's not a designated public footpath.
I'm in your hands, sir. The reason I asked the question is that it's referred to as a public footpath in Mrs. Kirk's evidence. I'm simply clarifying whether that was her understanding when she wrote her proof. That doesn't appear to be overly controversial, but as I say, I'm in your hands.
You can ask the question of me, and I will ask Mrs. Kirk. And you've not presented any evidence, Miss Bird, to Landscape. You're here just in your capacity as
yes,
a
sir,
Middlesex party. It's not presented evidence.
I quite understand that, sir. Thank you.
So I will invite Mrs. Kirk to address that point if she wishes, and pick up any of the points that she wishes to respond to Mr. Gibbons.
Thank you, sir. I think in terms of the question that was asked, I think while the route in question is not currently designated as a public right of way, I think there is movement in that direction, although I don't think it's been confirmed what that happens. I think I'd have to refer to Ms. James in that regard. However, I think, to be fair to both myself and the appellant, both of us have assessed the avenue, as I call it, as if it was a public right of way, and that we both have recognised that the public use that route and have access to that route at the moment. So I think in terms of my assessment, I've assumed that it's a publicly accessible location, and I believe that Mr. Gibbons has done the same. Notwithstanding that, I do have significant adverse visual effects recorded for that stretch of the route. In terms of going back to the rural lane discussions, I'd like to respond to Mr. Gibbons's talk about, what constitutes a rural lane, and to reiterate that Blackhurst Lane, as he rightly described, is contained on both sides by trees. One element of that is the woodland that forms the edge of the A1B. So Blackhurst Lane and its visual context is relevant to our previous discussion on setting, and that the avenue, there was reference to historic value, and that in my opinion, the avenue has historic value associated with Pembury Grange, the listed building. So again, while I understand their comments about my slip up regarding the abbreviation of the term SPG and SPD, I maintain that both are rural in character and that they have attributes that that relates to specifically to that document, and that the effects on them are pertinent in terms of visibility. The other thing that I did want to come back on, and I don't know if this is going to come up or not, but Mr. Gibbons talked about my agreement with mitigation, and while I do agree that mitigation can reduce effects in terms of both visual and landscape effects, in the specific case of the avenue or the untracked element of Sandown Park, I do not believe that the information before us gives enough comfort that the effects, the visual effects from that route would be mitigated. And I maintain that the adverse effects on views from that path would endure into the long term. I believe that there's a lot of discrepancy between us about what is and what isn't for reserve matters, and what then can therefore constitute good design. But to my mind, if it's an outline application, we're looking at what's before us, and if the look of it is for a reserve matters application, then the mitigation of good design is also for that same reserve matters application. Should it get to that stage, the mitigation for the outline application, in my view, is insufficient to reduce the harm that I perceive from on views and the visual amenity of people using the avenue. I hope that's clear, sir.
Thank you. And the rural SPG doesn't specifically define the rural lanes that we were talking about here. Doesn't specifically list them.
It doesn't list them, but it does identify them on a map, sir. So that they're on a map, but they're not given a number and they're not described within it. That is common ground. This is my understanding.
And so Mr. Gibbons, I think, was referring to the reasons for refusal, that, or Miss Miles, I think, forgive me if I'm wrong, but you're talking about the reasons for refusal not mentioning the SPG. And was there a reason for that, Mr. Kirk?
For that, I would have to pass you over to my.
So what I'm looking at is that in the decision, has the council taken account of that SPG in reason for refusal 2?
So my view as a landscape professional is that these 2 lanes are rural, that there are significant effects on those rural lanes. I note that the SP, now I'm getting really confused with which one it is, but the document that we've talked about is not specifically mentioned in the reasons for refusal, and that I was looking as a landscape professional on the effects of visual amenity on what I consider to be rural lanes. But I'll pass you to Ms. James to clarify the council's position on policy, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So if I refer you to my, it's in the statement of case, and it's one of the appendices in there, or if you want to turn directly to the officer's report, at paragraph 10.68 of the officer's report, it does discuss the rural lanes supplementary planning guidance, and that the rural lanes in question here, Blackhurst Lane and the avenue part of Sandown Park, do have characteristics of that, which Ms. Kirk has discussed in detail.
Sorry to stop you, Mrs. James. What paragraph number on the officer report?
So it's 10.68.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, got that.
So within that as well, so it refers to the supplementary planning guidance that we've got, and then it also goes into more of the development plan documents, such as the core strategy, core policy 4.
It refers to supplementary planning document, but that is
an error? It is SPG, that's correct. It's an error. It should be SPG. Then it talks about the core strategy seeks to maintain and enhance the undeveloped character of rural lanes. That's paragraph 5.280 of the core strategy. Paragraph 5.91 of the core strategy requires that rural lanes are conserved and enhanced. You'll also see further reference to it within the 2006 local plan in policy EN 25, which talks about the development proposed would not result in an unsympathetic change to the character of the rural lane, which is of landscape amenity, nature conservation, or historic or archaeological importance. So those are just some of the other relevant paragraphs within the local plan and the core strategy.
So what weight did the council place on the SPG when making its decision?
We are aware that they're not specifically mentioned in the SPG, which is why it's not been included in the reason for refusal, but it's good, useful background information about the character of those rural lanes. And we give more weight to the policies in the development plan, which are the core strategy and the local plan.
Okay, thank you. I want to move off rural lanes, but the appellant to come back, and then we can move on. And if we hear from the appellant, then we can decide how we can proceed with the remaining parts of this session. So can I hear from Mr. Gibbons, please?
Well, so could I just start, because there's two quite important areas. The officer's report, afraid Ms. James has overlooked or been less than frank. Paragraph 1.01, if you can just get that up, it's quite important. The
1.01.
Yes, of the officer's report. And that sets the basis of the approach. And that erroneously advised if you look at the bottom description of the site, the northern part of Sandown Park, including the track and Blackhurst Lane, are designated rural lanes. That was an egregious error on behalf of the officer. And you've already been taken to 9.42. It is now conceded quite properly by the council that neither Blackhurst Lane nor Sandown Park are designated as rural lanes in the council's rural lanes SPG. That's important because, as you'll see, the council determined the matter on the basis that they were designated. And when you go to the SPG followed came after a survey, Mr. Gibbons can elaborate, of the various paths, and identified and designated those rural lanes that had particular qualities. And Blackhurst Lane and Sandown Park, it's apparent because they are identified on the map, but they were not designated. We've tried to get hold of the report, but it's clear, therefore, that following the assessment, they were not designated. They were not considered to have the characteristics identified in the SPG. And then when you follow through the policy references that Ms. James gave, those include references to the SPG. So the approach of the council in respect of the rural lanes was deeply flawed, because at the time the decision was taken, it was taken on the basis that they had been designated. And the only designation is the one that we see under the SPG. And that SPG was done, albeit on earlier policy, to identify those rural lanes that had those characteristics. These were not designated. So we do say that's an important issue. Ms. Miles and Mr. Gibbons will say something more on the evidence. Just wanted to take another point whilst we have it. It's Ms. Kirk's approach, which is redolent of what we were hearing yesterday from the tree officer, which we say is a flawed approach to the examination of outline consents with detailed consent. And I won't repeat what we said before, but so it's the same approach. We reject what Ms. Kirk's put forward, which, as I say, echoes the tree officer yesterday, that she assesses it on the basis that there is only the outline and without taking into account the fact that it's outline and the reserved matters are capable of bringing forward mitigation. That's not the approach that's been taken elsewhere by the council. And what we say is the council haven't brought forward, in any event, evidence to say that there is no mitigation conceivable or possible at the outline stage that would overcome those prospects. And Ms. Kirk doesn't make that point. She just says there's a different approach at outline, and we say that that's flawed. And you've got our submissions on that, on trees as well. So I'll hand to Mr. Gibbons and then Ms. Miles.
So 2 points, just mine to this. One, going back to Ms. Bird's comments, and I think, again, this was dealt with the other day. the track that runs between the two parts of the site, as Ms. Kirk said, I assessed it. We assessed it. My colleague did the assessment originally, as if there is public access there. So we assessed it as if they were public rights of way and that there was public access. But that land is not in our client's ownership. And there's no, I mean, Ms. Bird implied that there was some thought that we might be looking to stop it up or something like that. There's no intention within the scheme whatsoever to stop public access along that route or to stop it up or anything along those lines. Yeah. The impact of users' experience, we've dealt with within my evidence, and that's basically the apart from year one, as I would call it, along Blackhurst Lane, it's sort of short-term before mitigation planting gets established. We acknowledge that there would be effects on the visual impacts, albeit assessed with the worst-case scenario on people walking down that lane. But in terms of the character of the lanes itself, we would be maintaining the character of the track, Sandown Park, largely as it is, and the detail of surfacing, which I think in a couple of different places within the original application, that would be a reserved matter anyway.
Mr. Gibbons, could you just address whether you would be you're surprised that these lanes were not classified and designated under the SPG?
No.
Maybe to help the inspector.
Yeah. I'm not surprised that they're not in the designations at all. The SPG, for instance, calls out it's looking at Roman roads and droveways and old tracks in it when it's looking at quality, and it sets out qualities in terms of whether lanes have curbs, and we Blackhurst Lane, for instance, as you're approaching the site from the west, has all the characteristics. It's got some street lighting, it's got curbs at Moulton Way. You'll see that on the sidewalk. As it approaches the A21, it's truncated by the barrier across the A21. Sandown Park itself, it doesn't have the characteristics of rural lanes that are highlighted within the AONB High Wheel Management Plan. The sunken nature of rural lanes, etc., etc. So it's no great surprise to me, and also I suppose the limited extent of the end of Blackhurst Lane as it leaves the limits to built development, and equally the short length of the track between the two parts of the site. It's no surprise to me that they weren't picked up and classified as lanes of any particular merit or high value within the SPG.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbons. Does the council want to respond to any of those points?
Yes, sir. Again, not in terms of policy from my perspective, but I will leave that to Ms. James if she wants to interject later. I think in terms of the dispute between what can be counted as mitigation through reserve matters and at outline, I think if I could take you to paragraph 3.11 of my rebuttal statement, which is CD 08.23.
Okay.
I think in this paragraph, I seek to expand upon my position about no supporting evidence that leads me to believe that the proposals would make a positive contribution to the experience of walking along the avenue. As part of the paragraph, I make reference to illustrations within both the design and access statement that was submitted, and contrast them with the photographs that I've submitted in support of my proof. So the design and access statements, pages 59 and 60 and 63 and 64, I can give you the CD reference of that as well, or whether you would just want to make a note of it for later. They show illustrations of what the design would look like, which is the evidence that we had before us when looking at the assessment. And it's that kind of evidence which isn't, I haven't disregarded the idea of mitigation. It's just that the mitigation that has been put forward both in the parameters plans, the landscape master plan, and the illustrative plan that shows the layout, as well as the detail within the design and access statement, in my view, that which has been submitted would not be sufficient to mitigate the effects on the views from the avenue. So I haven't ignored the idea of design, simply that what I've seen from the design that's been put before us, I do not think that it does mitigate for the harm. And then I think with respect, I lost where I was going, my thread. In terms of the shortness of the route, I think, these are routes that people take to get to the wider landscape. They're very well used, and it's the magnitude of change and how many people are going to experience it, as well as the geographical extent of change that should be considered. I hope that clarifies the situation with regards to mitigation, sir. I don't know if my colleague Ms. James wishes to clarify the policy points, or whether we won't. Yep, I'll pass you over. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. Kirk.
Thank you, sir. So in terms of, Ms. Kirk's already touched on this regarding the SPG, but in terms of, from what we see from our GIS database here at the council, when you look at Sandown Park, Blackhurst Lane, those are shown as rural lanes on that, and that is because they are included on the mapping at the back of the SPG. Although it is agreed, they are not given a number, and they are not a designated rural lane within that, but they are shown to be rural lanes in the mapping. So if you look at the back of the SPG, you'll see a number of maps, and you can see the sort of the avenue that we refer to, part of Sandown Park and Blackhurst Lane, which in our view do have characteristics of rural lanes. And Ms. Kirk has already referred you to various points within the landscape and visual impact assessment, which was submitted and undertaken in May 2020 by the appellant and submitted as part of the outline application. And within that, it does say that they are rural lanes. It goes through and talks about Blackhurst Lane. It says it's a narrow rural lane overshadowed by trees. It talks about the section that bisects the site of Sandown Park, where it takes the form of a rural lane. And then it talks about any sort of proposed surfacing to the track that runs through the site, saying that if there is going to be any resurfacing, it needs to respect its rural lane character. So it's quite clear in the initial landscape and visual impact assessment that's been carried out that the appellant's landscape consultant considered it had a rural lane character, and anything that needed, any sort of treatment of that track, if it was needed to respect its rural lane character. And that was paragraph 5.2.11 of the landscape and visual impact assessment that was submitted with the application. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to move off rural lanes, but I will let the appellant come back on these points.
Sorry, sir. I know Miss James doesn't disagree that her report misled by saying that the rural lanes were designated. I'm unclear, but I don't believe it's in dispute that designation has the result of triggering the application of the SPG. So you'll understand, so I did deal with it in closing, that the reason why that was egregious is because the SPG has gone through a process of identifying those rural lanes that have the particular characteristics. It is common ground that they are not designated, and therefore the SPG doesn't apply, and it's clearly relevant to the way in which you assess the harm. That is a different question to whether a lane, and you'll see, is a rural lane or not. It is different to the question as to whether it's designated. We'll deal with that in closing, but as I understand, no issue is taken that part of the officer's report, which was the approach that was taken, was erroneous. Mr. Gibbons will just add, I think you're dealing with the explaining the mitigation just very briefly.
So yes, Ms. Kirk and myself are not actually, despite all this talk, we're not actually, in terms of the effects on Sandown Park, on visual receptors, if you look at the landscape visual impact assessment, we're not actually really at any odds there. I think the only point we're potentially at odds is the degree to which the mitigation could potentially affect the reduction of effects. We accept that there are effects along those, on visual receptors along those lanes. We don't say, Ms. Kirk uses the word that we say it would have a positive contribution. That's not what we say in my proof. What I say in the proof is that the effects of mitigation will reduce the level of effect experience, albeit that it's based on, the entirety is based on the worst case scenario. The photo wires that we have in appendices C, which is the more distant ones, and D to my proof, which you'll be familiar with, which are the GPS verified ones, are, I think, helpful for you to look at. You can do, I'm sure you have, and you can do so in your own time, to give you a sense of sort of the massing, etc.
Points reasons on character.
But if I can just point you also at paragraph 71249 of my evidence, which is effectively, I think, the confusion here has been, which is basically where I pointed out that design, a good quality design in this situation could help the situation, absolutely. And that design does not need to, the effects do not need to be bad per se. And we're not certainly proposing something that that would be something that would come out, obviously, at reserved matters, but we haven't assessed that at this point. What we've assessed is height and massing, etc.
So the very last point, just to pick up on what I said at the beginning, it's more than an academic exercise, because you've clarified quite correctly the reason for refusal is on the character, and that was what the SPG was all about, identifying those rural lanes with particular character attributes that required policy protection. And the reason for refusal is on character. So getting the baseline wrong, which we say that we'll be saying in closing the council does, is relevant to how you approach the assessment from policy terms. But we can deal with that in closing in due course.
Thank you. I want to move off rural lanes now. It's now 1:25, and we have one other matter to deal with on landscape, which is the landscape approach and the issue of views from Pembury Road. So I'm happy. Well, I'm in the hands of you really, whether we carry on and deal with that, or whether we take a break, have lunch now, come back and deal with that after lunch, and then move on to conditions. And I don't know about the availability of witnesses this afternoon. We have time this afternoon because planning condition session won't take a long time. So I'm happy to deal with what you want to do. I realise that Mrs. Kirk and Mr. Gibbons have been talking for some time in particular.
Cool.
So Mrs. Kirk is hungry.
Perfectly understandable.
We're happy to just catch on, but I mean, I don't want to keep Miss Kirk from, I don't know,
yeah,
from her food and
I think this is
any unpleasantness.
I sympathise with Mrs. Kirk, and I realise that she's been helpfully contributing since 10 o'clock, as Mr. Gibbons indeed. So I suggest that we probably take a break now, which will re-energise Mrs. Kirk and me indeed, and we will come back and deal with the final part of the landscape character issue, and then we can take a short break and move on to planning conditions. We also, before we move on to planning conditions, we'll hear from Mr. Adey as well. So Mr. Adey, we've not forgotten about you. but the landscape session is taking a little bit longer than we planned. So you'll just have to bear with us, Mr. Adey, but we'll get you on before this afternoon's session on planning conditions.
That's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so it is now, and again, I'll ask Mrs. Kirk. Mrs. Kirk, how long do you, how long do people want? You want a 45-minute break? Come back at 2:15? Is that acceptable?
Yes, that would be lovely. Thank you. And apologies for everybody if my my hunger and inability to manage it is causing trouble. But I do appreciate the break very much. Thank you.
And it is working online is so consuming of energy, and you need to get up and walk around and eat something. Absolutely. So we will come back at we'll adjourn now, and we'll come back at 2:15. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. Going to resume the inquiry. Can everybody hear me?
Yes,
So-
sir.
Yes, sir,
Good, thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Mr. Jones, you don't have a camera operator, do you? You just your camera zooms around to you most of the time.
We have. No, I don't have a camera operator, but there's it reacts to sound, so it does follow if you speak. If I don't speak, I just get edged away. Come back.
Good.
Hi, following you around. It's quite disturbing.
So if you blow your nose, then it'll follow you.
It will do, yeah.
Okay.
Or if you make a sudden movement or something, it detects movement.
Okay.
So,
Good. Okay. Thank you. Right. Let's move on. Thank you. We've just got the final section to do on landscape, which relates to the important landscape approach to the views from Pembury Road, and then I just want to pick up a little bit about mitigation and what that might mean in terms of mitigating the impact of the proposals, and then we will take a break and then we'll come back and deal with conditions. So we have dealt with this a little bit earlier in terms of impact on Pembury Road, but I'd like to explore a little more detail. And again, I'm going to start with the council. And appreciate you might want to refer to some of the visuals that have been produced, and please give me the reference numbers if you do. So can I start with Mrs. Kirk, please?
Thank you, sir. I think from my perspective, the discussion on important landscape approach has been quite eloquently expressed by Ms. James earlier, but there are a few things that I would like to add to it. I think probably one of the key points of our evidence, because it crosses over between landscape and sort of the planning aspect, is actually the planning proof, which is CD 08.14, written by Ms. James. And if you let me know when you've got that, I can give you the page number and paragraph numbers.
So this is the, no, sorry, I've looked at the statement of case. You're talking about the.
Sorry, yes, this is the planning proof of evidence from Ms. James, which is CD 08.14.
Yeah.
And then if I could take you to page 60, it's page 66 on the page numbers and page 68 of the PDF. Para 9.34 is the start. There are 3 paragraphs that are relevant.
Yeah.
Lovely. So from our perspective, this is about the approach giving the impression of the countryside extending well into the built up area. The fact that there would be, in my view, glimpsed views of the proposals from this approach, which result in minor or moderate adverse effects on viewpoints from the A264. And the difference in the minor and moderate, from my perspective, relates both to the difference between visibility in summer and winter, primarily, because in winter, as I think we discussed briefly yesterday with regards to heritage, from my perspective, you get views of the existing dwellings, that are to the southwest of the site from the A264 that are substantially smaller than the proposed built form, but further along the same road to the east, you have views of the hospital building, which is further away from the road than the proposed development. My view is that in winter in particular, regardless of the height proposed for the dwellings, that you would see the proposed development, and that the scale and form of that development as shown on the illustrative plans would make it more obvious and a more detracting feature than the smaller scale housing that you can currently see from the same approach, and that it would extend the perception of housing into that countryside that extends well into the build, you know, it would encroach into the countryside within those views. So I think it's about the perceivable effect on character of the important landscape approach, and it would have a similar effect as discussed yesterday on the setting to the conservation area in that regard. So in addition to that, because at the moment it's not agreed the height of the buildings, my arguments also set out that if the buildings were at the maximum height of the parameters, then that would obviously be the views would be more severe. But notwithstanding that difference of opinion between ourselves looking at parameters and the appellants looking at the wireframes, which there may be some ability to change the overall height of, that the development would still be visible in winter in particular, and that you may get glimpse views in the summer, and that would change the perception of rurality due to the scale and nature of the built form. And then at night time, again, the additional lighting would further have an urban influence on the road as you travel along it, particularly as a pedestrian or a cyclist. It is noted the idea of street lights affecting primarily motorists, and that they are present along the road. However, if you're walking along the road, then although you would be in a lit area, your eye is drawn out to this landscape, in my view, because it enhances your experience of the route.
Thank you. So the minor to moderate, is it minor to moderate or minor or moderate?
It's minor or moderate in that the minor is regards primarily to summer views, where the council concedes that there is less visibility from the A264 towards the site. And I understand that this was brought up by the appellant, and until it's a matter of clarification from my proof, I suppose. I was trying to be brief with what my descriptions, that hadn't necessarily attributed summer winter views to all of the assessment, but I was mindful that my approach to landscape and visual assessment, as Mr. Gibbons has talked about before, is to look at the worst case scenario. And I was conscious at the time that I had only seen winter views. I have since visited the site, and I will stand by my comment that there would still be minor adverse effects in summer.
Okay. And these effects are as experienced by pedestrian, cyclist, a car passenger, car driver?
Yes, that's correct. However, I will admit that the car drivers in landscape and visual terms, when looking at an assessment, do you take into consideration that motorists tend to be transient, their views tend to be transient in nature? So if you're looking at the higher scale of effects, that would be more attributable to pedestrians and cyclists, because they're more aware of their surroundings as they walk along the route. One would hope that a motorist would be, although they would notice it, that they have other things to think about.
Yes. Would that also apply to cyclists as well? and walkers are. Will
So
be
in terms of
cyclists will be going to so cyclists going east, for example, would have maybe have their eyes on the junction ahead, I suppose.
I think the thing to note with regard to cyclists is that the cycleway is a footpath cycleway that's segregated. So actually the obstruction that you might experience as a cyclist moving along the road, or the elements that you need to be aware of, are less. And in my view, you know, there's a difference between cyclists who are commuting and who would be traveling at speed, and people that are using a primarily off-road cycle lane for leisure purposes. And I think the latter would towards more of the people that would be enjoying the landscape. So I think there's a continuation with cyclists between how I would assess a motorist and how I would assess a pedestrian.
Yeah, and in terms of level, is the site below the A264, or is it fairly level?
The topography is one of the things that I think makes this area attractive, but actually the levels fall away from the road into a valley that sits between the site and the road, and then the land rises up again to the site. So the site is higher than the road, but that because of the valley feature, some of the views, in my opinion, are foreshortened, because you see across the valley feature towards the site and the higher ground beyond.
Okay.
Not the higher ground beyond, the higher ground beyond the valley. Let me clarify, apologies.
And in terms of that, the view that I suppose, how do you put it, the rationale behind the landscape approach that that Mrs. James referred to, said that this was an avenue coming into the town and was green, the green character, and the development would detract from that. At what point do you think it becomes not that green corridor into the town and becomes urban, suburban, built?
So I think in terms of what we're looking at in this appeal, I think the comments that I have are specifically to, I mean, fortunately for us, we have an agreed ZVI within the statement of common ground. And so the impacts, as I see them on that important approach, are primarily within that agreed ZVI, and that further to the southwest, the road becomes increased. The character of the road, it maintains a sylvan character, but actually the section that falls within the agreed ZVI is the area that has those longer views into the countryside, and that's where you feel like you're entering the settlement. Whereas if you go further to the east, you reach the roundabout and the slip roads for the A21. So there are urbanizing features to either side, and this, in my view, is a particularly nice section of the road, and it's that part of the road which has the intervisibility with the site. Do you have the ZVI? Sorry.
Yes,
Sarah.
yes. If you look at, I mean, I'm just going to ask you a question on the ZVI, because if you look at the ZVI and the viewpoint locations plan attached to the same common ground, then the site is clearly shown there in red, and so viewpoint 10, viewpoint 11, viewpoint 10, viewpoint 11 the development would be behind existing housing.
Yeah, I think I'm just trying to get it up myself now, because I was talking from memory before, which was foolish. 10.01, thank you. I don't want to misquote the numbers. I do understand where you're talking about.
Yeah. It's in the vicinity of the Oakley School, really.
It's from, so in terms of the stretch that the view is but from directly to the north of the Oakley School, and then moving eastwards, you go past a bus stop and towards the I'm still getting the document up, which is why I'm not talking about numbers.
Okay, fine. Don't worry.
And that's where the section of road in question is from my perspective. I'm going to find the map.
It's the last page of the Statement of Common Ground.
There we go. I do apologise for that delay, sir.
It's okay, no problem.
So yes, in terms of the ZVI, you see the blue line that describes the winter views. That's the agreed points at which you would see the site.
Okay.
So it's between those 2 points. I think it's 12 and 13.
That's correct, yes. And the summer doesn't stretch to the road.
So again, I went my visual assessment was primarily carried out in winter. No, it doesn't on this diagram, and I'm very hopeful that we'll know exactly what happens on the site when we go to there on Monday. But my view is in the summer that if the maximum parameters were adhered to, that the buildings would overtop and you would see them, but that is much less likely that you would see glimpses of the buildings from this road in summer. That's correct.
Because the agreed zone of influence then is
that's during the day in summer as well.
Does not come down to the road. Do not come down to Pembury Road.
Correct. I think in terms of the nighttime views, that may be different because the lighting, then you would see through the trees. But in terms of daytime views of the site in summer, when trees are in full leaf, I agree that you wouldn't see it.
So I'm just wanting to be clear. So even though it's that in summer, the ZVI doesn't extend to the road, you still think that there would be minor adverse effect in summer?
I think in a worst case scenario, yes, because if the dwellings were built out to the maximum height parameters, they were to overtop the vegetation and then you would see it. So that's one of the things that would have to come through an agreement, a detailed design. Notwithstanding that, I feel that for 6 months of the year that you would see it and that it would have an effect on the important landscape approach, and that the effect of lighting are a consideration from this location.
Okay, so just to help me then, so why wouldn't this summer ZVI extend to the road if your view is that the maximum parameters would mean that there would be minor adverse effect?
That's a very valid question because we have argued it for 15. I think it's, I mean, I suppose I will take the view that I considered it less likely than from, for example, the bridge along the A21 that you would see it. So I'll take that. I think it's difficult because when we're agreeing the ZVI, I haven't only seen the site in winter, but I will take on board your comments there, sir, and I will maintain the fact that for 6 months of the year would be winter, and that if you can't see it in summer, I think it was that we maintained that you could, there was a chance that you could, but that the ZVI, as is indicated in its title, is the estimated zone of visual influence in summer. And so some discrepancy in the estimation, I believe, can be accounted for with this.
But it's a field away though, isn't it? On the ZVI.
I don't know how they came up with, because when we were doing the statement of common ground, well, I obviously don't have access to the outside of the site, and I haven't been to the field that's further away. I assume that the visibility stopped there in summer because of the tree belt that was to the south, perceivably. But I think I would like to draw your attention to the fact that it is estimated, and that we look at the wireframes, and we will visit the site tomorrow, but I still maintain that the winter views are important in the assessment of this part of the appeal.
Okay. I suppose I'm just trying to understand why it's
I understand where you're coming from.
Minor adverse effect, but it's outside the ZVI.
Because in winter you will, you know.
No, but you said it's minor because of,
yes, but and also, you know, that I've explained about the the visibility at night time and how I think that would differ. So although I'll admit that it's less likely to be seen in the daytime in summer, I still think you would see it at night time.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask the appellant, please, for their position on the views from Pembury Road?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'm not quite sure where to start in some respects. I mean, some of the language we've had glimpsed, which has then been severe. The reality is, I'll take you to, if I may, in a moment, the wireframes that have been proposed. But if I can first take you to Miss Kirk's landscape and visual appraisal, CD 08-1101, page 20. She says in that table that you'll see there,
just one moment, Mr. Gibbons, CD 08-1101. Thank you.
if you go to page 20, sir, just up from the bottom of the table.
Yeah.
It says these views are screened in summer when the intervening trees are in leaf. That seems mightily inconsistent with some of what Ms. Kirk is now saying. Putting that aside, I could clarify one or two other points. You mentioned about levels. It's just a point of clarification. Just for your note, really, rather than going to it now, CD 02-01-11 shows the topography plan for the site. And we've got in there levels at the highest point of the site, sort of around 138 sort of level. I'm looking at it online. It's not the easiest thing to move around. Yeah, so the 138.5, 139, just near the entrance to the site from Sandown Park, the actual tarmac road. And if you look at the landscape and visual impact assessment we've done for instance, for viewpoint 12, I just pulled a level off that. The level we've got for there is 146.5. So just to answer that question you had about the levels, the Pembury Road is higher than the site in terms of topography. It's just a point of clarification. If I could take you to Appendix C to my evidence, which is CD 07-11-02-03, a bit complicated. It's the photo wires from what we call the distant photo wire.
Just one moment. 0207. Yeah.
If you look at these, when you're looking at these, you look on the left-hand side of the
Sorry, Mr. Gibbons, you 110207.
Oh, well, no, I said, let me try again. 07-11-02-03.
Sorry, 03. I wrote that down wrong. That's my fault. So sorry. I've got it. Yeah, thank you.
It should be. So if you go into the beginning of the document to the first photo, viewpoint 12 in summer.
Yeah.
Something that's important to understand with these, if you look on the left-hand side of the photograph, there are two little marks on the photo.
Yeah.
Down the bottom of the photo, bottom right, the bottom of the page, bottom right, it gives you instructions there for viewing. But on your screen, if you're looking at it digitally, you need to zoom in on your screen so that those two little marks are 10 centimeters apart, 100 mil apart.
So this is the 125% zoom in, is that?
That gives you what's referred to as 100%, 125% reference image. The 125%, that's not zooming in 125% on your PDF. That's the complicated bit to do with the way people perceive views, and the cameras are monocular. Whereas people are, because we've got two eyes, they're binocular. And the Landscape Institute provide a whole series of detailed guidance on why we should present photos as a slightly larger scale than you would see them in the real world because of that reference to monocular and binocular. On my screen, on my normal screens when I'm at home, I've got two decent sized screens, and I zoom in 319% to get those little marks 100 mil apart. My laptop screen here, I'll do it now, I have to zoom in 475% because my screen is smaller. But the point is, when you've got those, I mean, I literally take a ruler and measure it on the screen to get the correct representation of being on site, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So if you even if you get it roughly to 100 mil apart, I mean, mine's 475 on this laptop I've got, and then pan down to the images, and the top image is just the plain photograph without anything on it. Yeah. And the bottom set of images is the GPS, and this has all been GPS verified photo montages that we've done. So this gives you the position of the building in the photograph. And what you will see from this, obviously that first page is a summer page. And then if you go down in a minute to the next page, you'll see a set of winter photos from the same location. What you'll see is that the position of the building is well below the trees. It's actually, I mean, you can't see the building, you will not see the building in summer. And I think you'll see that plainly on site when we're there on Monday. In winter, I've said in my evidence that you'll barely see, I think there's almost no chance of seeing the building in winter. But if I just take you to the winter shot for viewpoint 12 there, I don't know if you can pan down to find that.
Yes, I've got that, yes.
Okay. As you look at the wireframe of the buildings there, all of that vegetation is in front of the viewpoint. So on the left-hand side of the wireframes there, you can just make out some buildings in the background. These are the buildings Ms. Kirk refers to as being visible.
Yeah.
I would point out that those buildings, if you look at an aerial photo, those particular buildings are the buildings on Pembury Grange to the south, the little road that's called Pembury Grange, to the south of the listed building. Those houses are right on the edge of the fields, effectively, with some vegetation, a little bit of trees and vegetation separating them. So in winter, you get a view of those. If you look at the where the buildings are relative to that, and if you look at an aerial photo on a screen at the same time, this may be something you need to do separately to us all looking at it together, but the buildings on the site are set behind those buildings, behind the vegetation that sits on the sort of southwest side of the site. And what you're looking at when you're looking at that wireframe, the building on the very left-hand end is actually the buildings on the north side of the site, to the north of the track, the avenue, as we've been referring to it. So they're behind, they're way back from the edge of those glimpses of buildings that you can see in those photos. So we're behind that vegetation, behind built form. What these wireframes are doing is showing you where the buildings would be in the landscape if it's just to locate them, really. And so both in terms of the vegetation that's in front of them, but also in terms of their height. I mean, they don't overtop the vegetation, that, as you can see there from that photograph, they don't poke up above the vegetation at all. This discussion that's been raised at several points about them overtopping is I say, incorrect. We've also, as you're aware, offered a condition to reduce the heights and to keep the buildings lower. That can be discussed in the conditions session, I think. So any concern that the council would have about that, I think it's entirely dealt with by that condition, albeit that I say it's not necessary. If we, so I don't know how much you want to look at these, but if you scroll down to the next page, you get to viewpoint 13, which is the kind of to the eastern end of where the zone of visual influence in winter hits the road. Remembering we say there's no visibility in summer whatsoever. There's so much vegetation and density of leaf growth. You won't see it in summer. You won't see any lighting in summer whatsoever. So again, scrolling down to viewpoint 13, and I've got lost, so I'm going to zoom out and go back in.
Is it behind the tree?
Probably bed. Yes, that's again there because they're GPS verified, and then we built it from the model. That the shots that my colleague took with all the GPS kit in summer, it ended up behind the tree. It's better to go to the winter shot again, which is the next one down, where it's thankfully to the side of the tree because the photograph was taken in just a slightly different location. All the details of the photo locations are at the bottom left of the images. If I zoom in again, 475% of my screen, and then find the image again, you'll see that the building there is behind basically a mass of vegetation that sits between the site and the viewpoint. I mean, the reality is you cannot see these, you will not see these buildings in summer, and in winter there is only the barest possibility of a glimpse of the buildings. They're not going to overtop the vegetation, and using words like severe and stuff, I think is just completely disingenuous, really. The reference to housing, as I've sort of alluded to as well, the reference to the existing housing that you can see to the west and from viewpoint 12 and from viewpoints 10 and 11, for instance, as you're going along the Pembury Road, is completely different to where our site is relative in terms of distance, how far back they are, how much vegetation they're behind, etc., etc. So our position is that from the Pembury Road, you simply will not see the building. We've, again, in my proof, I've discussed likelihood of seeing the buildings at night in winter. At night in summer, you won't see them. There's too much vegetation in the way. At night in winter, there's the outside possibility you might see a twinkle of light here or there. But as we've discussed, it's set in the context of a lit corridor with cars on the road, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, I think, take somebody driving down there, they're not going to see anything at all. They should be focusing on the road. Somebody in their car might look to the side. Somebody walking along there has the most possibility they could stop at night time in winter and look across the landscape, and they might see, a twinkle of one or two lights. It's certainly be, I mean, it's going to be negligible. That's my position on it, is that any likelihood of any impacts on Pembury Road is negligible, and therefore we say any likelihoods on the important landscape approach there will be no effects.
Is the Pembury bypass lit at that point adjacent to the site?
The Pembury bypass isn't lit adjacent to the site. The viewpoint 15, which is the where the Pembury Road goes over the bypass, that is lit. The bridge is lit. There is lights on the bridge and around the roundabouts, but the Pembury bypass itself isn't.
Okay.
If you want to comment, when outside the zone of visual influence.
The business of the zone of visual influence, we tried very hard to agree a zone of visual influence, to then sort of come back and say, well, it's outside the visual influence, but I still think it has an effect. The whole statement of common ground, trying to agree things, seems a bit silly. I did meet, not Tanya Kirk, but I did meet the Council's Landscape and Biodiversity Officer on site back in February or something this year. I can't remember the exact date, when it was winter, and we looked at it. We agreed where the viewpoints were going to be, where we agreed that we would do some wireframes to try and deal with some of these points. And we looked at it, and I think as a consequence, obviously at that point, then Tanya Kirk got involved and sort of took over and it's clear that Ms. Kirk hasn't had a chance to see it in summer yet. Her assessments, to my reading, don't include summer assessments. So, whilst I agree that, worst case is winter, and that's what she's looked at, I think it's disingenuous not to also provide summer assessments, because it was winter 6 months of the year, so is summer. So,
did you ever ask to come on site?
Sorry, Mr.
Good
Jones.
evening,
you
sir.
want- sorry,
I could
sorry. Just one moment. I just wanted to make sure, Mr. Jones.
Clarification, Miss
Jones.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me, sir? Sorry.
So I can hear you. I wondered, sorry, Mr. Jones, whether you were going to just come in and add something to what Mr. Gibbons said.
Just clarification. Of course, there's just so it's clear. I don't think it'd be controversial. My clients have never refused access to Miss Kirk or to any other landscape officers for the council on the site at any time of the year.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, thank you very much, Mr. Jones. Mrs. Kirk.
Thank you, sir. Notwithstanding the comments on summer views, I maintain that the site is visible in winter. When we were on the site in winter, from the site you can see the cars on the Pembury Road, and they're much smaller than the proposed development would be in reverse views. And as I've stated before, you can see the Pembury Hospital from Pembury Road, which is much further away and through the trees. So notwithstanding any comments on height, I maintain that you would see the site from Pembury Road in winter.
Is that an appropriate way of looking at it in that reverse look? Does that automatically follow that if you look from A to B and you can see B from A, you can automatically assume you can see A from B, if you know what I mean?
So it would be the appellant has helpfully provided the wireframes, which I think are useful, and I think from those you can see that you would see the site. And I think if you see in context, you take on board that you can see the built form adjacent to the site, both the near and further away built form. And then it's common practice in visual assessment to use reverse views for private dwellings, because you wouldn't be able to access private dwellings from within the site. So it's incredibly likely that if you could see something from one location, that it would make sense that you could see the reverse. But that doesn't I still think, having walked along the A264, I believe strongly that I could see the site from the road during my site visit in winter, and that I believe that you could see the built form of the proposals in winter.
Okay. But you don't dispute the wireframe evidence?
The wireframe evidence, I don't dispute that the model, the methodology for it and the modelling is correct. The council's position on it is that the wireframes, and I think this was a point with regards to the heights in particular, that the wireframes didn't model the parameters. So they didn't model the tallest heights in the parameters. They modelled heights that were lower. And this is where the idea of a planning condition regarding heights has come in. So during the process of writing our proofs and following Mr. Gibbons's initial LVIA, where he assessed the parameters rather than the wireframes, that the appellants have since said that they would pull down, that there would be a condition to minimise the height of the buildings to those set out within the wireframes. So my assessment when I was writing the proof is to draw parallels with the appellant's LVA and using the parameters, and that if you change the orientation of the building or use the maximum height of one of the buildings in the parameters, which is 15 metres, then the buildings could overtop the vegetation. Now, I'll admit that that's a minor point in this, and that what I would like to focus on is the fact that, notwithstanding that, and if you took the wireframes as read, you would still see the development from the road. And if you look at photo wire, the viewpoint 13 that Mr. Gibbons has helpfully taken us to, you can see there's an existing dwelling to the left of the photograph that is visible, and then if you're looking, and this is in the winter representation, sir, and then you look at where the outline for the site is, you can see that the proposed development would extends development in that view from the existing dwelling that you can see out to where the proposed wireframe, where the wireframe sits the site within that rural landscape. And I think one of the points is that we're trying to make is we're not trying to say that this is, and again, this goes back to our initial conversations on significance. We're not trying to say that this is an open view of the dwelling. We're trying to say that the proposals would influence the important landscape approach and would create an urbanizing feature within that view. And that even though it's a glimpse view in winter, it still makes a difference to the experience of the approach.
So you're on mute.
Thank you. And you still maintain that it's minor or moderate adverse effect?
Yes, I do, sir. But I take on board the point about some of my own evidence.
Okay. Can I hear from the appellant, please? No.
So just first of all, so I'll just go first. You asked, not for the first time, a very pertinent and straightforward question to Ms. Kirk, but you didn't really get a straightforward answer. I think your question, to which there was a very long answer, was did she take any issue with the wireframe modelling? And I think the answer is no.
That's what I took the answer to be.
Yes. Thank you, sir. That's what I recall. But
Okay, if I could just go back to Mrs. Kirk on that.
Thank you, sir. I don't have a problem with the wireframe modelling. I think what I would like to say is that what is modelled is the thing that the council have questioned, because there's the detailed layout and heights set out are quite specific. And so I don't have an issue with the modelling or the wireframe. I find it very helpful and I'm thankful to the appellant. It's just for the inspector to bear in mind that the layout of those, and the heights of those dwellings are made for the model and weren't part of the height parameters. They fit within the height parameters. They don't fit the maximum.
So in terms of a worst case scenario, the buildings could be higher than those that have been assumed in that wireframe modelling. That's
correct. That was the council's concern, and then there is muting about a condition for it. But then, if you accepted a condition on the height of the buildings modelled, you would then have to accept the form and layout of the buildings modelled, which is something that the council are not prepared to do at this stage, because we have an issue with the design that we will get onto at a different point. But the fact is that the wireframe, whilst to my mind is accurate and has been represented accurately, does not consider the worst case scenario put before the inspector. It doesn't consider the maximum height parameters.
Okay. I suppose I can let the appellant speak for themselves, but the appellant would probably say if there was a condition, the height could be controlled, and the wire modelling is the most reasonable most likely scenario based upon the position at the moment, given that this is an outline application. I'll come back to them and say whether that is their case, but does that seem fair?
That seems fair to me, sir. But then if you are looking at an outline application, usually one goes first to the parameters plans, because that's where you're setting your expectations for the development. So it seems unclear as to why they would have parameters that are higher than the wireframe that they're illustrating.
Okay.
But notwithstanding that fact and the agreement of it, I ascertain that you would still see the development regardless of height.
Okay.
If it's modelled, I believe you would still see it in winter.
Okay. Can I ask the appellant then if they'd like just to respond to that point?
Well, so first of all, I just note again a misunderstanding, and I note when Ms. Kirk uses the first person as her position, and then she explains the council's position. Insofar as the council's position, so your note, and we've had this before, it's a flawed approach to an outline permission. The outline permission, if the council is to refuse on the basis of an outline, it's got to show that there is no way under reserved matters that a concern can be overcome. That's the whole nature of reserved matters. But I'll be dealing with that with trees and as well, sir. But I note what Ms. Kirk says is the council's position, and I think Mr. Gibbons has something further to say.
So if I can just bring in one or 2 points, I made a couple of notes here. Firstly, there was reference to the LVIA originally done. The LVIA originally was done on the basis of the worst case, and for the entirety of Pembury Road, the effects assessed were neutral right the way through summer and winter. So I think there's consistency there with the original assessment of what we're saying now. Referring to the hospital building is, I believe, 6 stories in height. It sits probably at a different level of the landscape. Ms. Kirk's point is that you can see the white painted elevations. It's white rendered the building through the trees in winter. I confirm that you can. We tried to be helpful all the way along with this and said, well, look, we don't want to have a white building, so we've offered a condition that would deal with that by saying that we won't have white or reflective materials. The wording can be discussed later. I say in these scenarios, any chance of seeing anything through these trees is very small in any event. Height is a reserved matter. Just moving on slightly, if you make a note, paragraph 252 of my rebuttal just briefly sets out that, clearly whereas the parameters plan shows heights on certain buildings, the intention wouldn't be to have everything to the maximum height. The model shows a representation of how the site could be developed, with the highest building, which is the sort of cone-shaped building in the model. You would probably have seen it. I think was designed, put in there by the architects to have an allusion towards an oast house that is common within the high wheel. That's the only point on the model that goes to 15 metres, but it's perfectly normal, of course, within those parameters, you'll have subservient roofs, some that lower, etc., etc. So even though there is a maximum height, and the council, of course, would have control of this at reserved matter stage. So if they felt that a particular element of roof was too high at reserved matter stage, they could say so, and that would be approached then. So the model is a realistic approach. We've also, again, trying to assist with this, offered a condition that would restrict the height, and the height the condition talks about, I think, 12.87 metres rather than the full 15, because, as I said, the only bit that was going to 15 was the conical roof. But in any event, from the Pembury Road, I say there's no need for that condition on height, because you won't see it, and it won't overtop, as we discussed earlier, and we've got the wireframes to show where things are relative to the trees that are in the foreground. We've looked at 2 of them. There's obviously the A264 bridge over the A21, which is modelled as viewpoint 15. again, I'll just quickly zoom in on that myself. But again, the buildings, even within the model, and you can see the cone shape building there, it sits below the level of the tree line. But you won't see, there won't be any overtopping, you won't see it. I mean, with one hand, Miss Kirk seems to say she accepts the model and she accepts the photo wires and that we've used the right methodology, and we took, you know, expensive GPS kit to the site to make sure we got this absolutely right. And then with the other hand, she says, oh, well, it'll overtop the trees and you know, these things don't mean anything. So I think I will call it a day there. I think that the photo wires speak for themselves and you'll obviously see it on site.
So it was in my rebuttal that the suggested condition appears. So I just wanted to give you the reference for that. I think perhaps it's best to come on to that maybe in the condition session, but it's my rebuttal brief, which is 07.55. And it's paragraphs 2.3 to 2.5 that refer to building heights. And okay. I just wanted to make sure the point had come across that actually the model that's produced, all 108 units fit into that model. So when we do come onto it, if you were reminded to approve the appeal and impose the condition of as suggested, we'd be entirely confident that the volume of development that's proposed could be accommodated in a lower ridge if that's what was deemed necessary.
Okay. Thank you. Can I ask a question about landscaping and landscaping that would be included within the scheme? Whether that would make any difference to views from Pembury Road. That's a question of both parties, but
yeah. Can I step in on that initially?
Yes.
I think it would make very, very little difference to the views from Pembury Road. It would, from the Greenbelt perspective, at the southwest corner of the site, you'll be aware there's a if you look at the aerial, there's the trees that sort of come across the southern boundary of the site, and there's a small gap. And this is the point that Miss Kirk was alluding to earlier, that she felt that you could see the Pembury Road from. We would plant across that in order to reinforce that boundary. So I don't think it really is going to make a huge difference from Pembury Road, is the honest answer. It's more relevant. I mean, the place where it has real relevance, I think, is on Blackhurst Lane, adjacent to Blackhurst Lane, in terms of the structural, what I call the structural planting.
Okay. Mrs. Kirk, do you have anything to say about potential landscaping as part of the landscaping scheme?
With regards to Pembury Road,
concern, yeah.
I agree with Mr. Gibbons that I don't think it would have an effect, and that primarily the mitigation in landscape terms, it would affect Blackhurst Lane.
Okay.
The views thereof.
Can I ask you a question about viewpoint 17, which is from the bridge, isn't it, over the bypass? Does that have is that just within the AONB?
So I can answer that. Yes, it is. The original path that crossed the road before they put the bridge in ran along the edge of the AONB in much the same way as Blackhurst Lane does. But the bridge in the last 3 years or whatever it is since it's been built, just the line of the bridge and the way it projected, it actually falls. If you look at the AONB area of AONB, the bridge does fall within the AONB.
So from that bridge on your wireframe diagram, you'd be able to see the buildings because they could be viewed in a gap between the trees from viewpoint 17.
So that, as indicated on the wireframe, there's that gap in the trees that will allow you to get a glimpse of the buildings through that gap. I think I made the point in my evidence that when they put the bridge in, they took out a lot of vegetation that was along the side of the A21, and you can see in those photographs and on site that's now growing back. And obviously, we are also proposing mitigation along that north edge of the site and along the eastern edge of the site, adjacent to the A21. That once that grows in, will ultimately provide further mitigation of that view. The view from the footbridge is from a short length of the footbridge, and of course, the context of the view is one of standing right above a dual carriageway, where the sensitivity of receptors is lower because of the nature of the viewpoint and being above the dual carriageway.
But it would be of built form.
What, that you can see?
Yes.
In the short term, yes.
So your view is that the trees that would be planted would screen the development in time? In time,
along with all the trees in the foreground along the A21. As they grow up, as they go back, because they're close to the viewpoint, they'll truncate the view more quickly than any planting done on site. But in time, appropriate planting done on site could also assist and help screen the building. So, obviously, mitigation planting takes time to fill in and grow, and that's well established in
and is the impact from view 17 any part of the council's case?
Yes, sir. We've looked at the views from the public right of way and over the bridge. Yes, and I agree that you would see the development. I think from our perspective, it would be in the much longer term that you would get screening. In the 15-year term that you look at for residual effects, because of the nature of the buildings that you see in that view, they're the 3-story buildings proposed, that it would take a considerable amount of time for new tree and shrub planting to overtop those buildings. And that in a similar vein to the views from Pembury Road that you experience, and as you could see from the wireframe helpfully provided, you would still see glimpses of the built form within that view. Once the vegetation is established, but I maintain that the trees would not establish sufficiently to screen that building for 15 years plus. It depends obviously on the growth of the trees, but it's a much longer term prospect.
So can I just come back on that time frame? The combination of trees on site, and particularly the trees in the foreground along the A21, which are growing back, and you can see them there, and you can see them in the photos there as well. They will provide screening in the shorter term than the 15-year plus period that Ms. Kirk's talking about. I mean, I would suggest that, assuming those trees continue to grow and fill in the foreground, you'll find within 5 to 7 years that gap that we can see between the trees would be blocked. I think obviously then that would be reinforced by the planting on site itself, that we grow up and sort of reinforce that from behind in the longer term.
Okay, thank you.
So if I may, could I please just point out that the appellant in their look at visual effects, it doesn't seem to have, they don't have, one of our critiques was that they didn't consider all of the viewpoints within their visual assessment, and that there's not a summary of likely significant visual effects from viewpoint 17 that I can find within the LVA. We've got Blackhurst Lane, Sandown Park Lane, Pembury Road, but that this at page 18 of the LVIA submitted, chapter 7. I don't know if you want to.
So I can clarify that for you. I can clarify that for you very straightforwardly. Viewpoint 17 wasn't in the original LVIA that was done when we first went to site and started working on this. The bridge didn't exist. It was built in the time that we've been involved in the project, and my colleague that did the assessment didn't pick up on that and do an assessment. So it's not in the LVIA, it is in my evidence. My assessment is on page 48 of my proof. So it's not in the LVIA, you won't find it there. That's correct.
Is it been killed?
Yeah, I wasn't understanding.
Did the council ask for that to be done from viewpoint 17?
When I met with the landscape and biodiversity officer on the site, we went to viewpoint 17. It was one of the viewpoints we talked about doing the wireframes for, which is why we presented the wireframe from it. And then rather than sort of retro stitching it into the LVIA, which was a submitted document within the planning application, I covered it in the proof.
Thank you. Is there anything you wish to add on that, Mr. Kirk?
I think my colleague, Ms. James, would like to speak
Okay,
on this
thank you.
matter. Thank you.
Ms. James?
Thank you, sir. I note that you were commenting on where in the council assessments, we've discussed that, and I can sort of refer you to relevant points within my proof of evidence. So if you turn, please, to my proof of evidence. So we're looking at core document 08.14.
Yep.
And then there's a section, paragraph 9.33.
Yep.
It talks about the A21 dual carriageway and the footbridge in that section there. And it says that there are trees along the boundary of the site with the A21. It notes the site is located on higher level land than the A21. It then talks about a section plan which was submitted with the outline application. And if I give you that reference, I think it's important to have a look at that. So that's 02, 01, 08.
Yeah.
And I say that the section's been submitted with the application, and which indicates that the proposed development would be in very close proximity to the existing trees and higher in height than those trees. It then goes on in my para to talk about the photo wire representation, which we've been discussing, viewpoint 17, which shows that the development would be visible from the footbridge over the A21 during the winter. And there is a gap in the vegetation adjacent to Hamptons. So there is some vegetation along the A21, but the garden to Hamptons is one of the sort of key reasons why you've got this landscape gap at this point, where development would be visible from the A21 and the footbridge. So you would be able to see into the site through that gap in particular. Although the existing trees provide some screening, and it's acknowledged that future planting would enhance sort of mitigation in that area, the development is likely to remain visible even after the mitigation planting from the A21, particularly during the winter months due to its size and height. And any external lighting is also likely to make development on this site more prominent from the A21 and the footbridge. So my proof of evidence was written after we had received the viewpoints and the photo wires. So it's taking into consideration the indicative heights that have been shown on the section which was submitted with the outline application, plus also the lower heights within the photo wires which were submitted at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you.
And for clarity, I've also looked at it within my LVA at page 29 in paragraphs 7.37 and 7.38.
Thank you. Miss James, just to pick up a point on the paragraph you just read out to me, it says, although the existing trees would provide some screening and planting would be enhanced as part of the scheme in this location, the development is likely to remain visible even after mitigation planting from the A21, particularly during the winter months due to its size and height. You then say lighting is also likely to make this site more prominent from the A21 and the footbridge. So the paragraph I first read out doesn't refer to the footbridge.
So it does include the footbridge. So the assessment, it's in a section which is including the A21, dual carriageway and the footbridge. So it does mean that, or to clarify that matter, it is, in my view, that you would be able to see it from the A21 and the land above the A21. So if you're standing above the A21 on the footbridge, you would be able to see it even more clearly than you would be able to see it from the A21 because of the height and the increase in view from that point.
When you mean the A20, when you refer to the A21, you're referring to the A21 in the vicinity of the footbridge. That point there.
Sorry, there's a lot of background noise here at the moment. Could you just repeat that, please?
So when you're referring to the A21, when you can see that, you say you can see the, you could be able to see the site from the A21.
Mm-hmm.
You mean the A21 in the vicinity of the footbridge? So the A21 highway in the vicinity.
That's correct.
Of the footbridge.
So the A21, the carriageway, if you are driving down there, or if you're a passenger down there, you can see on the right-hand side. It's something that you may want to do as part of your site visit unaccompanied, is to drive down the A21. Once you've sort of been able to orientate yourself with the footbridge, and you know where the footbridge is, you'll be able to see on the right-hand side Hamptons. You can then see the gap in the landscape there. Through that, obviously, it's going to be, the footbridge is at a higher height than the A21 carriageway, and the views would be even clearer from that point. And obviously, people are going to have a more detailed view than you would have if you were driving down the A21. You may be stuck in traffic, unfortunately, on the A21, so you may have a more detailed view, but if you're obviously passing, you will get a sort of glimpse of that as you pass.
Yeah.
So can I just
I mean, I will have a look at that. It's just looking at Google Maps. The A21, there is an embankment alongside the A21 in the vicinity of the footbridge.
So I think the section that I showed you, that I quoted earlier, which was submitted with the application, which is again, core document 020108, you can see that, yes, there is an embankment. You can see the section that's going through there, and you can see the height of the existing trees. And in that picture, you can see the buildings clearly higher than the existing trees, clearly quite large in form. And you would get a very clear view from the direction of the A21 towards that building if it was built as shown on the section. Obviously, we note it's an indicative scheme. We note that the photo wire representatives are lower than that, and there's other ways that they can do it. But based on what we've seen so far in terms of development and the likely scale of in terms of the floor area that they require for the residential, the 108 units, plus all the community facilities that they're proposing, it's, they're likely to be quite large buildings, much greater in size than a single dwelling, for example, and the view would that the impact visually from that point would be much greater than obviously the surrounding residential development that you would see in Sandown Park. In terms of the scale there, it's very different in scale to what you would see at Sandown Park. I'm not saying that you would see Sandown Park for avoidance of any further comments to come back from this point on the A21. I'm just sort of saying in terms of scale and size. Thank you.
So can I? Sorry.
Yes.
So we're more than happy for you to judge Miss James's evidence, and I note what she said by driving down the A21. But obviously, your drive, I hope, with due care and attention. We don't want to be responsible for any accidents, but we're perfectly happy, sir, for you to carry out that driving exercise unaccompanied. I think Mr. Gibbons has something to say.
So I'll just a couple of points. Firstly, the section that's been referred to. If you imagine a car driver and just draw a line from the eye level of a car driver or something towards the building, you're looking straight through the vegetation that sits on the edge of the A21. The reality is, from the A21, when you're adjacent to the site, the vegetation provides full screening in summer. And in winter time, there is some translucency through that vegetation. The mitigation planting along that boundary of the site that we put in, I think we would very deliberately put in sort of lower level woodland edge type planting along that edge of the site to reinforce the view through the vegetation. There is no view over the vegetation from the A21 in that location. The approaching up the A21 from the south, you also see this yourself when you drive. There's a very small glimpse on that vegetation, but it's been cut back with the footbridge grows back. That will be completely truncated But the final thing, if I could just point you for your note to my proof, paragraph 7, 12, 35. I described there summer and winter effects on the views from the A21, and hopefully you'll find them to be entirely reasonable.
Okay, thank you. And can I just ask Mr. James question about the A21. You've articulated well this morning the issue about the important landscape approach of Pembury Road, and that being a policy objective in order that the green route into Tunbridge Wells is maintained as a green route. There's no policy approach to the A21, is there, that means that there should be a maintenance of a green route along the A21. A driver driving down the A21 will not be appreciating, I suppose, the landscape as much as a driver down Pembury Road going into Tunbridge Wells. Is my understanding correct?
So there is no specific policy in terms of landscape protection on either side of the A21, but as you do drive down it, you will note it's very green, it's very leafy, it's very rural in character. There aren't really any glimpses, especially at that point, of any building. So to see a building would, it would stand out. To see that sort of external lighting, it would be more noticeable. And the issue that we have is, therefore, at the moment, it's got a rural character. It's protected by its greenbelt status. It's got it's got an attractive landscape character, and that makes an important contribution to the whole character of the locality. And having a building that close to the road where you're going to see it and see the lighting as well would change that. It would also bring, as we said, and we'll be discussing more in Greenbelt, this bringing the settlement of Tunbridge Wells further out, right against to the A21 on that point, where we consider that it would be visible.
It's not referred to in the reason for refusal specifically.
It's not, but we refer to the landscape character of the locality.
Thank you. I'm going to wrap up now on landscape, but I'm just going to give the council an opportunity to just say anything it wishes to say that it's not been said, and then I'll give the appellant the final word.
Thank you, sir. I think the final points that I would like to make in respect of the landscape issues is that it's our assessment that the site has a high sensitivity to development in line with the sensitivity study produced by the council, that both sets of evidence before you have found significant adverse effects at the site level, which to my mind is within the locality. There would be lasting harm to the visual amenity and perception of rurality to the people using the avenue and Blackhurst Lane, which I consider to be rural. There would be lasting adverse effects with respect to the setting of the AONB. And just as a last pointer on in defence of my own methodology, I'd just like to point out to you, sir, that the same methodology was used for the Hawkhurst appeal, in which the council was successful, and in our LVIA report for the sites within the AONB on behalf of Tunbridge Wells, where the methodology was scrutinised and accepted by Natural England. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And final comments from the appellant.
Well, Mr. Mills will go first, but we fundamentally ask you to reject Ms. Kirk's approach on locality, which says because there is a high level or whatever assessed level of harm to a part of the locality, that can then be elevated to significant harm of the locality. And that is a misapplication, maybe her methodology, but it's not the correct methodology. You have to look and identify the locality as a whole, and then you assess harm as against the locality. So we say that's completely flawed. Insofar as now the elevated status of the A21, we agree that the A21 is part of the locality, and you'll hear in a minute the response from Mr. Miles and Miss Miles, but also Mr. Gibbons of the supplementary oral evidence that was given by Miss James about the great landscape quality of the A21 along this section. We also, when you, Mr. Gibbons is just getting a document, I'll just ask Miss Miles then just to address just her response from, it was given by the planning witness, and then we'll have Mr. Gibbons as a landscape witness to respond to the evidence on the A21 in particular. But I'll let Miss Miles go first.
Thank you. There is no policy at all that protects the A21 or indeed designates it as any kind of green corridor or important landscape approach in the same way as the important landscape approach at Pembury Road. I think that's all I needed to say.
So you'll appreciate as well when assessing, which hasn't done, the noise, as we've all agreed, aspect would be an important part of any landscape assessment as well, and person's appreciation and how people appreciate the landscape of the A21 in their cars. But anyway, I'll hand over now to Mr. Gibbons.
So could I just take a moment to consult with Mr. Jones whether I'm allowed to discuss something?
No. Just do
Okay.
it.
You want
Okay,
you want to break for a moment?
No, it's
I'm very happy for him
It's all right.
to witness that.
really, I mean, I don't have a huge amount more to say on the A21. I think we've said it, and you've got my evidence, and I gave you the paragraph reference and stuff. Really, it was just to pick up on Miss Kirk's comment to say that, her various assessments have been, seen by other appeals or whatever, and have, had scrutiny. I'm not sure how relevant that is in some respects, but I was reading the other day something from the AONB office, Claire Tester, planning advisor to the AONB office on matter 2, issue 1, housing needs and requirement to the current EIP. And paragraph 4.2 on page 7 of that is pretty damning, I would say, of Miss Kirk's landscape and visual assessment. I don't particularly want to read them, but I don't know whether is that a full document or.
It's before the EIP.
Yeah, this is before the EIP. The Borough Council commissioned Hankins and Duggett to produce an AONB setting analysis report. The study focuses primarily on the intervisibility of developments and direct impacts and does not address the wider impacts accommodating this level of growth so close to the boundary of the AONB. Sorry, I was on the wrong quote there.
Sorry, Mr. Gibbons, what is the relevance of this point you made?
I suppose the point I'm making is that one can say our assessments have been tested. Miss Kirk said my assessments have been tested here, there, and everywhere. I don't know if that has really got relevance to what we've been saying. That's what I'm saying, and you will find people equally that will critique. Oh yeah, here we go. The assessments consistently downgrades impact on the AONP. The imprecise method encourages operator bias and is opaque in nature, discourages scrutiny. The site assessments are inconsistent, partial, unsubstantiated, and peppered with loaded phrases. It's all very well to say people have looked at your assessments and said they're good, but equally, as looked at here from somebody from the AONB office, there is not always, just because an assessment has been looked at within a appeal context or something, doesn't mean it's necessarily been.
Yeah, I mean, the simple point is Miss Kirk was referring to her assessments being accepted. The position at the EIP is the ANOB panel are scathing about the work that's been done. That's not before you, sir. What's before you, sir, is not any, or indeed, even with appeals that are before you, you don't have the assessment work that your colleagues are commenting on. We're not seeking to rely on that. What we are saying is this assessment is flawed, and the approaches, and you can see there's no admission by Ms. Kirk when it's plainly wrong. She agrees, for example, an extent of visual influence, and is still maintaining that there is minor harm during the summer. So you'll judge the credibility of that when you look on site, as you will do of Miss James's assessment of the outstanding landscape character of the A21.
Okay.
Ultimately, so that will be a matter for you, but it obviously goes to the credibility of the witnesses.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm sorry, I don't want to prolong matters, but
no,
I do want to respond, please.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, Ms. Lambert, that a point has been made then that I'm not comfortable with, and
So I can help you further as to why you
I
should
would
be comfortable with it, because Mrs. Kirk was telling you that the appellant is placing great reliance on the fact that they say that her methodology is flawed. And she's given you evidence that her methodology has been accepted, not only in the Hawkhurst Golf Club appeal, but also in the LVA assessment on major allocations in the AOMB. And what she said was that that was scrutinised by Natural England. That was worked on with Natural England. Her methodology was worked on with Natural England. They accepted it. And so you have before you the Hawkhurst Golf Club appeal. I read you out the comment from that inspector. He called it a professional and up-to-date assessment. What she is telling you is her methodology has never been criticised before these appellants have criticised it, with that criticism being upheld and accepted by an inspector. That is a matter of fact.
No, Miss Lambert is sorry. It's a thoroughly bad point.
It's not a thoroughly bad.
Sorry, can I finish? It's a bad point which you introduced. The methodology of Miss Kirk in other appeals is not before this inspector. It is not, and we do not have, and this inspector is not in a position to judge whether she employed the same methodology there as she's employing here.
Well, she's told the inspector she has.
I'm sorry, can I just finish without being interrupted? I know you're taking a bad point, but let me do it. You cannot, just a witness simply asserting something is, and I know this council will find it difficult, is not evidence. We have not introduced it. It was you, Miss Lambert, who introduced when, as an endorsement to this inspector, don't worry about the criticisms of Miss Kirk's approach here. It's been endorsed elsewhere. If that's the case you wanted to make, you would have had to have produced the evidence of the approach that she took before to see whether that is good. That evidence is not before the inquiry. I don't think now it's too late for you to introduce it. And therefore, we would respectfully say, sir, that you are looking at the evidence that is before you today. And you must judge, we respectfully say, and we are very happy for Mr. Gibbons' approach to stand by what evidence is before you, and for you to look at Miss Kirk's evidence and decide whether it is robust or not. But what you can't do is simply assert that it's been tested elsewhere and found to be appropriate when there is no evidence before the inquiry to say that setting out the methodology to show that it's the same that's been employed here. It's a very simple point.
Well, sir, I don't accept that characterisation that there's no evidence before you. But on that note, sir, in which case Mr. Gibbons shouldn't be referring you to AOMB comments that aren't before you, because that's what Mr. Gibbons just did, and these were my submissions in response to that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't want to hear any more on this now. Thank you.
Sorry, we're very happy to. So your note, it was Miss Lambert and Miss Kirk who sought to rely on endorsements from elsewhere that are not before you, sir. So there we are.
Thank you. Right. Thank you. I will close this session now, and we will take a 15-minute break. And if it's still okay, if Mr. Adey is still with us, Mr. Adey, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Sorry that this has gone on longer than we anticipated, Mr. Adey. I hope that we're just going to take a break now, 15-minute break, and we return at 10 to 4. And then if we can get you on at 10 to 4. Sorry, 5 to 4. Is that okay with you, Mr. Adey?
That'll be fine. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll get you on at 5 to 4, and then we'll move into conditions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. we will take a 15-minute adjournment now. Thank you.
Thank you.
welcome back. Going to resume the inquiry now. Can I just check that all parties are present? Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. AD.
Hello.
I'm sorry you couldn't join us. You were out of the country on Tuesday.
That's right. That's correct. But
Good.
thank you particularly for finding the time to hear my comments anyway.
Okay, so I'm in your hands, Mr. AD.
Thank you. Okay. Well, good afternoon. My name is Les Adey. Myself and my wife occupy one of the 4 properties, which is now within the listed building called Pembury Grange. When we moved here, which was just over 20 years ago, we understood the area in question was greenbelt, quotes, and that development was unlikely, if not impossible. Clearly, this is no longer the case, but surely there must still be a strong reason to maintain a green area at this point between Tunbridge Wells and Pembury and prevent a merging of the 2 built-up areas. We noted Mr. Hawkins' comments yesterday in that he believed the view from the A264 Pembury Road was not relevant because of the need to concentrate on the traffic. However, unless one was wearing Mr. Hawkins style blinkers, anyone walking, cycling, or even driving couldn't fail to notice this area before entering Tunbridge Wells itself as you proceed along the road. Secondly, I would fully endorse my neighbour Mr. Hood's comments yesterday regarding the actual setting of Pembury Grange. Admittedly, there is a lot of 20th century development to the south of the property, but the area to the north and the east is substantially as it was when the property was built in the 1860s. Our property faces to the north and east, so obviously I've got a fairly selfish interest in the view. But anyway, I believe this proposed development on the scale that it is would completely destroy this area. Thirdly, we're also seriously concerned by the loss of the valuable local amenity which this area represents. Currently, Sandown Park and the track down to the lodge house, are used extensively by local people for both recreational purposes and access to the footbridge over the A21. Excuse me. Cyclists use both the cycle route down Blackhurst Lane and Sandown Park to reach this footbridge. Individuals and families also walk, run and exercise their dogs in Sandown Park, and it's undoubtedly the rural nature of the track down to the lodge which is the main reason for its use. It's the unsport nature of these fields and trees which we've been talking about, and the absence of motor vehicles. Although there is some noise, it still gives you the opportunity for perhaps not quiet reflection, but an opportunity to reflect. In conclusion, I would like to say that there's been much reference to the screening effect of trees on the site, which will mitigate the damage to this area that this development will cause. However, leaves are not permanent fixtures, unlike the proposed buildings. These will permanently disfigure the landscape of our area. That's all I would like to say, really. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adey. You are very welcome. Just want to invite, as we've invited Mr. Jones from the appellant, if he's got any questions of you, Mr. Adey. We've afforded the same opportunity in respect of all the speakers. So, Mr. Jones, have you got any questions for Mr. Adey?
Sir, Mr. Adey, good afternoon. Thank you. Although we're on, we don't necessarily agree with your views. I have no questions. The issues are being explored throughout the inquiry, but I thank you for attending, and I hope you had a nice trip away. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jones, and thank you for bearing with us, Mr. Adey.
That's okay.
Okay.
It's very interesting.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, right. So if we can move into conditions, I don't know whether do we have the appropriate people here for condition session now? From the party, from the council and from the appellant?
Yes, Ms James is going to lead the session on behalf of the council.
Thank you, Sarah. I'll be leading the session on behalf of the appellant.
Is there a council solicitor, or is that just for the planning obligation session?
It's for the planning obligation session,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay. 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 In terms of process for conditions, because of the logistics around fitting things in, we've taken the conditions session a little bit earlier than I would normally do, because there might be things that come out in evidence that might then result in changed or new conditions or etc. So I shall have to deal with that if that occurs in evidence that is yet to come out before we close the inquiry. But I think we can make good progress on the conditions now. And I am going to go through the conditions as set out in the statement of common ground. And just to check, they're the agreed planning conditions that are suggested? Is that am I looking at Appendix F of the statement of common ground? Is that the most up-to-date version of suggested planning conditions?
That's correct, sir, but there has been some liaison between the appellant and the local planning authority about some tweaks to those conditions, which we can discuss. We did email the appellant yesterday just for an update and to try and change the wording of a couple of those conditions, but okay. We haven't had a response yet, but we can discuss that in more detail in this session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I always say in condition sessions as well that whilst we can discuss conditions here, when I come to making my decision, and if I decide to allow the scheme in post conditions, there may be some more minor elements of change that I might require depending on what I see at that time. So looking at that list then, and if we go through, a first point that I want to say is about the order of conditions. That normally expect conditions to follow an order, which will start with the principal conditions and plans conditions, and then deal with conditions that relate to pre-commencement, then prior to occupation, and then effectively monitoring the scheme. So at the moment, the conditions don't follow that order, and I'd like them to be put in that order. And the planning practice guidance refers to that order. I wonder if that's something that could be done.
Yes, we're happy with that, sir. We can take the lead if that's acceptable to Ms James, and redraft the ordering and forward that for agreement.
So the advantage of dealing with this, I just explained about the downside of dealing with conditions now is that we could make things occur in further evidence that we might need conditions on or many conditions. The upside is that it gives the parties time to take forward any amendments from this session, and if necessary, present them to me before we close. So let me go through them. So as the first point on order, I don't have a lot of comments on these conditions as they stand, but if you want to shout out when we go through them where you are now wanting to propose something different, we can deal with it. Condition number 1 is the details. I don't have any comments on that, but please let me know if you wish to say anything in relation to each condition as we go through. Condition number 1? No. Condition number 2, I don't have any comments on condition number 2. Condition number 3 is a planned condition, which I referred to in my opening. As it stands at the moment, there are two, as I said in my opening, I don't know whether the parties have had a chance to look at the plans that should be listed within that plans condition.
Yes, we have, sir. I have proposed, and I believe it has been agreed by the council, some strikeouts and some additions. Shall I just talk you through those now?
Yes, please. Yeah.
So Rev K of the illustrative site plan is struck out. Drawing P107/D illustrative site plan on survey plan also struck out. And the tree protection plan, well, actually both the tree protection plans that are referred to in this condition both struck out. And then the new tree protection plan that was in Mr. Brophy's rebuttal put in place, being the most up-to-date tree protection plan submitted with the appeal. So that drawing reference, if you need it, is 17353-8. And then the strikeout of the words plan submitted with statement of case as well. So that would leave the illustrative site plan Rev M being the plan that's referred to in the condition.
Okay. Thank you. And that's agreed with the council, is it, Ms. James?
That's correct.
Thank you. I don't have any comments on condition. Just please stop me if there's anything that you wish to bring to my attention. I don't have any comments on condition 4 or condition 5. Or condition 6. I did hear.
I have a point on condition 6, sir.
Okay, please go ahead.
So following advice from the council's lawyer, it's recommended that condition 6 is amended to remove reference to or other companion. And this would reflect the agreed wording within the section 106 agreement. So I emailed the appellant yesterday, but I haven't heard their position on that. So it's to remove the wording of or other companion.
Okay.
I'll start. So we note that it may have been used in the section 106 and that may need to be reviewed, but our position is that it's discriminatory to remove the word or companion and also doesn't accord with other examples of conditions that have been imposed in similar circumstances. It would prohibit, for example, two elderly aunts living together in the development, and in fact, actually, it's almost impossible to enforce without getting into too graphic detail as to how you would enforce people to be partners or not in a relationship. So we do think it's discriminatory. We do note it's being used in the section 106, and so I take that point. But the point is, I think that I wasn't involved in the section 106, but we think that that's bad, and actually the section 106 may need to be reviewed in the light of that. So we're grateful to council lawyer drawing to us that inconsistency, but we think the inconsistency should be on the side of fairness and not discrimination.
I can just give you a couple of references, one of which is in a core document where this condition, including the words or companion, have been used. So in Appendix G of my rebuttal brief of evidence, I drew attention to the cinema site, which is a site that the council, I think we'll come on to it more next week, but a site that the council is saying meets their an extra care need. So that condition, number 4 of that permission, contains words or other companion. There's also a site, the Arriva bus depot site on St John's Road. That's not in the evidence. We can give you the decision should you wish to see it. but condition 22 of that permission also contains the word or companion. So in response to the council's request, we don't agree to strike out the words in the condition. We would rather add or other companion into the words of the 106 to make the two consistent.
Ms. James.
So this has become advice from the council's solicitor, and the reason for the deletion of or other companion is because in their view the use of the word companion is too wide and not within the spirit of the intended development, e.g. it could be a 20-year-old daughter or a friend of the primary resident, and the intention is for a partner, whether that be spouse, common law or civil law partner, to be entitled to remain within the building. So that's the views that we've got. This was put to the appellant and the appellant's solicitor, and the wording was taken out of the section 106. It was formerly in, and following the advice of our solicitor, it was taken out. And that deletion was, as I said, agreed recently with the appellant and the appellant's solicitor as part of the section 106 agreement.
Well, we know it's the position with the section 106, and we've said that. But looking for the planning reason, it's been used by this authority elsewhere, so it doesn't suggest that it's not sufficiently precise. I don't follow the point about the intendment, because there are plenty of elderly people who have partners who may be substantially younger than themselves. It's not part of the planning system to impose on sort of lifestyle. Sadly, I think Mr. Murdoch I've heard reports yesterday of him divorcing from the former Mrs. Jagger, Jerry Hall, who's I think at least 20 odd years younger than him. So she would now qualify in one of the orderly homes, and obviously be very welcome. But I mean, having massive age gaps isn't part of the planning system, and of course that exists within partnerships as well. And of course, the term partner is a very wide provision as well, which encapsulates a whole host of relationships. So this may be an example of something that where having an early condition session is advantageous. We can see if we can reach agreement. As I say, I'm not doubting that what the Section 106 says, but I think that that may have been proceeding, I think, on a discriminatory basis.
So I can just add that our lawyer has, our Section 106 lawyer has today spoken with Audley Village, who are the intended operator. But they do have some concern. They think it is overly restrictive, and they say that they don't see this level of detailed control on any of their other care villages. The words or companion are common in planning conditions on their villages. They say that in practice, occupation or request for occupation by someone other than the resident themselves or their spouse or partner are incredibly rare, as their average age of occupant is 79, but they do get the occasional request. So I think to avoid having to come back through repeated NMA applications, if there should be such a request to the condition, I think the words or companion should stay in, and the Section 106 should be amended accordingly to include that. Thank you.
So I'd just like to respond that I'm not quite clear why it was considered acceptable within the matter of the last 2 weeks, and it's been discussed in detail with the appellant, who's discussed it with their client and agreed that or other companion can be removed, and today we're saying it's not acceptable. So I'd just like to point that out.
So I will need to check why that happened, but certainly my last discussion with our lawyer on it was that it was to remain. So I think it's an error that's come out in the very final amendment. But if it's necessary, I can have that conversation with him today and report back on Tuesday morning, if you'd like that answer as to why it's why this has happened.
What I expect to happen is that the two parties will discuss before we get to the conditions session, and these have been put forward in the agreed statement of common ground, and I've proceeded on that basis. So this is obviously news to me, and what I would say is that you need to go away and discuss it, because what I'd like you to do is I don't really want to dispute conditions before we close the inquiry. If there is, there is, and I'll make a decision. But I'd really like you to work it out. And I do agree that that there should be consistency between the condition and the section 106. And it sounds like there needs to be discussion that covers both conditions and section 106 on this. And I would urge you to sit around the table and thrash this one out and present to me next week what your position is.
Okay, understood.
So no, quite understood. I mean, from our point of view here on the inquiry, we thought it was agreed, and we weren't conscious of what's happening with the section 106. And Ms. Miles has obviously taken instructions from Wardley, so it is unfortunate. It is unfortunate, as I say, we thought it had been agreed as it was in the statement of common ground, but obviously you've heard our positions, and hopefully we can negotiate with the council as to whether there is actually a genuine planning reason to make it more restrictive, you've heard from us for the moment, but hopefully we share your concern that we really don't want to be arguing about this, so hopefully we can find a solution, sir.
Okay, well, I'll leave that with you. Condition number 7. I don't have any comments on condition number 7. I don't have conditions. Please stop me if there's any points that you wish to raise. I don't have any comments on condition 8 on the Kemp. Just to be clear, though, on all of the points that all the criteria that would sit within that Kemp, is the council completely satisfied that all matters that have been raised by residents, no construction traffic has been raised by residents as an issue, is that set out within the Kemp, and there's also reference to where construction traffic would access the site from, which was discussed in the highway session. And I want to be sure that everything that the council would be concerned about that has been raised by local residents about construction, traffic, etc., is set out in there. Is that the case, Mrs. James?
So as you said, that is an issue raised by local residents, and there has been discussion on where the construction traffic would go, whether it would be down Sandown Park or Blackhurst Lane, and this condition allows for those details to be confirmed at the condition stage and agreed with KCC Highways. Point 13 of that, the routing of the construction vehicles between the site and the trunk road network in particular, and then other things such as hours of operation in order to sort of minimise disturbance, measures to reduce sort of dust, measures to reduce noise, numbers and frequency of vehicles, etc. Just looking to see whether there is something about hours. Sometimes when a site is near to school, and if, for example, it is going to be, we've had another case recently where KCC have actually requested that the hours are restricted around school times. So yes, at the peak time, so it may be worth adding something along that to that condition.
So I mean that that would be seeking to restrict deliveries to hours that didn't involve arriving at school and leaving at school.
That's
So
correct, yes.
construction vehicles would not. So you could define that, because you've got in there there's site hours of operation, which is different, which is
Yes.
presumed about evening working and weekend working, etc. But there was an issue, as I picked up from the session from the residents
Yes.
on Monday about that.
Mhm.
So you might wish to consider how
Mhm.
that might be represented in a construction management plan. And I also wonder whether the residents, again, these have to be meet planning objectives, but I put it to you whether condition 13, criterion 13 does provide sufficient comfort about construction vehicle routes. Is it that it is not yet known what those routes would be, rather than saying the route to the site shall be via this route rather than that route? Is it still want to be left open as it is now? It's in the council's gift to control that, obviously, because
Yes.
you'll be discharging that condition and approving in the camp.
I think it's something we would need to take further advice from KCC Highways on. I need to go back through their consultation responses just to check what they've said on that. But I think as part of during the application process, from memory, there was talk about having construction access through Blackhurst Lane, really to try and avoid some of the noise and disturbance to residents along Sandown Park. But then there were concerns raised by residents along Sandown and Blackhurst Lane, and then issues about it's quite a narrow lane of a rural character with overhanging trees, whether that construction vehicles would cause damage along that lane. So there are issues with that. But if you wouldn't mind, sir, I would like to just have a refresh of the KCC Highways comments in regard to what they have said. And it may well be that I can speak to someone at KCC Highways as well to see what route they would prefer, if you want to specify the route, or whether you're happy for that route to be left open, and they will agree in their view which is the best route in their opinion for the construction vehicles, which will obviously be the local planning authority would have the opportunity to consider that. It would come to us in conjunction with KCC Highways.
I'm happy either way, because they can be done either way. If it's still not known which is the most appropriate route, then the condition allows for that to be selected.
Well, the appellant may be able to give you an up-to-date position on that.
It doesn't give certainty to the residents if that is something that should be given at this stage. And I'm not falling in either camp. I'm just raising it as a point. I wonder whether the appellants have a view on this.
Yes, sir. I think actually we only need to go back as far as the Highway Statement of Common Ground with National Highways and Kent County Council, because that at Appendix 1 contained National Highways pre-commencement conditions, and I believe that the construction management plan condition requests came from National Highways, and there was an informative, which I'm just looking at, which talks about the details which the CMP should include, which does correlate to the list, albeit the wording is different. But it seems to me that was from the reason that they gave, it was to deal with the A21 trunk road and ensuring that the construction traffic did not have a detrimental impact on the strategic road network. So I don't think anything of the condition needs to significantly change, but I take the point about including hours of delivery vehicles as well as site operations. And we can confirm the access for routing for construction vehicles is via Sandown Park as opposed to Blackhurst Lane.
Okay. Well, can I leave that with you for you to discuss between you, and if you want to put to me any change to that wording, then please do so. Okay.
Yeah, actually, Mr. Blacker, who was with us on Tuesday, has just messaged to say that KCC didn't comment on this specifically, but we don't want or need access via Blackhurst Lane for construction. So
you don't want access via Blackhurst Lane.
We don't need access via Blackhurst Lane for construction. So I'm happy to just amend the wording slightly to put that into the condition to confirm. Okay. We'll do that in the drafting.
If you and Mr. James can discuss that, and then again we're going to come back on the other condition anyway. So
sure.
Please come back to me on that one. Okay.
Okay.
Condition 9 is a prior to commencement condition. Is this a obviously? I mean, How is England not called How is England now? Is that right? National Highways.
That's correct. So conditions 9, 10 and 11 were requested by National Highways.
Yeah.
So we can change the wording to National Highways instead of Highways England.
Yeah. Okay. It's easy to spot the conditions that have come from outside of bodies.
Yes.
Condition 11, 25 meters of the boundary of the site with the A21. So that is, so effectively National Highways want to be consulted on the landscaping schemes that would go within 25 meters of the site on the A21.
That's
boundary.
correct.
Is that correct?
Yes. And I thought it was better to have two separate conditions. Obviously, we've got a landscaping scheme for the wider site, but National Highways do not really need to be concerned with all the wider, finer details. They're obviously interested in it at a sort of more strategic planting type level. So it's probably going to be at a different type of level drawing than you would at a finer detail landscape drawing that you'd get with an application.
And is that a standard condition from National Highways?
I haven't had this condition before. I haven't had any other applications that are in this close proximity to the A21 before, but this is something they have requested. So I presume it is one of their sort of standard within that area.
And do you know what it's trying to achieve? Is it about visibility, leaves on the road, or what you know what it is trying to achieve?
I don't know whether it is to do with water runoff, whether it's to do with, as you said, any sort of changes that may impact sort of levels, the stability of the sort of the embankments at that point. But it's obviously on higher level land than the A21 as well. So that I think they're just concerned that there may be issues and that they want to have some sort of control over to make sure any future details are acceptable to them.
Okay. And is it appropriate that that's a prior to commencement condition? Will the landscaping scheme be known prior to commencement of development?
I take your point on that. I don't know whether it necessarily needs, it's something that they have requested prior to commencement of development, but it could probably, it could be dealt with prior to, for example, prior to the commencement of any landscaping scheme in that area, within that 25-meter area.
Because as you know, we try to reduce the number of pre-commencement conditions.
Yes.
And make them only impose them when absolutely necessary.
Mm-hmm.
So that might be. Do you want to look at the wording of that, Mrs. James?
Yes, of course.
Might be changed from a prior commencement condition, and whether that would apply to condition 10 and condition 9 as well.
I can again, just with the reference to the Highway Statement of Common Ground. National Highways gave informatives for why they were imposing conditions. So the reason for this one They note from the drawing the intention to retain and enhance using native species planting the A21 boundary. Highways England consider the tree and woodland edge planting lists are acceptable and are content with the basic proposed protection measures for the existing woodland edge area set out in the ecological appraisal, subject to overcoming of the overarching GG 104 risk assessment. I understand that's Design Manual Roads and Bridges risk assessment. So there must be a requirement, I'm sorry, not being a highway expert, there must be a requirement within that document that when you're carrying out works within X vicinity of a trunk road, that there's a requirement. So I think that's where it comes from. I'm happy for an amendment to not be prior to commencement, and we can discuss that.
Okay, well, if you can have a look at the wording of those conditions, not wanting to upset national highways or go against anything they're trying to achieve, but it might be we just need to check whether, because I need to be sure that they need to be prior to commencement. If they don't, then they don't.
Sure.
Conditions 12 and 13. I'm wondering if there's a duplication here because they both refer to travel plan and they both seem to be trying to achieve the same thing.
That's correct. So I did point out to the appellant that there was duplication here, and it was my recommendation that condition 12 is omitted, just leaving condition 13. So I'd be grateful for the appellant's views if they're happy for that.
Sure, that's agreed.
Okay. We then have conditions 14, 15, 16, 17. Don't have any conditions, comments on them. They're all prior to commencement. These are all related to water runoff, phasing of construction, found surface water and drainage. So I suspect they've come from another body as well, probably. But are they needed to be prior to commencement? It's possible they might.
Usually we find that when you've got, for example, foul and surface water sewage, it's one of the first things that goes in, and we also need to have those details in advance at an early stage, and that's why they are prior to commencement. I think one of them is from National Highways and the others are, I believe, from KCC Flood and Water Management.
Okay, condition 18. Condition, let me have a look. Let's say condition. I mean, some of the conditions are written in different ways in terms of prior to commencement of above ground levels, prior to commencement of development above damp proof coursing. And this one starts off no building on any phase effectively shall be occupied until a verification report. Are we clear about what that means by building?
My understanding, and then I guess the council can tell me whether this would be the correct understanding, was that you've implemented what was required. You've built the buildings. You've done your verification report, but you're not allowed to allow the key to be turned and somebody to move into that property until the council signed off the verification report. So I read it as essentially as an occupation of the building condition.
Okay. And it's about drainage.
Yes.
So the verification report is that the drainage works. Is that correct?
That's
Yes.
correct.
Okay.
So the wording is slightly different from some of the wording that the local planning authority tend to use. I think this one was a condition required by KCC Flood and Water Management. But if you're happy, we could perhaps change that to prior to the first occupation
It might
of
be
any part of the development.
Yeah. Now, this condition says that any phase, and no building on any phase. Does that mean that each phase has to have a different discharge?
I think we would prefer, just simply because the site is split into two parcels, I think we would prefer to keep phase rather than,
Okay.
any part of the site, because Just for example, so if the northern part is implemented and built first, you might not have started, it couldn't verify the drainage on the southern part potentially.
Okay.
So I do think it needs to refer to phase.
Okay, so you're just going to look at that, the wording of occupation on that.
Sure.
Okay. And then we have conditions 19, and there's two 19s. There's a 19, then it goes to 20, then it goes back to 19.
So that's just a typo error which we can clear up when we're reformatting. Sorry about that.
As in, should 19 be 20? So the second 19 should be 21.
Yes,
So 21 should it be 22 and subsequent?
that's
changes?
correct. Yes, yeah.
Okay. So these are archaeological conditions. First, condition 19 is set out here, refers to the World War II structures, which we've heard about the other day. Have these conditions, have they come from Kent County Council?
They've come from the KCC archaeologist.
Okay, yeah.
So they've raised no objection to the development subject to these conditions.
So can I just check the second 19, which would be condition 21? Prior to the commencement of the development, the applicant or their agents or successors entitled will secure and implement archaeological field evaluation works. Just explain, do you know what that means?
Bear with me, I'll just have a quick look at their comments.
So just whilst Ms James is looking for that, I can say that we did run these conditions past Ed Hawkins, who was here yesterday, because RPS did the archaeological PBA. They were not, they're satisfied with the conditions. And our only comment was really they could perhaps be lumped into one condition to avoid duplication.
Yeah, I was just going to raise that, yeah.
We did have a lot of back and forth, and I think we did have this discussion, and it was preferred to break them down, and ultimately, right. But it's probable that ultimately it would be one report that could be submitted for 3 different conditions.
So in terms of archaeological field evaluation work, so in terms of what that means, it tends to mean a sort of a programme, and it can be intrusive or non-intrusive field works, which determines the presence or absence of archaeological features. And you'll see in the KCC archaeological comments that there has been some archaeological interest in the local area, and this does tend to be sort of found during such surveys, and then you know, the applicant or appellant would then put a submission in, and that would be recorded and kept on record with KCC archaeologists. So you know, it's really a programme of field evaluation, which may be trenches, that sort of thing, to have a look for any archaeological remains on the site.
And condition 20 refers to archaeological landscape survey and assessment works. So that is different then, is it, to the archaeological field evaluation works?
So I'm not an archaeologist. So this has come from the archaeology officer who has, set out in their mind what they consider as necessary, and this is the level of information that they would expect and they would need. So these are the surveys that they have requested.
Okay. Okay, condition 22 is material condition. Prior to commencement again, but it talks about prior to commencement development above damp proof course level. Why is that above damp proof course level?
I think that was a change by the appellant. We would normally put prior to the commencement of above ground works, and I think that was on the request of the appellant to be above damp proof course level.
Ms. Miles, are you able to help on that one?
Just recent experience with conditions, we typically see damp proof course. It wasn't suggested in the alternative. I'm happy actually with either. I think the point was we didn't want to be held doing any groundworks on site whilst materials are being discharged. So, so that was the point. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if this is the agreed wording, so if Ms. James is happy with it, I don't think we would need to change it. But if we can pick that up if there's a concern.
Okay. Condition 23 is about renewable energy. I don't have any comments on that. On condition 24, as inspectors, we don't like the tailpiece bits on conditions where there's a reference to unless the local planning authority gives its written consent to any variation, which is a sort of a tailpiece element, which provides a bit of uncertainty on that. Prefer that there would be an amendment to the scheme if necessary, rather than local planning authority just varying it, particularly in terms of this lighting condition.
So the local planning authority has added that to allow some flexibility. If for example, there was a need to change the lighting, then they could come back in and resubmit. I take your point. If it can be omitted and they can put in another submission of details pursuant to discharging a condition application at a later stage if the condition, if the external lighting changes.
Yeah, it's just not good practice to introduce something that effectively just gives the local authority ability to just vary something.
Does it need to say, for example, that no further lighting shall be installed without the prior approval to make it clear of the local planning authority?
Why couldn't it just say the scheme of lighting shall be installed, maintained and operated in accordance with the approved schemes?
So I understand where you're coming from, and whilst it's usually it's more for third parties and others, so that the developers and local authorities don't slide things in. I've been on the other side where we've complained about these, so and the local authority have been reasonable so far as we're concerned. We've got no problem, but I can see if you're third parties, and I'm not suggesting the local authority or my clients would do anything that was not correct, but you wouldn't then need to give any formal consultation or application. So we're happy for you to amend it. We don't take issue with the local authority, but we but we see where you're coming from, sir.
Thank you.
I'll try and get some sort of.
If you wanted to put some alternative wording to me for next time we meet, that'd be fine. If not, if you want to leave it to me, leave it to me. Condition 25. This one is prior to occupation. It's charging points. Don't have any comments on that. I presume that, and I always say this when it comes to electric car charging points, the condition is not going to be out of date by the time it gets implemented, is it? In terms of its minimum standards, I'm only raising the question. I'm not raising any technical points. I'm just checking that that's correct.
Yeah. So we find it is helpful, and we've had applicants come back and say, well, you haven't specified what standard you would need as a minimum, and therefore they think, oh, well, it's fine, we'll do a 3 kilowatt charger or something lower. So I think it's useful to set out the minimum. It may well be that future standards come forward and they're more powerful anyway. I think they're likely to be more powerful than less powerful.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That's fine.
We were satisfied with it, so
okay.
I think it gives flexibility if things change in the future.
Okay, that's fine. 26 in relation to biodiversity. How will you monitor the 21%? How will you ensure that that minimum net gain of 21% can be implemented? And is it enforceable?
Perhaps this is a question for, how the appellant sees this as well. We've got obviously requiring that they demonstrate the minimum net gain of 21%, which is what they've set out in their case. We've then required that the mitigation enhancement measures are carried out in accordance with the approved details. So they will provide us details of how they're going to be doing that based on the full scheme set out in the reserve matters. At the moment, we've obviously got an outline scheme, so we don't have the full details of how that would work. But when we get further information, they will have to demonstrate a minimum of 21%, and those details, and there will be a timetable to do that as well. It will have to be carried out in accordance with those details and the timetable, so that we will be able to say, are we happy with the timescales that they're proposing to carry out this work? And then we will be able to check whether that work has been carried out or not.
So so the first have been carried out in perpetuity, so that minimum net gain will be part of the scheme that the council will approve. That will be carried out in perpetuity. But just how will you monitor that? How will you make sure that that is carried out in perpetuity?
So I was just looking, because this was something we did go back and forth on as to whether it was an issue in the appeal, and there was submitted with the original application, there was a biodiversity metric report. There is a slight difference in that had a percentage of 24%, with the updated metric that was based on metric 2. Now with the metric 3, the percentage is 21%. But just looking at that report, it does have a section on monitoring, which talks about how specific targets would be met over the 25-year period.
Okay.
So it does also refer to the landscape and ecological management plan. So I think there's some of overlap in terms of the new plantings and new habitat types that are created that are referred to in the DEFRA metric, between the landscape and ecological management plan and various things will be secured, and this condition requires a timetable for implementation. So I think that's how it would be done. That's my understanding, sir.
Okay. Okay, all right. as long as the council is satisfied that condition could be monitored effectively so that it is enforceable for perpetuity, in perpetuity, really, because that's what the condition says.
So I've just been getting some instructions from Ms. Kirk, and I know that she's dealt with other schemes similar. So I'd just like to hand over to you just very quickly.
Okay.
She'll make a quick point on that. Thank you.
Apologies. I'm hoping that this will be helpful rather than difficult, but I've come across planning conditions on other schemes where the biodiversity metric is in fact tied to the an ecological a landscape and ecological enhancement plan, so that there's a 30-year management requirement, and that at a given interval, usually 5 years, that there's a requirement for monitoring and a revised BIA, so that such that the council can be certain that the conditions set out within the original BIA are being met, because it would update the baseline for the BIA in accordance with current guidance, and that way the council could see through over the 30-year period whether or not that biodiversity gain is being met. It's just something that I've come across in other condition submissions, so rather than trying to overlap into areas outside of landscape, but it comes in as a landscape and ecological management plan that has monitoring built into it as a requirement.
And you're satisfied that that can be requested through this condition, through the wording of this condition?
I think if there's a landscape and ecological enhancement plan that's a separate condition, which I think there is. I haven't. There is, yeah. Yeah. So I think that you could either tie the two together more, or that it could be done with the both. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Just one point of clarification. Tanya Kirk just referred to, is it VIA or BIA?
Biodiversity impact assessment, yes.
Okay, BIA, thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, condition 27 is a tree condition. We did discuss in a tree session yesterday, condition 30, which will come on to a moment, but 27 is also relevant, isn't it, to the points that were made yesterday?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The 27 and then 28 is an attenuation basins. Don't have any comments on that. And then we go back to the landscape and ecological management plan that Mr. Kirk referred to. This says prior to commencement of above ground construction. Which is a different. I'm just checking whether the wording is correct. Above ground construction. Sometimes you've referred to above damp proof level. Above ground construction. What effectively would not be above ground construction? Is that digging foundations and site clearance? Is that?
Yes, that's my understanding. It's things like the drainage, foundations, digging trenches, site clearance would be below ground works, and then it's above ground construction would be like putting in the slab levels of the buildings.
Okay. Okay. All right.
I think when we're looking at the wording, what we will do is, I think, tidy it up so that we use a consistent term, whether that be damp proof course or above ground works. We'll agree that.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. Condition 30 we did look at yesterday. I don't know whether there's been any discussion between the parties following that session. whether there's any change that you wish to put to me on condition 30. I have a question about the buffer that was referred to yesterday. How is that buffer set? Whether that's 15 meters or 25 meters, once it's agreed, how is that set?
So thank you, sir. Yes, there has been some discussions. I did send an email yesterday to the appellant recommending a couple of other tree conditions, and they did ask to come back on condition 30 as well. So this morning and early part of this afternoon, I have tried to draft an appropriate condition which would cover the ancient woodland in addition. I can certainly send that over to you and the appellant very shortly, just so that you can have a look at that condition. But I suggest if you have a look at its core document 0606, and it's the Sandalford appeal, which was dealt with by the Secretary of State. There's a condition in there which is condition 19. So I've been trying to make it applicable to this site. There will be some areas which are not applicable, and obviously references to the names of the ancient woodland are not applicable there. But I think that would be a good condition to start with. I can try and read out what I have drafted, or I can send that over to you. It's quite a long condition.
Yeah, what I prefer is that you and the appellant, I prefer an agreed position than something that's draft.
Of course, I will read through that, because I've been doing that this afternoon,
Okay.
and I just need to sort of double check for any typos within that, and then I'll send that over to the appellant shortly. In addition to that, I did send over to the appellant yesterday, but I'm still waiting a response, just referring to some other tree matters. So I said the ecological report submitted with the application recommends that the trees located close to the proposed access road, and these trees are referred to in the ecological report as T5 and T9, but on the tree protection plan they're referred to as T4 and T5. So those are the key trees that Mr. Mashburn was discussing yesterday on the site. And in the ecological report it does say that those trees have got potential for bats, and it talks about the sort of cracks and the wounds in those trees which make them have potential for bats. And the appellant's ecologist at the application stage recommended that prior to any construction or site clearance works, that these trees are reassessed for bat potential, and if required, updated surveys, elevated inspections if possible, or emergent surveys are undertaken. And I have therefore drafted a condition which Miss Miles, I was waiting for her to come back on, but she's had that and had the opportunity to discuss it with the appellant, largely just saying what I've just said. So whether that's agreeable with the appellant, I'm not sure at this stage.
Yes, that's agreeable. Can Ms. James just clarify though? She referred to sending over a couple of additional tree conditions. I haven't received anything in relation to trees, only that ecological condition.
So it relates to trees T4 and T5. That's what I'm in respect to trees. That's what I mean.
Sorry, but requiring an ecological survey, not this question relates to trees, and this condition relates to trees. And I emailed you yesterday and asked whether you were proposing any amendments to condition 30. But you've just said that you emailed yesterday some additional conditions relating to trees.
Yes, and I mean that by talking about trees T4 and T5 in the respect that I've just said, and then in respect to the other point in regards to the changes to T30, which I think came through very late last night or this morning, that I have drafted an ancient woodland condition, and I will send that to you very shortly, and hopefully that's something that we can agree between us and then send to the inspector.
Okay, thank you, fine. Sorry, I just wanted to clarify I wasn't missing something, but if it's only the ecological condition, that's fine.
Okay, well, I'll leave you to discuss that and come back to me. Thank you. So we'll move to condition 32. I don't have any comments on 32, hard soft landscaping. I don't have comments on condition 33, parking and turning, nor on 34, refuse storage. 35 is energy conservation. Just as a reference there to, again, that goes back to prior commencement of any development above damp proof course level. So just make sure that whatever term you use, there's some consistency there. And 36 is noise. Again, that's a damp proof level reference. Stop me if you've got any comments. 37 is about ceiling and floor noise, internal noise. Just a question about how that would be. How will you make sure that that is implemented?
So it's normal practice that if you've got, and at this stage we don't know quite how the sort of setup of the uses is going to be. So for example, if you've got units or you've got any sort of commercial activities, I think there was a talk about, you know, there obviously are communal facilities within the scheme. So there may be communal facilities that may be more noise generating below residential units. We're not quite sure how that would work. And that's to ensure that they're, you know, to minimize the noise between those units. It's normal practice that a noise survey would be submitted and it will show the level of insulation between the floor and the ceiling between those units. And that would be then assessed by our environmental health officer. And it's quite a standard condition that they recommend.
Because that doesn't say anything about anything being submitted. It just says effectively it's a condition that says this will happen. Yes.
That would be something that their acoustic consultant would have to ensure it would meet that standard.
Right. So they don't. So the condition doesn't require effectively a verification of those noise attenuation measures.
No.
And that's the way that you tend to deal with it, is in
Well, that's the way that that has come from our environmental protection team.
Okay. So to discharge that condition, I use the word developer. The developer could say that's what we've done.
And we have had instances where there have been issues with noise in between different units, and the environmental health protection team have been notified that there is a noise issue. They've then gone to site, they've carried out different acoustic surveys and found that the noise doesn't meet those standards, and therefore the applicant is then left to deal with that at an after stage, which can cost obviously result in additional costs to them, and they have to rectify that at a later stage.
Yeah, so dealt with in the breach, but there isn't anything that says you must submit something to us before we'll approve it and then we'll monitor it. It's
that hasn't been requested by our environmental health team.
Okay.
And so that's the way that we read it, and we did run this by WSP, and all the conditions went via Audley, the operator. You obviously operate these care villages where you have communal facilities in and around residential properties, and they didn't highlight any issue with the condition either. My understanding, my reading of it is simply a compliance condition, and if for any reason there was a complaint to EHO, then that would be picked up by enforcement if necessary.
Okay. All right. Okay. 38 is plant, and that's prior to installation. Okay, if that's normal. Okay, I'm okay with that.
I just had one other quick comment about noise. So in the officer's report, you'll sort of see, if you look at the officer's report, if I just give you the reference, it's 10.103. it's referring to impact on residential amenity, and it says the noise report states the development layout has been refined so that large buildings positioned on the east side of the site provide noise screening to the remainder of the site to the west. And that was something that our environmental protection team took on board, that there would be effectively sort of more communal uses, less sensitive uses along the eastern boundary. And I think he'd sort of said the indicative plan shows, you know, laundry, gym, plant room, that sort of thing would be sited closest to the A21. But if you look at the drawing, which is core document 020106, it shows that the building nearest the A21 has 1 and 2 bedroomed apartments which are facing the A21. So that conflicts with what is said in the noise report. So you know, looking at this again, it's whether we need a condition just to make sure that there are no residential units on that side of the building or on any building that is close to the A21, to try and minimise the noise impact from the A21 on those buildings. So when the environmental health officer was looking at it, he was comforted by the fact that there would be less sensitive uses along there. But from that drawing that I've just taken to you to 020106 does show that there would be residential uses facing towards the A21, which would be at risk of noise.
Okay. So do you need to talk to the appellant about that?
Yes, we'll discuss that in more detail.
So this would be an additional potential
Yes.
additional condition.
Yes.
Okay.
I would query why this is just being raised now. Sorry, can we just double check which drawing is being referred to there, please?
So it's the building heights plan with accommodation, and it's your drawing number P106D, core document reference 020106.
I can quite simply clarify that that is not indicative, the dots that you see on that plan are not indicative of where apartments would be located. That's simply indicative of the type of apartments. It's our architects doing a cross-check that the 108 units that we've proposed can be accommodated, i.e. how many units would be in the blocks. The fact that there's windows shown, things like the library, the gym, the restaurant and other communal facilities, I would all expect them to have windows, or you wouldn't have a featureless building facade backing onto the open space. So I think that's just simply a matter we can pick up through reserve matters at design stage when the layout of dwellings is known. But I'm happy to have a conversation offline if the council now has some concerns. But I'd also say this is not a plan that is referred to in the approved condition, plan condition, condition 3.
Ms. James.
It's really to obviously raise this as an issue that it is something that's set out in the noise report and that this plan does conflict with it. Yes, I agree that it's not part of the plans listed, but it does show that, you know, and it appears that that is where those units would be sited based on this indicative plan. But I'm happy to discuss it further with the appellant, and we can get back to you on this.
Right. I wonder why it's not been raised before.
So when I've been looking through the conditions, these were conditions recommended by the environmental health officer, and I think they just did not see or note those dots on that plan, and they raised no objection in respect to what's shown on that plan. So when I've then their comments are based on the noise report, which says that there will not be any residential units, and they've sort of taken that as read that there wouldn't be any. And then I have noticed that they are shown on that drawing. So that's why I'm just wondering whether we need to have some sort of condition to sort of make it clear that you know, we want to try and keep residential units which are more sensitive than other types of uses away from the A21. I do understand that we do have the powers to control that as part of the reserve matters application, but but whether it would give it a bit more strength and obviously make it clearer that is what we would require.
Okay.
Okay, I do hear the point, but just to reiterate that the positioning of the dots is in no way representative of the positioning of each apartment. The development has not been designed to that level of detail at this point in time. It's simply a GIA overall based on the model that gives us a volume of the building, and we have national minimum space standards that determine the apartment. So that's simply how we've apportioned how many dots are assigned to each building, then in no way representative of where apartments would be.
But the principle of not putting residential apartments facing the A21 is something that both parties agree is necessary.
That's correct.
Yes, agreed. It's in the noise report, so that's something that we understand. So I think it's simply just something that's assessed at reserved matters based on the evidence that supported the outline application.
But if there was a condition, then it wouldn't fetter the design of the scheme in any way.
I mean, ultimately, if a condition needs to be imposed, then it can be imposed.
Okay. Well, if the two of you can discuss that a little bit further, and if you wish to put the condition to me, I understand the point, and I can see that might be a condition that relates to a proper planning objective. But if you can convince me that's necessary, then I'll consider it.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. 39 is about fences. I don't have any comments on 39 or 40, 41 or 42. Okay. Were there any additional comments? Have we picked up all the points that you wish to make, Mrs. James?
I've got a couple of other quick comments. So you just bear with me a second, please. So again, this was raised with the appellant yesterday afternoon, and I've sort of said it's unclear how the track that bisects the site will be surfaced. It's recommended that the following condition is added. So there is talk about it being surfaced appropriately in some of the submission details, and there's other talks of it being retained as sort of an unmade track. Obviously, you'll see from the tree protection plan that we saw yesterday, there is going to be the new access and the sort of Y junction, which would be surfaced, and there'll be other access routes that will cross the track as well. So it's likely that those will need some sort of level surfacing. So in my view, it's likely, given the age of the population as well, and for the safety reasons, they're probably going to want to have some sort of flat track. And I think it would look a bit odd to have pedestrian pathways which are sort of tarmacked or smooth running across that avenue if the remainder of the track isn't surfaced. So I've recommended a condition that prior to the commencement of the development, details of the surfacing for the track that bisects the site, including the surfacing materials to be used and finish levels, shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. And that's in the interests of visual amenity and also to ensure protection of existing trees, so that we can sort of look at and assess the surfacing that's proposed to make sure, obviously that permeable where possible. But I'd be grateful for the appellant's view on that condition, whether that's acceptable to them.
Can I just clarify the reason? Because I think the way that it's just been explained appears to be for a health and safety requirement due to the age of people that would live in the development, whereas the reason refers to visual amenity and protection of trees. We were quite surprised to receive a condition suggesting that the surfacing of the track, as it is, needs to be upgraded.
It's something I think that's set out in your submission. I can try and find the relevant paragraph, but it may take me a little while, about talking about resurfacing the whole of the track. That has been submitted as part of your submission. Therefore, my comment is likely that if you are wanting paths to bisect the site, it's likely that you will probably want to have those paths that are bisecting the site surfaced to a proper standard if they're going to be used by older people. And normally you would have a level surface to do so. And therefore, if you're then surfacing small, you're having a different type of surface cutting through on 2 occasions for a path, you'd be better, I think, to surface the whole path, given that you're doing works to the entrance and then also to footpaths that will be going through the avenue, the track. I think that will look strange, which is why we've put, in the interest of visual amenity, we're obviously wanting to make sure that has an appropriate visual appearance, and then also to protect and ensure existing trees. My point in respect to older people using it is really in respect of your paths that you're proposing to cross the site, and for safety reasons you may want to have those surfaced and level.
What I normally expect to see in condition sessions is that there is agreement between the parties and they're putting things to me, rather than a discussion on new conditions within the inquiry. So I think there's obviously correspondence going between you. I think you need to have that conversation.
Yes. We do appreciate it.
I don't want to sit in the middle of 2 parties arguing about something which I've not got before me. It's really hard for me to make a decision. I'd rather you discuss it and you put something to me. The statements of common ground, I assumed that these were agreed conditions, and therefore there wasn't a lot of change required. But now I'm hearing some potential additional conditions.
I agree, sir, and I do apologise that since yesterday afternoon and receiving these, I haven't had sufficient time, being involved obviously in both the session yesterday afternoon and this morning, to respond. I've had to confer with our consultant team, and unfortunately I just haven't had sufficient time. My understanding was we would come into this session with the agreed list of conditions, so this did take us a bit by surprise yesterday, but I will work offline with Ms James. Yes. And I do apologise, sir, that this isn't agreed at this moment. And
I, in imposing conditions, it would be me that imposing conditions if the appeal is allowed, and I have to be absolutely satisfied, as you know, in terms of the conditions meet the tests and are necessary. So you two, I'd be grateful if you could talk outside of the inquiry and then come back to me with whether there's agreement, in addition to all the other points that we've raised today. There was another condition, Ms James? So
there was another issue regarding the...
Sorry, I'm realising Ms Bird has got a hand up, and I have seen it earlier, but this discussion was going on, so I didn't bring you in, but that's here for me now, Ms Bird.
Thank you, sir. Unless it would be more convenient to hear from me after Ms James.
Depends what you're going to say.
In the light of what you've just said, sir, about not wanting to get into debate now, I just wanted to flag up at this stage that the Rule 6 party has concerns about the layout of the potential public right-of-way. You know that there's a definitive map modification order. And the concern simply relates to the fact that the estate road at the Sandown Park end is built over the end of that claimed route, and we do want to propose a condition essentially protecting the public right of way if the order is confirmed. That's not unusual, and I think it was foreshadowed excuse me, during the highway safety roundtable. Okay,
I suggest that you speak to the council, and that, yes, that any condition will need to come from the council, yes, and to the appellant and agreed, yep, and then put to me.
We will do. Thank you, sir.
Ms James.
The other issue is regarding T4 and T5, and it's following the tree session yesterday. I think Mr Mashman would like some additional information regarding sort of the levelling and buffering that would be happening. I think we've got a section to the fork that goes to the other side, but not to the left if you're coming from Sandown Park. We've got section details to the right of that route, but not to the left where T4 and T5 are. So I will draft a condition based on the discussions within the tree session yesterday to address that.
Is that not an amendment to an existing condition rather than a new condition?
I think what he would like is sort of a sectional drawing. So I will have a look and see if it can be added to an existing condition or whether a separate condition is warranted in this case.
Because I think there was in condition 27, I'll let you look at it, but condition 27 talks about damage to existing trees, including root systems, and some detail in there.
So that's our standard sort of tree protection condition. I think what he would want, because of the change in levels, is to have a section drawing to show how the new surfacing, which I think is going to be about 500 millimeters thick, will sort of fit on top of on that land, and then on either side it would be buffered, and how that relates to T4 and T5 either side of that.
Okay, well, by all means, have a look at it, but see whether that could be added to an existing condition rather than create a new condition, unless that is absolutely necessary, and you'll need to talk to the appellant and agree that.
I will do, sir. Thank you.
I think there was general agreement about approach to trees yesterday, notwithstanding difference of opinion, but I think the appellant was willing to provide information about protection of trees. So, I mean, Ms. Miles will maybe comment, but I think there's scope for agreement on that, if that is what you want.
Thank you, sir.
Is that right, Mrs. Miles?
That's right. I agree. There's scope for agreement.
Okay. Good. Thank you. And is that it, Mrs. James?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Okay. Right. It'd be helpful to have you to have those discussions. There's a number of matters there that you need to talk about, and we will need to pick this up next week. What I wouldn't want to do is to get to next Friday and there's still been disagreement between the parties. So I'd urge an early discussion, and I will ask next week about progress on conditions.
Thank you, sir. We will give you an update early next week.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And just in relation to the condition that Ms. Bird was proposing, I think could I be copied in on the discussions? I think it perhaps save time if we have a three-way discussion. But I can just to confirm that our client doesn't own the track, but has a legal right of access over it, which includes also to upgrade any access to do any works that's necessary. And I just wanted to re-clarify, just to ensure it's clear, that there's no part of the proposal which intends to stop up or prevent access to the right of way. I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
If there is one.
Sorry, if there is a designated right of way, but to the path of track as it exists now.
Thank you. That seems sensible to me, but there's a three-way conversation. Okay, right, we'll close this conditions session, and I would urge you to come to agreement and make my job a little bit easier and make the inquiry a little bit easier next week. On which point, I'd just like to say to the advocates that next week is tighter than this week, and it's obviously important that we get through the program next week, and I'd be grateful for your assistance as we move along. And if there are matters that you wish to put to me that will assist that, then please let me know. There's a hand up from Mr. Jones.
Thank you, sir. It's just we haven't touched on it, and perhaps that's because you're satisfied you don't need to. But in the rebuttal, there was some suggested additional conditions related to building heights and materials.
Right. Okay. I've forgotten about that.
Okay.
Do you want to just remind me? And it was referred to today, wasn't it, as well? So
It was, sir, and we haven't had a response from the council, obviously, because this came in with the rebuttal. So perhaps there's one way of dealing with it is to talk about it now. The other is to include this into the discussion that we have and see if an agreement is reached on those two conditions.
can you just bring that to my attention? Can you just point it out to me, please, Ms. Miles?
Sure.
Miles.
Okay, it's in my rebuttal brief of evidence, which is CD 07.55. And I believe, so it's appendix A and B, 1 and 2 of my rebuttal, so I believe that's 07.55.01 and 0.02. 01 being the amended building heights plan, and 02 being the suggested conditions. And it was section 2.4, I believe. So I'm just going quickly. Yeah, sorry, section 2.3, 2.4, 2.5 of my rebuttal, which introduces and explains why those conditions have been put forward. So these were conditions that we did try and agree and discuss with the council. So not the specific wording, but the principle of having a building heights or a materials condition. But unfortunately, there was no agreement prior to signing of the statement of common ground. But the building heights condition, it seeks to restrict the height to a maximum of 12.78 metres above finished floor level. So that is based on figure 6 of appendix C of Mr. Gibbons' brief, which is CD 07.11.02.
So what is where's the 12.78 come from? Why is it 12.78?
It's 12.78 because that is, so the only building within the model that actually had the height of 15 metres was the cone on top of the roof of building F. The actual ridge height of all the residential buildings was the maximum height that you have on any building in that model is 12.78 metres. So the cone is a design feature. Our architect felt it was akin to a traditional Kent Oast house to have as you come down a legible feature. That's all something that would be picked up by design. But that was the only building that had the up to 15 metres max on that ridge. So we could omit that and have all the other buildings would have a maximum ridge of up to 12.78 metres.
Do we want to get rid of?
So is that a condition that who's putting that condition forward to me?
But only if you think. I think it's Miss Miles will. I think it's being put forward by us, but it's. I mean, on our evidence, it's not necessary, but it's only if you thought it was necessary. Seem ashamed to lose the Oast house from the architect's plan, but it says I think Mr. Gibbons and then as Miss Miles explained, the only part of the indicative scheme that reaches 15 metres is the faux Oast house top, and if that was thought to be the thing that tipped the balance in terms, we don't think so, then I think it's proposed on that basis we don't think it's necessary, but if you were to think it's necessary, that would, as I think Miss Miles explained earlier, the number of units could still be delivered without the faux Oast house.
Exactly. Actually, there's no unit in the faux Oast house, but it's simply a conical feature on top of the building.
So, Mrs. James, what's the council's view on that condition? In principle, I think the wording needs to be looked at, but in principle, a height restriction condition.
Sorry, Sarah, I was still on mute there. Thank you, sir. I was just trying to find you the relevant part where we cover that in our evidence. So if you have a look at Ms. Kirk's rebuttal, and she, at her point 2, she goes into sort of points of clarification, and within that it says it has been suggested that 2 additional conditions would be acceptable to the appellant, one proposing a restriction on building materials to avoid white or light coloured render or reflective materials, and one relating to building height. And it says the conditions have not been accepted by the council because they are not specific enough to make a difference over and above what would be expected at a reserved matters stage. Details of external materials are required by condition in any event, so therefore there would be duplication. So in our view, it just would not be necessary, and the conditions would not change the council's position. She's also continues to say a condition regarding white or reflective materials is too vague and still leaves a range of materials that could be unsuitable. The inclusion of the proposed condition appears to be related to visibility. However, in the winter, the brick buildings and the brick dwellings to the north of the A264 are visible through the intervening trees, as is the White Hospital. And then with regards to the height, a condition relating to the suggestion above would be possible if the model used the photo wire representations was part of a detailed planning application and if the illustrative design was acceptable, and this is not the case. So if the appeal is allowed, the layout design may change as part of the reserved matters application. And as the maximum building height would remain as 15 metres, which is the cone type building, the placement of this building within the site would be a key consideration for the assessment of visibility. So in our view, they are not necessary.
Okay.
So thank you. I didn't quite understand the answer to meeting the point that you were putting in principle, but I just want to make sure I understand correctly what Ms. James is saying. So in terms of the council's position, they would reject, or they wouldn't want a condition that restricted the height to whatever 12.7. So I mean, I think the position is we can offer it. We don't think it's necessary. It's because ultimate, but I think we'll continue to offer it probably because we don't know what judgment you're going to make. So if you were hypothetically in the position where you found the scheme otherwise acceptable, but for some reason took the view, and I'm not sure on reserve matters, that you had to rule out the possibility of any height above 12.7, then that option is, that option is there.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's about as far as I can help on that.
Okay, no, thank you. It's not the council considers it's necessary, but if I do, then it's there.
Yeah,
all right.
And it seems that same point applies to the materials condition. So we simply suggested that it could be conditioned using non-reflective materials.
Well, I agree with the council that they've got control anyway. They can decide. They can tell you what conditions, what materials they want through the materials condition.
Sure.
So it's
okay. Right. Thank you. I will close now. Thank you very much, and thank you for your contributions today. Are there any points that any of the advocates wish to raise with me about procedure before we close this week? No from
Not
Mr. Jones.
not from the council, sir.
Okay,
No,
thank you. Thank you.
No, thanks,
Okay,
sir.
thank you. So, well, continue your conversations between the parties on conditions. Enjoy your weekend, and we shall. And EIP, is it EIP tomorrow? Is it, Phil? Yeah, I'll enjoy that.
9:30.
zoomed out.
9:30 start.
9:30 start. Okay, you'll be
Yeah.
zoomed out by the end of this week.
Yeah, thank you.
And I shall see you on Monday at 2:30. Just so I'm clear about a meeting point for the site visit. Can I just take from the parties who is coming to the site visit, so I know who's there.
I will be at the site visit, sir, and I believe Jeff Mashburn will be there, and Tanya Kirk and Debbie Salter. So if there are any issues or matters that you want pointed out, they will be there to point things out to you about those. Thank you.
Okay.
So can I just double check the time? We had it at 2 o'clock, but perhaps that's our error. I think you just said 2:30.
I think I said 2:30 only to give me a bit more time to get to the site. That's all.
Okay.
If that is okay, I think we'll. I think it was suggested duration was referenced, I think, at one point. I know that we're now going to go into Pembrey Grange, which will add a little bit to it, but I'm hoping that we could do with it within 2 hours.
Should be possible. I know there was a request yesterday to also go on to the Owl's Nest site, which will, so I don't know how long we'll need there either, but I think 2 hours is fine.
So I've just also been informed that the grass is quite long on the site. So people attending the site visit should wear obviously appropriate shoes or boots.
Sorry.
So, Mr. Jones.
We can help with that because the farmer is about to cut the grass. So we anticipate that it should be easier for you on Monday.
Thank you. And from the appellant's team, is it Miss Miles?
It is myself, Mr. Gibbons, Mr. Brophy, Mr. Blacker, and Mr. Hawkins.
No, okay.
Essentially, our landscape, heritage, transport, and planning.
Okay. And is the Rule 6 representation?
Yes, Mr. Hood. I believe Mr. Shorrock and Ms. Baker. Possibly Mr. Alderman as well, but I'm not sure about him.
I mean, that is a fair party. There's 12 people. Okay. And as I've said, I'm not going to have discussion on site. We'll have discussion within the inquiry, but I might ask for things to be pointed out to me. Things that we've referred to this week and things that I will want to see. But we won't be having a discussion on site.
That's understood, sir.
And in terms of that number of people, then someone will need to take responsibility for safety of that number of people. I mean, you could take your own responsibility for safety, but that is a fairly big group.
So I'm told that Mr. Alderman can't actually come, so that reduces it by 1.
Okay. Okay, but we will be obviously looking at site from the main A road on Pemby Road. We'll also be looking at the site from Sandown Park, and I've already been alerted to the volume of traffic on Sandown Park at school closing time. Can I just agree then the meeting point it's on that diagram, isn't it?
Yes, there's a suggested meeting point on the
At the very bottom.
at the very bottom of well, the end or top of, depending on how you look at it, but Sandown Park.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
And sir, just on the terms of numbers, I don't see any need for our tree officer to sort of accompany us around the loop. You know, once he's pointed out, if you need anything pointed out to him on the site, he can then leave. Okay,
thank you. Now, if there's any delay in me getting to the site for any reason, then Leanne Palmer will need contact with the council with a phone, just so that people can be alerted to fact. And I don't know, I'll leave that to the council to provide Leanne Palmer with an appropriate contact number, someone on site with a mobile phone, so that
I will contact
if I'm delayed in any way, at least the people on site know.
I'll send her an email with my mobile number. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, thank you very much, and we'll close now. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.